Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. As-salatu was-salam ala Rasulil Kareem. Amma ba'd. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Brother Hashim, how are you?
Yeah, I'm very good. Alhamdulillah. How are you, Sheikh?
Alhamdulillah, barakallahu fi. Couldn't be better. In your company, of course, once.
Looking good, mashallah.
Barakallahu fi. Likewise,
Alhamdulillah.
likewise,
Inshallah.
likewise.
And also, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah to all the brothers and sisters watching.
Yeah. Salam
Yeah,
alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa
alhamdulillah.
barakatuh.
So today we are going to discuss another festival. It's the festival of
Inshallah.
Navratri, which is literally meaning 9 nights. And this is the 9 nights where they celebrate or rather worship the goddess Durga and Saraswati and other feminine divine
Lakshmi,
yeah,
Lakshmi.
Lakshmi. And so this is basically called they worship the divine femininity within Hinduism.
The goddesses. They worship just the goddesses.
Yes, femininity. Yes. So yeah,
Does,
absolutely. It's a
does
goddess. Yeah.
So they have got gender, like for their gods they have got gender gods, like we in Islam.
They are the wives,
Because
not just gender, Sheikh. So this Lakshmi is the wife of obviously Vishnu, and
Vishnu, yeah,
Parvati is the wife of Shiva.
of Shiva, yeah.
Yes, and we got Saraswati, the wife of Brahma. So these are Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, the three gods within Hinduism, the
Yes.
Trimurti or the Trinity of Hinduism. Each of them has a wife, and this is when they are more, I would say, their Shakti is like at peak. For
The
some
power, yeah.
reason, some of them say the male gods are kind of asleep at this time or resting, or however you want to interpret
Does
that.
God the rest? Does God the rest?
Well, I think the Christians and Jews might agree. So
Yeah.
not the Muslims. Alhamdulillah, Allah subhanahu wa
Alhamdulillah.
ta'ala is free from any
Alhamdulillah.
fatigue or any sleep. He doesn't need any of that. But yeah, because they have kind of anthropomorphized their gods into humans, so obviously the same weaknesses they see within their gods and goddesses as well.
Yes, subhanallah, you're absolutely correct, brother
Yeah.
Hashim, absolutely correct.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. So the Tawhid in Islam, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you will not find anyone like him, and that's the reason Allah says "Laysa kamithlihi shay." So you
Right.
cannot compare him to any animals or humans or whatever creatures or creations that you can think of. He's beyond all of that because he's the one who created the creation, remember?
You know what happens, brother Hashim, because we in Islam we say because of the genderless kind of nature of Allah Jalla wa Ala. So anything which is genderless in
Yes.
Arabic, we put the third masculine
Pronoun.
pronoun.
Yeah.
So we say huwa, and the stupid people think that Allah Jalla wa Ala is a male because we use huwa instead of here. Huwa Allah, huwa Ar-Rahman, huwa Ar-Rahim.
Yeah. So for those people who might not understand Arabic or don't know the basics of Arabic, it does not have a gender neutral pronoun like it in English. So the default is a he. And that's the reason Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is referred to as he, but he's beyond gender. There's no way you can think of Allah as some sort of a gender role or something like that. It's beyond your imagination. So do not even assume that he's someone who is confined to a particular gender. Like we see within the Hindus, they have a male god and a female goddess, and then they have lots of those. So it's a polytheistic religion where they have multiple gods and goddesses, and they all keep they all manifest in different forms, sometimes as an animal, sometimes as half animal, half human, sometimes as a human. All sorts of combinations. Alhamdulillah, Islam, our God is free from that. He does not need to be like the creation in order to benefit the creation. So this is something Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is free from all of these labels that they give, the mushrik they give to their gods. Like they have half a lion and half a human, and also they have like half elephant, as you know, we discussed last time during the
Uh,
first part, which is
Ganesh,
Ganesh Chaturthi.
Ganesh. Yeah.
Yeah, so half elephant, half man, that kind of thing. So Alhamdulillah, this is something which shows that the honor of a god is what we give as His Majesty deserves, rather than reducing them to animals and human beings, which are creations of God. So there's no way you can say that this is in par or the same as Almighty God, because God is beyond imagination. So the Hindus, even if you read the Vedas, the primary text or the scripture of the Hindus, there's no mention at all of idol worship in the Vedas, which speaks volumes, isn't it? You're talking about your most primary book,
So,
your
so
most primary.
where do they take this idol worship from then, brother Hashim?
It's
What's their source?
well, it's
What
it's made
source
up.
they depend on?
It's made up by people who got influenced by some external factors or external,
Okay.
worship. For example, if you look in Surah Al-Baqarah, the
Yes.
Jewish people, they were monotheistic, but some of
Yes.
them, when they were in captivity in Egypt, started to get influenced by the Egyptian gods and goddesses.
Yeah.
So they
And that
told Musa alayhi salam,
they even worship the calf.
yeah, I was coming to that. Yeah, so they told Musa alayhi salam to make some sort of an idol so they can worship it. Sorry, it was Harun alayhi salam,
Subhanallah.
isn't it? They
You
told
know,
Harun alayhi. Yeah,
there is one thing which is very important. Since you mentioned it, just for our viewers to see the wickedness of these people. Can you imagine Pharaoh was going to kill them? So there was the sea in front of them. Then
yes,
Musa alayhi salam parts the sea into two, and they went through the sea. You know,
yes,
their feet will not even dry from the sea water. So they passed by this town, and they saw people worshiping idols. So they said, "Oh Musa, make idols for us, like they have got idols."
yeah.
They soon forgot about Pharaoh that was going to annihilate them.
Hmm. So yeah, it's most likely external influence where they might have had some text which was teaching them pure monotheism, but
Theism,
later
yes.
on it like every other religion, the texts, they got corrupted over time, and they started to
Yes.
emulate these people who thought they were better than them.
So it's like
I
the
mean, these
people of
other
Noah,
mystics.
really, like the people of Noah with the five
Yes,
idols.
yes, absolutely. So yeah, a lot of things in the primary text, but nothing about worshiping idols, and that is key. I would say. We ask the Hindus to explain this to us, and they can't. They keep saying that, oh, there is, but they can't find any scriptures or any proof text from the Vedas to justify their idolatry, which clearly is shirk. You're associating partners with the
Yeah.
Almighty God, and then not only that, you're then reducing the God to an animal or a human, or a hybrid. So it's something which you have no clue about what God is, and you're misrepresenting that. I mean,
Yeah.
imagine someone misrepresented your mother or your father and made an ugly statue.
You'll be
Oh,
upset.
yeah, you will definitely be upset. You'll be offended. How dare you do this to you, the one who is Almighty God? So anyway, I think even if you look at the idols within Hinduism, they have evolved over a period. Before you can see many of the idols, they were dark skinned and they had darker color to the idols as well.
So they start
Gradually,
being
they
light
started
now.
becoming fairer
Yes.
skins. You know, one of the major goddesses, Durga or Kali, is represented. She's always been in a darker form in the idols as well. Recently, they started making fair skinned Durgas, fair skinned
Isn't
Kali.
Kali, doesn't Kali mean dark?
Not really. Kali's actually come from the word time or period or something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it's more representing of that. But yes, there is a term for black female, which is also Kali in Hindi. So yes,
Yes.
that can be.
That's what I thought. That's what I
Yeah, but
thought.
this is obviously this is not how they interpret the term Kali
Okay.
when it's representing the goddess. So yeah, we as Muslims, we try to not misrepresent their religion as well. We hope that they, when they speak about Islam, they speak the truth and they speak to not spread misinformation. And we try to do the same with the Hinduism. Many of the Muslims, unfortunately, they have other misinformation, like they worship the cow. Yes, the cow is sacred within Hinduism, but I don't think they actually worship it like they worship their gods and goddesses, even though there are certain stories which kind of alludes to that. But yeah, that's for another time, inshallah. So yeah, today we're just going to briefly discuss Navratri, what it is. So I'm going to play a very short video, and we're going to take it from there, inshallah.
Inshallah, barakallahu fi.
Yeah, just want to apologize in advance. There's some music in the background, but can't help it now because I tried looking for videos which were short and to the point, and I think this was probably the one
Yeah,
that I
so
found.
we are not pro music, eh?
Yeah, we are not promoting any music as such. Right. So
You know the funny thing, Ibn Hazm, rahmatullah alayhi, says pro music.
oh yeah, that doesn't
This
look good
one,
with you.
not this one,
Not
not
this
this
Ibn Hazm.
one.
Okay, interesting. So, right, let me just mute my until I get the right timestamp. Right. So those who don't know, I mean, there are different Navratris in a year. I think there are about 4 of them. So Navratri is actually celebrated. The big one that's during the just before the Dasera, the 9 nights that they celebrate. It's actually starting today on the 3rd of October. Don't know if that was a coincidence, but we were planning this festival, series, and
This
yeah,
is
we
the
said,
one that they call the Sharada, yeah?
yeah, that's the one, yeah. Mashallah,
And
the Sheikh still is home.
they have got Chatra, Magna, and Ashad.
Alhamdulillah. I see the Sheikh has done his homework today. Alhamdulillah.
Oh yes, yes.
Right. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. I'll try to get all the distractions out of the way first. Should I just do this? Yeah.
Navratri is an important Hindu festival. The word Navratri means 9 nights in Sanskrit, and during this festival, Hindus worship goddess Durga. Navratri is also a time for fasting, feasting, and dancing. On each of the 9 nights of the festival, Hindus offer prayers and food to goddess Durga. They also fast during the day and eat only certain types of foods that are considered to be pure and nourishing. Navratri. Before understanding why we celebrate Navratri, firstly, let me tell you that Navratri occurs twice a year. Chaitra Navratri falls in the month of March or April, while Sharad Navratri typically occurs in September or October.
Right. So yeah, it depends on which kind of Hindu you're. So some of them celebrate 2, some of them celebrate 4. But I don't know if you notice one thing. So this Navratri is basically fasting, feasting, and dancing.
And dancing. Yeah.
That's in a nutshell. That's what the 9 nights are about.
So
And
each 3 days they do something different. Like dancing is for the last 3 days.
yeah, I mean they do dance all 9 nights as well.
Okay.
So like I said, it all depends on which Hindus you are actually asking this question to, and they have different variations of how they celebrate this. The other thing they mentioned is fasting. By the way, fasting is not like the Muslim form of fasting where we fast properly from before sunrise to after sunset. It's they can eat certain foods as the presentation showed. So they have different foods in the sense of, for example, they call it like pure food, and what's the right word? Yeah, so they have like sattvic. Yeah, that's a term. So they have sattvic, which is like pure and harmonious food. Then they have something called rajasic, which is active and restless food, and then they have the tamasic, which is a lazy food. Now it's so the sattvic is like fruits and vegetables and stuff like that. The rajasic kind of food, that is where they have, if I remember correctly, it's things like which is permitted, but at the same time it's not like alcohol or um, drinking alcohol or doing something like that, but it messes with your.
She mentioned in the video you showed that they mentioned the term nourishing, so
Yes, that's right. Yeah. So yeah, it all depends, like I said, on the type of food you eat. So they're told to basically go on a diet, which is like kind of food which is pure, in the sense that, so if you're on a sattvic diet, then you avoid things like garlic and onion. Yeah. So even though they are vegetables, this is according to the Ayurveda classification, they consider this to be rajasic food, and this is considered to be making you active and restless at the same time. I don't know how that works. So it's saying like they might give you temporary enjoyment, but can upset your mind and body balance, leading to stress, which I find to be completely and utter nonsense, because garlic has its health benefits, and so does onions. So I don't know how it's going to imbalance you. If this is something no doctors, as far as I know, or dietitians, as far as I know, other than this, Hindus, who actually would come to such conclusions. And obviously, you have to stay away from things like this is the other type of diet, which is the tamasic, which makes you lazy and dull. So they say you have to stay away from food that is like chips and stuff, as well as meat and alcohol and tobacco. So these are considered to be tamasic food, and they can make you feel tired and unproductive. So I do agree with the alcohol and the tobacco. But I don't understand. I thought the meat was good in protein. And people who go to the gym, they should know, like it's just something that's not, in sync with being unproductive or feeling tired. It's the other way around. It gives you energy, alhamdulillah. It helps you, take in protein from in your body, which is crucial, this kind of energy for you to be productive. And so it's again, once again, I do not agree with their interpretation of this. So yeah, they kind of in the food that is recommended, so they say you have to stick to fruits and nuts and vegetables, and this is good for you, apparently. So yeah, this is I don't know if you notice another parallel here, Sheikh. Navratri, 9 days,
yes,
including fasting. What
yes.
reminds you within the Islamic calendar?
Of the 3 days that you mean the 3 white days?
Zil Hajjah, the 9 days.
Oh, the 9 days of Dhul Hijjah.
Yes.
Subhanallah, yeah.
We are not saying this is what they are celebrating, but it's
But,
just kind of similar,
but, but
because they use the term fasting, they use the term 9 days, and it kind of coincides very nicely.
and the most important thing, the lunar calendar.
Absolutely,
The
yes.
lunar calendar,
Lunar
yes.
calendar as well, yes. And that's the reason they say it comes in September, October, but then lunar calendar revolves all around
Revolves all the time, yeah.
the entire calendar. I don't know how they fix it to 2 months, even with the lunar calendar, because our Ramadan, it goes like summer, autumn, winter,
Yeah,
and then
subhanallah.
it
And guess what?
dislocates in a
Guess
lunar
what? There
calendar.
is there is the the Jewish New Year also
Mm.
today.
Oh, is it what, the Yom
Yeah.
Kippur?
The Jewish, no, it's not Yom Kippur. It's got a different name.
Yeah,
It's to do with the lunar calendar too,
right.
because the Jews, like the Muslims, they follow the lunar calendar. So
Yeah,
subhanallah,
alhamdulillah.
yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of similarities between some Abrahamic faiths, I'm assuming, and this is, yeah. So I think is it Rosh Hashanah?
Rosh Hashanah, barakallahu fiqh. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Oh,
the
it's
one. Yeah.
religious. Yeah. Thank you, Bengal Tiger. Jazakallah khair. Right. So yeah, let's continue playing the video, inshallah.
What is Chaitra Navratri and why we celebrate it? Chaitra Navratri is a 9-day festival celebrated in the Hindu month of Chaitra. It usually occurs in March or April. The festival celebrates the 9 nights when goddess Durga defeated the demon Mahishasur. Story of Mahishasur. Long ago, there was a demon called Mahishasur who had received several boons from Lord Shiva himself. When his pride and arrogance grew, he started troubling the gods and humans. Mother Durga manifested from the powers of all gods and goddesses and ended the demon's evil ways by killing him.
Right. So that's the other thing I don't understand. If a god is giving boons to demons, and he should know that the demon is going to use it for negative things to, kill gods and humans, why would
Yeah,
you give them boons?
what is the omniscience of like one of the attributes or the characteristic of a god
Mm,
is to be omniscient, all
exactly.
knowing.
Yeah.
So
And
he
and wise. And
and
wise.
wise, yeah. So you're not
If you
going
are a
to.
god, why would you give something to a demon who would be killing gods and men? It's crazy. It's like they
unless,
have to
unless you want
they have to
to
undo
unless you want
the
to unless you want him to do so.
yeah. But the thing is, then they have to undo the damage that their boons have caused. Yeah, the demon was given this power, this energy to misuse their boons. The boons are these special gifts, like
That you give.
miracles they have been given, and then these demons misuse it. So why give it to them? Yeah, it's crazy. It's the same thing with Ram and Ravan. So Ravan was given these boons by, I think, Brahma, and then he kidnapped Sita with his power and his energy. Did they not know that this poor Sita was going to get kidnapped by this Rakshas Ravan, by this demon Ravan? It's crazy. And then they have to go through all the trouble, taking Ram, I don't know, an entire year to find his wife in Lanka with this monkey army and Hanuman, going there, burning the entire Lanka. A lot of damage has been caused. A lot of people got killed because of that so-called boon given to these Rakshasas, these demons. It's just crazy. It defeats common sense, let alone
Subhanallah.
God's wisdom.
Look in Islam, Allah Jalla wa Ala warn us from the shaitan. And
Mm,
Allah Jalla wa Ala tells us that the shaitan has got no power over humans. But all he does, he whispers and people fall. But he has got no power over us.
absolutely. And
And
Allah has
Allah
power
warns us
over
Allah,
everything.
pardon?
Allah has power over everything.
Yes, subhanallah. So the La ilaha illallah, it's just kind of like mind
Yeah.
blowing when you hear
I
these
mean,
things.
look, if somebody's wife is kidnapped and they were actually God and they had the power, yes, you wouldn't wait 1 year to rescue your
No,
wife.
no,
Yes.
no.
It's just crazy. I mean, this guy Hanuman, who he's another god, this monkey god, he can carry an entire mountain from one place to another.
But he can't save his wife. He had to wait 1 year.
Yeah, why can't Ram just tell Hanuman to go and get his wife? Simple as that. Or even instead of the army, waiting an entire year to somehow regroup and assemble, he could have taken the army and placed them inside Lanka, got the work done, and come out like a SWAT team, like special forces.
Special forces, yeah. You're
Yes, so I
absolutely
don't know
right.
how it works. I mean, this mythology has got a lot of questionable things in there. This, I'm pretty sure the Hindus ask these questions, but then they just rubbish it as, oh, this is all part of Leela. This is all just an illusion, play of gods. I mean, at least play fair, man. Come on.
Like in the Quran, it
Yeah,
says
yeah, go on.
"Asatir al-awwalin." It's the myth of the earlier, the early ones.
Yes, yes. So yeah, it's something that we need to ask the question to the Hindus. Hopefully, they'll join the stream and answer the question. By the way, today the stream is about Hinduism, so I don't want any Hindus coming here doing any sort of whataboutery. What about this in Islam? Yeah, we'll discuss that. We have alternate days, alternate Thursdays now, where you can actually answer this question. We can answer this during the Islam Q&A, or during the open Q&A, where you can ask these questions. So today, stick to Hinduism, because we are going to make sure that you guys do. And Sheikh, in case I forget, do remind me, and I'll do
Yes,
the
I
same
will.
for you.
I will, inshallah.
Right, let's continue with the video, inshallah.
Coming on to what is Sharad Navratri and why we celebrate it. It is celebrated in the Hindu month of Ashwin, which is September to October, and culminates in the festival of Dussehra. Sharad Navratri is a 9-day festival that commemorates the victory of good over evil. Story behind Sharad or Ashwin Navratri. It is said that Sri Ram observed this Navratri for the first time before he went to Lanka to fight with Ravan, the demon king. While he wanted to get the blessings of Mother Durga, he did not want to wait for another 6 months to do the puja and then go for the war. From then onwards, the Ashwin Navratri became famous. Hope you liked the information on Navratri.
Right. So Ram couldn't wait for 6 months, so he preponed the festival, and that's how they enjoy it. It's because he wanted the blessings of Durga. This is a
The
goddess.
mother, the feminine
Yes.
mother.
So it's a goddess. So he wanted the blessing, so he couldn't wait for the puja, so he did it 6 months in advance, and that's the reason they celebrate two different Navratris. So yeah, today is actually the Sharat Navratri when they start, and it's going to continue on until the 11th of this month,
So,
which is like
so,
9 days,
so,
isn't it?
so what is Gupt Navratri, and they have got two, Pragat Navratri and Gupt Navratri.
Yeah, like I said, it depends which Hindus you ask. They might
Okay,
be celebrating 4 Navratris in a year, but as always, this is like the main one where they fast, they feast, and they dance.
they dance. Yeah, so it's three
And
things.
it's a nuisance for the people who live around there, and this includes Hindus, because they start playing their drums and their loud music in huge megaphones, and it's blasting music at decibels that is actually forbidden in
Uh,
cities.
And you know what? Another thing, it's got sexual nature too to it.
Oh yeah, well, they are
It's got
goddesses. Yeah, so a
it's
lot
got
of
sexual nature to it, and lots of rapes do happen during this festival. By the way,
yeah, I mean it's a lot of damage to the environment as well, just like the
Ch-
Ganesh
the Ganesh
Chaturthi,
Chatra,
because they throw these idols in the seas, in the rivers, and it pollutes it with all the plaster of Paris and the metallic colors that they use, which pollutes the marine life with mercury and all sorts of other toxic things. So yeah, I mean, with the not only the noise pollution, but also on the 10th day when they celebrate, burning of this 10-headed Ravan, the effigies are burned, and this again causes air pollution, obviously. So a lot of pollution, noise pollution, water pollution, air pollution, all sorts, and this happens on a massive scale. You're talking
people
about
getting
nearly,
people getting electrocuted like in Ganesh
yeah,
Prati.
yeah, absolutely, because they build this huge effigies of these
Yes,
statues of this Durga, sitting on a lion and whatnot.
yes.
Um, so yeah, if you actually see the image of this, let me just show you from. Yeah, I think I can just use our thumbnail to show it to you. There you go. So if you look at the image
Subhanallah.
here of this
Yes,
goddess, she's got lots of different weapons in her hand,
yes,
sitting on a lion. That's considered animal cruelty. But
yes.
yeah, she's got all sorts of weapons. So anyone who says Hinduism is a peaceful religion, I think they should look at their goddesses and gods.
Absolutely.
Yeah, having this really, because it's supposed to give you a fierce kind of look, and they have actually beautified this Durga. They have some really horrible pictures, which
And she represents feminism.
oh yeah, not just feminism, but feminist with a lot of power and lots of weapons.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, this is a symbolic representation of the divine feminine goddess called Durga, or they call Shakti as well, I think. And there's an entire tradition within Hindus called the Shaktas. So just like they have Vaishnavism, Shaivism, they have some another tradition called Shaktism, where they primarily focus on worshipping the goddess Durga or Shakti here. You know, she comes in different forms during different times. Whenever and
Don't they
when
say that don't they say that the entire creation came from Shakti?
yeah, those Shaktas do actually. In fact, not only when I say Shakta, this is a tradition which considers the supreme goddess as the Shakti,
Shakti, yeah.
and they in their books, you know, in Shakti Puran and all the other books, Vishnu and Shiva are actually created by her, and they serve her as her servants.
Subhanallah. God serving.
Yes, God's, because she's the supreme being,
Supreme, yeah. So
and
it's
she,
not Brahma the supreme. Shakti is the supreme because
yeah,
all creation is hers.
yeah. So depending on the tradition again. So the Vaishnavas will say this is rubbish. The Shaivites will say this is rubbish. So the Shaivites obviously think Shiva is the supreme god,
They,
and all
they
the other
also
gods and
say
goddesses serve him.
they also say Prakriti, the superior creation.
Yeah.
Prakriti,
So Prakriti just means matter. Yeah.
superior creation.
Yes. So it's anything that's matter, and the Shakti is the energy. So
Yeah,
Shiva represents the matter, Shakti represents the energy.
cheers.
The question would be, does that mean Shiva doesn't have his energy? Does he have to depend on Shakti? I
Well,
mean,
this
or
is this is a
Parvati?
this is a question Hindus should answer then.
Yeah. So inshallah, hopefully they'll come and join us.
Inshallah,
And
inshallah.
as I said, stick to Hinduism for today. Because we give them an opportunity. It's not like we are scared to answer your questions about Islam. We do have a special Thursday for you where you can actually ask those questions. So don't try to use the excuse that, oh, we are scared to answer questions. No, we are not. We're here. The whole idea of having these streams is so you can have a platform where you can ask us questions, and we have a platform where we ask you questions about your faith. So I think that's pretty fair if you ask me, inshallah. Right.
Alhamdulillah, it's fair.
Yeah, I've got one more video, inshallah. We're going to see how those 9 nights are celebrated based on which different goddesses or different forms of goddesses as they were. And this is again from TRS. They make some good videos, you know, like at least they bring in their scholars where they discuss, and which kind of is what I would expect from a religious channel, a channel that discusses religions. Right, so the title of the video is Nav Durga, the meaning of the different days of Navratri. And this is the host.
The Navdurga actually represent the evolution of a woman, through the different stages of life.
Yeah.
And that's how it is related to the world around us. It's not just some obscure goddess sitting in some different world. You can see it happening around you.
Yeah.
Right. So you start with Shail Putri. That's the first form of the goddess. The first day of Navratri is dedicated to Shail Putri. And Shail means mountain. So it is the daughter of the mountain, which is Parvati. Right. So Parvati also means the same, and Shail Putri, another adjective to define the same thing. So
Who was Parvati in our Puranas?
Parvati is the wife of Lord Shiv.
Okay.
And she was a rebirth of Sati.
Mm.
who was actually Lord Shiv's wife earlier. And then, there's a whole episode, and then she was reborn as Parvati, and she was the daughter of the mountain king, Himvan. Okay. So that is why she's known as Shailputri.
Gotcha.
So you see, the goddess here is a child. She may not be represented as a child, but she's clearly described as the daughter, right? She's the daughter of the mountain. When you move to the next stage, that's of Brahmacharini. The second days of goddess Brahmacharini, where she's depicted as a mendicant, as an ascetic. So this is the next stage of life. And Parvati, because she was a rebirth of Sati, she was born with that burning desire of obtaining Shiva as her husband again. And as a teenager, she started to materialize or manifest that dream, right, by doing deep penance, tapasya. And she was a brahmacharini in that form. So she's that teenager or adolescent who knows what she wants in life, and she's working towards it. That's the next stage of life, of evolution.
Right. So here we're discussing the evolution of a goddess, and
from Sati
they have
to
desires.
Parvati.
Yeah, they have desires to have a husband, to, obviously as a teenager, adolescent, they know what they want. I mean, this is all flowery language, but you can read between the lines.
Yes.
So it's obviously they have their own sexual desires at that age, and this is a goddess is now yearning for this kind of relationship with her husband. So she's seeking a male who can basically satisfy or basically that fire of whatever desire she has in her. But yeah, this is, like I said, this is symbolic language which they use in order to make you understand that Parvati, who's the wife of Shiva, she takes birth in different forms, and during every form that she comes in, she desires Shiva to be her husband. I don't understand. I mean, if you're a goddess, shouldn't you have that? Do you have to go through that evolutionary trajectory in order to get what you want? I don't know. I don't know how they make sense of it. All right. So let's continue, inshallah. Oh, mashallah. Looks like Sister Swati is here. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
Salam.
For a girl, for any person rather, you are in your childhood, you are recognized as the son or daughter of someone. In your teenage or in your growing up years, you start forming some ideas about yourself, and you have some aims in life, forming, taking shape, right? The next form of the goddess, the third day, is Ma Chandraghanta. This is the form of married woman, married Parvati, who has, who's sitting on a lion, and she's holding all the weapons of goddess Durga, right? So sometimes she's Chaturbhuji, sometimes she's Ashtabhuji. I mean, she has 8 arms or 4 arms or whatever. She's carrying the arms, the weapons of the different gods. So she is the accomplished woman, this is the next stage of her life, where she's matured into a woman who's into a successful marriage, right? She's happy. And the next form is of Ma Kushmanda. Again, very similar depiction, but there's one very beautiful change in the things that she holds. Besides the weapons, she's also holding a pot of honey. Okay, so honey, or a kalash, has it represents a womb in Hinduism. It represents the garbh. So she's moving to the next stage of life, which is motherhood. And the next form is of Skandamata. Skand is Kartike, so mother of Skand. She's literally the mother of God.
So I don't know if you remember from the last time, he mentioned Kartike. So Kartike is actually the brother of Ganesh. He's the brother of Ganesh, and he's worshipped mainly in South India. I think the Tamil people, they worship him, and it's considered to be a powerful god as well. Again, we are seeing an evolution of a goddess, from her teens into this motherhood, and then, from the teens to womanhood to motherhood. And many of the Hindus, they actually say to us that everything is Brahman. These are all different manifestations of Brahman. I mean, the question I would like to ask them is, when this goddess Parvati, whatever form she comes in, the wife of Shiva, when she gets pregnant, who gets pregnant really? Is it Brahman or is it Parvati? Because you're saying they're all actually different representations of Brahman. So you should be able to tell me whose identity is she carrying, her own or that of Brahman? Yes.
Hashim, do you see the face of the interviewer all the time? Even last time when the
Yeah.
grimaces on his face when he asks certain questions, you could tell that it's painful.
It's you're probably hearing it first time and is trying
Yeah,
to
it's
process it.
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, like last time when we showed him, his face was all kind of all the.
He wasn't a happy chap.
No, he wasn't. And now also again, he's kind of like you could see the pain in his facial expressions.
Yeah, because all these stories from especially the Puranas are like so mind-boggling that you just can't help making that expression. It's natural, I guess. So yeah, many of the Hindus, they actually hear this for the first time, let alone the Muslims, and they find this. The more they dig into the Puranas, the more extraordinary things they find, and some of it is just, like I said, mind-boggling. Right.
Subhanallah.
Let's continue the different forms of this goddess again. So we are discussing the Nav Durga, or the 9 forms of Durga. And this is the meaning of the different days of Navratri, the 9 days of Navratri.
That is the first time the goddess is depicted as a mother.
Kartikeya is the god of war. in
Yes,
Hinduism.
yes. Kartik is the god of war.
Yeah, he's got 2 wives, just like Ganesh.
And he's the son of Shiva and Parvati. And in this depiction, it's very beautiful. She's still sitting on a lion with a baby skand on her lap, but she does not have any arms, as in no weapons. She does not hold any weapons in her arms. So it shows the nurturing aspect. She's graduated from that level of being an independent woman to a married woman with certain responsibilities. Now her focus is her child, which is what happens, right? As soon as a kid is born, a mother's attention, the child is the mother's world, for at least couple of years. But if we assume that that is the end of it, that's we're mistaken, because the next form takes her into the most popular form of the goddess of Durga. The 6th form is of Ma Katyayini. That's the name of goddess Durga. So, the 6th form being Katyayini, you'll see that Durga Puja pandals, they start giving a glimpse of the Devi from the 6th day onwards, right? So the 6th form is Katyayini. And she is achieving, a magnificent feat there. So her life does not end after becoming a mother. Even after that, she's continuing her career, or she's continuing her aspirations, and she's doing something which the gods couldn't do. And she's killing Mahishasur.
Brother Hashim, don't
Yeah.
you realize? Don't you see one thing? Devi is always killing. She's always killing. That's
Yeah.
all she does.
Except when she's holding a baby.
Okay. But because all it is just killing and killing the Asuras.
Yeah. I mean, do you not realize what's happening here? I mean, this is describing basically a human being.
Yes.
You go through teenage years. You're a baby, born as a baby, go through your teenage years, your adolescence,
Mountain
your
child.
womanhood, your motherhood, and also the struggles you have in your life, which is what this symbolism is, I believe. So this is Mahishur, who is supposed to be a demon, given a boon by her own husband. And then,
Shiva,
the wife has to clean up after all that massacres that he's committed. It's just crazy. But yeah, let's carry on. So I don't know if you notice one thing here. She's actually destroyed a buffalo as well.
Buffalo, yeah, I see. The buffalo is absolutely bleeding from his noses and mouth.
Yes. And I I don't know if I'm right, but it's probably the animal this Maheshwar was riding. But I might be wrong. I mean, maybe the Hindus can correct us. But yeah, I don't see why the violence against an animal is necessary,
Yes,
even if that was the case.
Yeah, it reminds me. It
Right, you had
reminds me
that-
of certain. It reminds me of certain people.
Mm,
First Samuel.
yeah. There's also a snake. This is another weapon that she has unleashed, I think.
Oh, subhanallah.
Right, let's carry on.
boon that he would not be killed by any male of any species. So goddess Durga was created by the combined energies of all the gods, to achieve that.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, she's created by all the energies of all the gods.
Yes, but the key word that is created.
Created, yeah.
Yes, which means she's a creation.
Yeah,
she
she's
can't be
not
a
a god.
goddess
She can't be, yeah.
unless your interpretation of a goddess is someone who's created.
But you see,
That is the
subhanallah, the Greco-Roman philosophy and that,
Yeah,
for
yeah.
example, Julius Caesar and stuff, they used to elevate themselves from emperor to god.
Yeah, it's the same. It's a mythology after all. You have
Yes.
the Greek mythology and you have the Hindu mythology,
Yeah.
where the only way they represent
The
their
Roman
gods
one.
is,
And the
Yeah.
Roman one too.
yeah, they're all same kind of same root, isn't it?
Yes, subhanallah.
And they all represent their gods and their goddesses as humans and animals and half humans,
Yeah.
and you name it. Like this is pretty much the hallmark of paganism.
Yeah, and Trinity came out from them Greco-Roman philosophies anyway.
Yeah, that's another whole kettle of fish.
Yes, subhanallah.
Let's continue.
Form of Katyayani. And from Katyayani, we move to Kalratri, Ma Kali, which is, the most scary form of the goddess, probably for a lot of people. And people don't understand. There is a reason to it. The
Makali.
Yeah, this is a fierce form of the goddess.
Durga was created by the combined energies of all the gods, to achieve that particular feat. So that is a form of Katyayani. And from Katyayani, we move to Kalratri.
All right. Now we saw an animal killed earlier, a buffalo. And here we see a man being decapitated. Whether it's a Rakshas or whatever it is, it's just another horrific image. I mean, if we see this, we're probably saying it's probably they saw some jinn or something, and then they just made an image out of it. So she's got a garland of human skulls, and she's got limbs around her waist, and she's holding the decapitated head of this Rakshasa that Kali Ma has killed. So this is a goddess, a fierce
Ma Kali,
form.
Which is, the most scary form of the goddess, probably for a lot of people. And people don't understand. There is a reason to it. She is so scary because she's supposed to scare the daylights out of the demons. In that same battle with Mahishasur, there are other demons involved. There's Shumb and Nishum, there's Chand and Mund, there's Raktabij. And goddess Kali is created from Durga, to deal with certain demons. And Kali is, shown standing on top of Shiva. One of her feet is on Shiva. So,
Ooh, did you hear that?
Yes, she's stepping on Shiva, yeah.
That picture we saw, the guy lying on the floor, he was Shiva.
Shiva. And the other thing is, again, created.
From a previous life.
Created. Again, using created. Makali was created by Durga.
But basically, I think it is because Shiva's power energy was going to destroy the world. So she had to basically, control and suppress that energy, which was going to destroy the universe. And that was by suppressing Shiva himself. And again, this is symbolic, obviously. It's how they represent. But if you see a creation stepping on top of a creator, or basically a supreme god like Shiva, I don't know who's wearing the pants in their home. It's crazy. The feminine body is suppressing the male god, who is the supreme god of the Hindus.
There's different stories to explain that, but we'll get into that later, when we talk about other manifestations of Kali. But Kali is one of the most fascinating aspects, and it shows goddess as an independent woman, where, the woman is on top, right? And
that's what I meant, woman on top.
Top.
I mean, I don't know where
wearing the trousers.
Feminists probably got the ideas from these guys.
Subhanallah.
She is in control. And from Kali, after the goddess is at top, right? And she is in control. Independent woman, about other manifestations of Kali. But Kali is one of the most fascinating aspects, and it shows goddess as an independent woman, where, the woman is on top, right? And she is in control. And from Kali, after the goddess has achieved all these, accolades, and she's done whatever was required of her, and whatever she probably wanted to do herself, she attains the form of Mahagauri. So before that, she was known as Shailputri, she was Brahmacharini, she was Skandamata. There's different relations that are defining her. But now Gauri, has become Mahan. She has gained importance, she has gained recognition in the world, and she's become Mahagauri. And then the next form is of Siddhidatri, which is very close to Lakshmi, the form of Lakshmi, where, it's in all the forms of the goddess, wherever there's a progression, you see the last form is of Lakshmi. So that probably shows that, whatever the strife in your life or whatever challenges you're dealing with, the ultimate aim is for that self-actualization stage, where you're calm and quiet and peaceful and you have everything going right for you. And Ma Siddhidatri is actually depicted being worshipped by the gods, the demons, the rishis, the manavs. So everybody bows down before her. So I find it very beautiful, and I think it kind of resonates with what we see in the society around us. Women are performing so many different functions. They take care of home, they take care of their work, and a lot of women sacrifice their career, for raising children or whatever. But these goddesses teach us that life need not end there. You can pursue your dreams. You can actually become someone that you were never before, right? And yourself, get self-actualized and achieve something for yourself beyond the descriptions that the relations put you into. You're not a daughter anymore. You're not a wife anymore. You're not a mother anymore. You are you, right? So that's the beauty of the Navdurga.
Thanks for watching. Make sure
Right. If that is not feminism, I don't know what is. The language, the symbolism, the everything, and it just shows, like, if you read their scriptures, it's actually the women were always downtrodden. In fact, they were even of lower birth, and this is actually pretty clear in the Bhagavad Gita, one of the books that's been probably the most whitewashed. It still retains this lower birth of a woman. And actually, I can bring up the passage if any Hindu wants to challenge that later on, inshallah. So yeah, I mean, it's these are the 9 different what do you say, avatars or evolutions of Ma Durga or Shakti, as she's called as well. And this is what it is. Basically, it's all about worshipping the feminine divinity within the Hindu, mythology that we see today.
And we have realized one thing, that's all about killing.
Yes, and animals as well.
Yes,
and the animals are not spared.
Yeah, everyone. I mean, look, they say killing the devils, yeah, but subhanallah, the Makali is uglier than the devil she was killing.
I think that's what he explained. So he said she had to be ugly to scare the daylights out of the demons.
The demon is better looking.
Yeah. So it's definitely not the face that a child would want to see, or even some grown-ups, I guess. Yeah. So inshallah, we're going to put the link up very quickly. So Sheikh, do you want to maybe just give a brief as to how the Muslims would actually not only condemn this, but this is beyond what Islam would have actually highlighted as teaching?
The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
In 5 minutes, inshallah, but I'll put you on solo mode. Yeah,
inshallah.
You can carry on, inshallah.
The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, even going into war, he told us, not to destroy a tree, not to cut off a tree, not to destroy, for example, synagogues or any buildings, not to kill elderly, and especially not to kill animals. And as we have seen here, everything that went on is actually by killing. And killing what? Killing animals, like the buffalo that we've seen being killed. For subhanallah, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, even in killing animals, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said to us in a hadith that when you want to sacrifice your animal, sharpen your weapon like your knife, sharpen it properly, and put your animal that you're going to sacrifice at ease. Subhanallah. This is from the mercy of Allah Jalla wa Ala. Even when you want to do sacrifice, And the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam also said, وَإِذَا قَتَلْتُمْ فَأَحْسِنُوا الْقِتْلَةِ, that if you want in the war, if you want to kill, don't go subhanallah al-azim and kill in a very ugly way, like decapitating, and because when if you read the seerah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when in the battle of Uhud, when the stomach, the belly of Hamza radiallahu anhu was opened, and his liver was taken, and he was, Hind bint Utbah radiallahu anha, she really kind of like destroyed the body in somehow. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said that if he meets the kuffar again in a war, he will do the same thing to them. But Allah Jalla wa Ala told him not to do it. So Islam is a mercy in everything. A mercy in the way we deal with our elderly, a mercy in the way we deal with our children, in the way we sacrifice our animals. Even in the law of war, there is mercy in there. Subhanallah, subhanallah. Unlike what we have seen, then what we take from here, like the term of created, every time you hear that a God was created, and Allah Jalla wa Ala says, قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدٌ اللَّهُ الصَّمَدُ لَمْ يَلِدْ وَلَمْ يُولَدْ. He was not begotten and he beget not. So, but in here we hear that a goddess creates another goddess, and that goddess that is created, she takes different forms to be something else. Subhanallah. From the mercy of Allah Jalla wa Ala, and since we're talking about mercy, that Allah Jalla wa Ala has got 100 mercy, and he kept 99 for himself and sent one mercy down to earth. And from this mercy, the one mercy that Allah Jalla wa Ala sent down, all the animals and the jinn and humankind, we, from this mercy, we are merciful to each other. So can you imagine that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, as he said in the hadith, that from the mercy of the horse, that it takes its hoof from in order not to stampede the foal. So subhanallah, look at the mercy. Like the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, once this woman, she was talking about her child, and the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam told the Sahaba that, do you think that that woman will be able to throw that child into the hellfire? They said, no, Rasulullah. He said, Allah Jalla wa Ala is more merciful than that woman with her kids. So Allah Jalla wa Ala's mercy is absolutely unbelievable. It's there is nothing we can compare it to. He's merciful that he forgives and Jalla wa Ala, and can admit people to paradise without even kind of punishing them. Look just at the mercy that one mercy that is divided amongst his creation. Subhanallah, we use it between us. I once saw there was a clip of video that I saw once, that this lioness, she had a wildebeest, like a baby wildebeest, and subhanallah, she couldn't eat it. She protected it like as it was her mother, as if she was the mother of that wildebeest. Now look, this animal is supposed, that's what is built, the instinct that is in it is to kill. It's a killer animal. Yet, subhanallah, Allah Jalla wa ala put mercy in her heart, that lonely wildebeest, she started protecting it. And when other lions came in order to eat it, she was fighting them. In Al-Bidayah wa Nihaya, which is a book by Imam Al-Hafid Ibn Kathir rahmatullah alayhi, the beginning and the end, Al-Bidayah wa Nihaya, it talks, I think it's in the volume number 5, if my memory serves me right. He talks about that one of the Muslims saw this bird flying between two palm trees, and when he went up to see, he found that on the second palm tree there was a blind kind of snake, and that the actual bird was putting dates in the mouth of the snake. Look, even that these things that do happen, subhanallah, that we cannot kind of think about or even dream of, and this is all from what? From the mercy, that 100th part of mercy that Allah Jalla wa ala has put has divided amongst the human beings. And for that reason we have this mercy. And Allah Jalla wa ala, like in the hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, says, "Ar-Rahimuna yarhamuhumullah," that those who show mercy, Allah will show mercy towards them. There is mercy towards, like I mentioned before, mercy towards children. Subhanallah. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, once he was given a sermon in the masjid, and he saw Al-Hasan wal Hussein coming, and they were still young, and they had long dresses, and they were stepping on their dresses, so they were being the dress was not helping them in walking, so they kept falling down. So the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he came down from the pulpit, and he went and he brought them up, and he said, "I saw my two children." Of course, he's the granddad, so he called them his children. He said, "I saw my children coming and falling, and I couldn't bear it, so I had to pick them up." And he said, "Innama amwalukum wa awladukum fitna," that verily your wealth and your children are fitna for you. al-Mu'mineen Aisha radiyallahu anha, she tells us the story of one peasant, one Arabi, that he came and he saw the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam kissing his children, meaning Al-Hasan and Al-Hussein. And subhanallah, he said, "Oh, I have 10 children. I have never kissed one of them." The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam turned around to him and he said to him, "What am I to do if Allah Jalla wa ala has taken mercy from your heart?" Anas ibn Malik, this great Sahabi, when the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam came to Medina, his mother couldn't, like people were giving gifts to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Abu Ayyub al-Ansari hosted the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam in his house. But Anas ibn Malik, his mother, she wanted to do something for the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and she couldn't think about anything. So she took Anas ibn Malik to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and gifted her son to the service of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And this is Anas ibn Malik. He himself says, "I served the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam for 10 years. He has never scolded me. He has never told me off. He has never told me, why did you this instead of that? This is all shows you the mercy of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he is not a god. This is just a prophet, a mere man, not a god like Devi and like Durga and Kali and Chetra and Sarwasatri. So so subhanallah, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam also once he was told about this boy that he's throwing stones at a palm tree. So he asked for the boy to be brought to him, and he asked him. He said, "Why are you throwing the stones at the tree? Meaning you're gonna harm someone?" He said, "Oh Rasulullah, I'm hungry." So the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam wiped over his head, and he make dua, supplication for him that he shall not be hungry, inshallah. And he told him, don't throw stones, but eat from the dates that are already fallen dates on the ground. Subhanallah, the Prophet also sallallahu alayhi wasallam said, Inni la uhibbu an adkhula fi salati fa utilaha, that I like to start prayer and I like to prolong it. Then I hear a baby crying behind, meaning in the in the lines of the women, he hears babies crying. He said, then I just to read a small chapter like قل أعوذ برب الفلق وقل هو الله أحد, and small chapters, in order so that because he feels for the mother that hears that her child is crying and she can't do nothing for it. And this is from the mercy of Allah Jalla wa Ala that he put in the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Also, one thing about the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that he has never ever took vengeance for himself. Even the people that have fought him and have harmed his people and have done all the things to him, killed his family, killed his companions, kicked him out from Mecca, that he went to Medina. Once he was victorious over them and he conquered Mecca, he said to them, idhabu fa antum at-tulaqa, go, for you are the free ones. Subhanallah, when the battle of Tabuk, when the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, what we call Jaysh al-Usra, the army of hardship, when the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam went to Tabuk, and on the way back from Tabuk, he sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the head of the munafiqs, the head of the head of the munafiqs, who is Abdullah ibn Ubay ibn Salul, he subhanallah al-azim said, in udna in al-Madinah, that when we go back to Medina, la yukhrijanna al-a'azzu minha al-adal, that the mighty ones will kick out, the vulnerable ones, meaning the mighty one will kick the vulnerable one, which is Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And we know that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is mightier than him, and he is more honorable than him. But so a Sahabi heard it, and he told the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The son of Abdullah ibn Ubay ibn Salul, his name also was Abdullah. So Abdullah ibn ibn Ubay ibn Salul, when he heard that, he went to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He said to him, "Oh ya Rasulullah, let me, if you want to kill him, let me kill him. For if I see, if any of the Muslims kill him, I fear that I will see a person that killed my father, and I will kill him. And I would have killed a Muslim for a munafiq." Then guess what? Look at the mercy of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Anybody will take revenge for this, But the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said to him, he gave him an advice, and what a beautiful advice. He said, "Ahsin ilayh wa ahsin suhbata." He said, be good to him and be a show good companionship to him. That's what the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said. And he said something else. He said to him, don't do anything to him, for I do not want the people to say that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam kills his companions. Although although Abdullah ibn Ubay ibn Salul was a munafiq, and he wanted to humiliate the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam from his mercy and love, that he said, he called him to be a companion. Once after the conquest of Mecca, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was returning from a battle, and he had kind of spoils of war, and this Arabi, this peasant, came to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he grabbed him from his tobe, and really grabbed the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and put him down until the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was hurt, and you could see the sign of the collar of his tobe really deepened inside the neck of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And he said to him, "Oh Muhammad, give me, not Ya Rasulullah, oh Ya Nabi Allah, oh Prophet of Allah, oh Messenger of Allah." No, he called him like that. The peasants were people who had no kind of mannerism and that, because they are people of the desert. Most their time is amongst animals and that. They are like shepherds and that, so they are either with camels or with kettles or with so they hardly kind of like the manner. They lack the mannerism of people of Al-Madinah, for example, or of Mecca, like from the towns, meaning. So they are like villages. These are peasants. So subhanallah, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he forgive him, and he did not scold him, he didn't tell him off, but on the contrary, he gave him more than even that he couldn't carry what he's been given. And he went telling people, I have seen Muhammad giving what no man can give. So these were just a few situations talking about the mercy of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the mercy of Allah. And you could see this with what we have just seen in the video about goddesses chopping heads, goddesses killing animals for no reason at all. May Allah.
Jazakallah khair. Alhamdulillah. I'm sure we'll all benefit from that. Apologies for the delay. Just was making some your favorite shake, Moroccan Shai.
Oh, mashallah. MashaAllah. Where did you get the mint from? Where did you get the mint from?
This one? I got this from a Turkish shop, actually.
No, but did you put mint in it?
Yeah, of course. Shainana.
MashaAllah.
Can't have the tea without that, Sheikh. Jazakallah.
MashaAllah. Okay, next time I'll give you the passport then, yeah?
Inshallah. Right, so we put the link up for the Hindus primarily to join. So if there are any Muslims in the back studio, please join later. Inshallah, we will call you and invite you later on. But today, because the stream is about Hinduism, I will give them the preference so that we can ask them the questions, and maybe they could respond to some of the questions that we ask. And in turn, maybe they can ask us as to our view with regards to these festivals and so on, inshallah.
You know, Brother Hashim, sometimes the Muslim viewers, may Allah guide all of us to what's best for the dunya and the akhirah, they get upset when they are waiting and we don't get them. Please do not get upset, because what you have to understand, this program or this platform has got a purpose, which is education, and inshallah directing certain themes to certain people. So subhanallah, like on like today, like when we have the Q&A, you are most welcome and we take you early. But like now, don't get upset, don't get angry, don't get wind up because you have not been selected at the beginning. It's just for the purpose, which is this program today, which is this
Yeah,
stream
exactly. Yeah.
today, is for.
So it's a matter
So
of prioritizing,
yes,
depending on the topic that we are discussing. As I mentioned earlier, we have alternate weeks. So on one week, we are going to have an open Q&A where everyone can join, including the Hindus, the Muslims, the Christians, whatever, even the Jews. So and the atheists and the agnostics. So the whole lot can join during the Islam Q&A. We are doing this special series on the different festivals amongst the Hindus, and because very few people will actually understand what is the reason for these festivals, what the scenes as to what gave of its origin and so on. So we discuss that, and also the effects on the society, both in terms of the social norm and also the environment and so on. That's the reason we are doing this, and to study about Hinduism from the perspective of the Hindus. Obviously, we want to discuss with them directly, rather than us just assuming about their religion. So, inshallah, do bear with us. Do have patience, especially the Muslim brothers and sisters who want to join. We will give you the opportunity towards the end, inshallah, or maybe even earlier, if depending on how many Hindus are joining. So, inshallah, please bear with us until then. Jazakallah khair. Right. So, if there are any Hindus in the back studio? Okay, I think we got Keshav here. Our usual
Keshav.
caller.
Yes.
You remember
Your
Keshav?
usual friendly kafir. Hi guys, how are you?
If you say so, but yeah, usual friendly Hindu, I would say.
Yeah, I want to ask Keshav a question, which is to do with today's program. Anyway, today's stream.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
What's Tantra?
What is Tantra?
Yeah, you've got like the mantra, Tantra, Yantra. What's Tantra?
Tantra. I think tantric is. Let me actually look it up. First, let me look it up before I put it.
Google will give you an answer, but I think the Sheikh is that a question that probably you have an answer to already.
So what Google says, what's the concept of Tantra? One of the later Hindu Buddhist scriptures dealing specially with techniques and rituals included meditative and sexual practice, I guess.
Sexual practices, yeah. That's what it does. So because in Navratri, lots of kind of rapes do happen, and that because of this kind of like Tantra, you have to practice the mantra and Tantra to reach Yantra. And so what do you think about this kind of like practice?
Yeah, so I don't think it's related to the Shera. So these are two different things. I know there are a lot of incidents that I heard of that a lot of attack on women happen, and that's more because the Shera has Navratri, and Navratri has like all the celebration happen late till night, and then when women are walking from performing Garba to their homes, that's when a lot of men take advantage of it. But it has nothing to do with Tantra. The sexual aspect of Tantra is not associated with Navratri at all. It's just a different form of, I guess you can say, meditation or focus, right? So it's not associated.
Keshav, I beg to differ, man. Look, you barely know much about your faith. So I think instead of you making such assertions, I think you should study it first, with all due respect.
Yeah, I mean, I think because
Tantra is actually a practice that is actually incorporated in the worship of Shakti. Yes,
but it's not part of Navratri.
It is. That's what it says. Read properly. Okay. So it's because Shakti is worshipped during these 9 days. Yeah. And Navratri is very much linked actually to her worship, and Tantra is part of that.
Yes.
Okay. So you cannot say it's not linked to Navratri at all.
It is not linked with people with. I
You
think
didn't even know the meaning. You had to Google it.
Yeah.
So based on that, I would say it is safe to say, when you don't know, just say I don't know. Rather
No,
than
what
making
I can
assumptions.
tell you, I can definitely tell you the part I do know. So I celebrate Navratri myself. I do
Yeah,
know.
but for most Hindus, these festivals are basically just festivals. So it's like feasting and dancing is the main thing. I don't know how many of you actually fast during these festivals, but many Hindus are well versed with the festival, but they don't know the spirituality or even the meaning or the origin of these things. They just go with the flow with whatever their society does. And cultural Hindus like yourself, Keshav, are basically, I would say, pretty much ignorant of what the reality is behind these festivals. And that's the reason you'll say Tantra has nothing to do with Navratri when it actually does.
Tantra has nothing to do with the. I think if Sheikh was alluding to the sexual assaults happening on women during Navratri.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Why do you think it doesn't happen?
It does
Because,
happen.
Because a lot of people actually drink in these festivals as well, even though it's not recommended by their own gurus. They actually do, because a lot of people enjoy themselves. It's like a rave, which is
Yeah, but
devoid of spirituality, more to do with enjoyment. And
right.
unfortunately, many modern day Hindus have fallen into this trap
Yeah,
because they have
the
become more
ecstasy.
secular and westernized.
Yeah,
And
they
that's the
reach.
reason you see these young ladies,
So
dancing
hold
in the
on.
garbas,
Let,
almost like half naked, I would say.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, yeah.
let
No, and
me.
also the Tantra, sorry, Keshav, and also the Tantra, they talk about reaching the ecstasy and a lot of things. I don't want to use certain terms because of the time of the day.
Yeah.
So I don't want to use certain terms. I want
Yeah.
to keep it
No
as
18
clean.
plus terms now. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanna keep it as clean as I can. But really, it's a practice, because you chant the mantra, you chant the mantra, and then you add to it the tantra to reach the yantra. It's a thing. It's been sexualized in a way. It's
No,
been
but
No,
sexualized in a
no
way that
tantra or mantra
people.
for me. I prefer my chai nana.
Yeah, my China, that's it.
that's good. Enjoy that. But no, I think what I want to. If you're saying that the men who are assaulting women during Navratri are doing that because they claim that they are performing Tantra, that part I disagree with. I mean,
No,
I'm not.
he's not saying that is the reason. Obviously, some people misuse these festivals for their own sexual urges,
That's all it
and
is.
they might be fraudulent, like some of these so-called dongi babas out there, who actually use sex as a tool for trapping young women, saying
Mhm.
that you will get this special, I don't know, powers or whatever, your whatever your wishes are and all that. And they use sex as a tool basically. And we know many of these tantra practicing people like Osho. Do you remember this
Yes.
entire thing that happened in America?
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
of his property was then taken away by the FBI. He had like 50 Rolls Royces or something.
And
Where do you think he got all that money from?
and
Is
and
misusing
and
his
and
position.
jet
But have you? I
and
mean, we are
free
going a
jet.
bit off topic. But have you read? I know he has a dark side or the negative side of him. But have you read or seen his meditation techniques?
Look here, my friend. If somebody has a dark side, okay, that shows that he is not someone to be trusted. Okay,
But
a
that,
righteous
but that
person.
dark side came later on. Every human being, when has too much of power.
Yeah,
Uh,
so it's in fact that just exposes him even more. If he was this spiritual guru who was supposed to give you, good impart good knowledge and maybe some morality into you, he turned out to be the exact opposite. And that is exactly what Allah has warned us with regards to the Dajjal. When the Dajjal will come, he'll tell everyone that he's righteous, and then he'll claim to be like the Masih,
God,
like Isa
he
alayhi
claimed
salam
to
in a
be
way,
God.
and then eventually he'll claim to be God. So this is the evolution of the dark side. Once you go to the dark side, it gets worse and worse, and it just engulfs you completely.
every human has the ability to become dark.
Yeah,
It's not.
every human has both, they can obey or disobey God. But what I'm saying is that once you have identified them to be disobedient and to be unrighteous, and once their mask is torn off and the real face is revealed, then you can't go on praising that person anymore.
No, because his later actions are different from what his earlier actions were. His meditations were really very useful. The 5 or 6 meditation techniques that he
Yeah,
brought
but
into
look,
his school,
look,
that's why he got followers.
but he used, you know, it's not the means, it's the aim. He used proper means to have a bad aim at the end of it. So don't look at the means he used, look at the result from the means that he used.
I think
Because
we
that's
focus
how he,
mainly we focus mainly on the end of the life of an individual, and we judge him by that, because that is what is going to count, you know. So all the goodness that you might have done previously, it has now been overshadowed by this unrighteousness and the immorality and the sinful and criminal nature of yours. So it is how you end during your life, at the end of your life, how that particular period is what counts. So if you might be, let's say, extremely sinful at the beginning, and then at the end of your life you become very righteous, so that is counted towards your righteousness. Do you remember that story of that individual who killed 99 people, Sheikh? Maybe you can
yes,
narrate that.
yes, it's in Sahih al-Bukhari. It's in Sahih al-Bukhari. He was from the Banu Israel, from the Banu Israel, from the Israelite, and he was a bad person. He killed 99 people, and then he said, "Oh." He regretted it, and he said, "I need to look for atonement." And on his journey to look for atonement, he went to this kind of refuge where there was not a scholar, but just a worshipper. Now, the worshipper is not as clued as a scholar. So the man asked him. He said, "I have killed 99 people. Do I have any atonement? Is there any way out from this?" The worshipper, not being clued up, he said to him, "Oh, Allah will not forgive you." And what happened? He said, "Well, since Allah will not forgive me, let me make you number 100." And he killed him. And then he still carried on in his journey until he reached a refuge whereby there was this scholar. So he asked the scholar, he said to him, is there any atonement for me? He said, "Yes, there is. But what you have to do, don't remain in the place where you are, but go to this other village or other town." The reason why he told him, because sometimes what happens is you are the product of your environment. So probably the place where he was a place of evildoers and stuff. If he returns to it, he will surely go back on doing the same thing as he was. But the town which the scholar mentioned to him is a town of righteousness. So on the way there, he, subhanallah, he died. So Allah Jalla wa Ala, the angels came, the angels of mercy came down, and the angel of wrath came down, and they disputed regarding who's gonna take him. So they went to Allah Jalla wa Ala, and Allah Jalla wa Ala is the all-knowing, and he said to them, measure the land, the distance between the refuge of the scholar, between the refuge of the scholar and the place where he dropped dead, and between the place where he dropped dead and the town, the righteous town. So Allah Jalla wa Ala commanded the earth to draw near to the righteous town. So the angel of mercy ended up taking him. In the essence of this story, that it doesn't matter what you do, it is always how you finish. The end is the actual. He wanted to repent, he wanted atonement, he did what he did for it. And Allah Jalla wa Ala, since because he showed sincerity, Allah Jalla wa Ala, the all merciful, forgive him for all what he did, and subhanallah, and granted him mercy.
Absolutely, yeah. Barakallah Fiqh, Sheikh. Yes. So it's the end which is a defining factor for your salvation. Yes. Yes, Keshav, what do you think of that?
It's an interesting story, and definitely Islamic perspective. Definitely interesting story. I do like the part where the wise man told him not to go back to his old place. I think that's very smart, very wise. People can use it even in the current day. Like what Sheikh said.
Keshav, subhanallah, there is a saying. There is a saying in English. It says, "He who keeps company to the wolves will learn how to howl."
True, very true.
Yes.
Yeah, that's very wise indeed.
Yeah. So Keshav, what do you think of this Navratri in your experience? Like, what does it? I don't know. What does it achieve really?
What does it achieve? So first of all, I would kind of, I think I'll tell you my personal experience. I like it. My family always does fast, and it's a great festival to celebrate the, at least from my perspective or our perspective, the feminine power in the, in our society. But before I go that, I would kind of correct a couple of things that you might have said earlier when you were, which was more like. I know some of the images of our goddess and goddesses could be very confusing. So one thing. Sorry?
Yeah, no, please do go ahead and tell us. If we made any mistakes, we are open to, No,
I wouldn't say mistake, but just I'm kind of clarifying it. So first of all, the garland of the heads was not of human beings. Those garland of the head that Kali was wearing was that of the demon, Raktapit. So the story, I kind of quickly tell you the story. So that explains why she was stepping on Lord Shiva as well.
Mm-hmm.
So the way the story...
No, go ahead. I was just saying.
Yeah. So the way the story goes is Raktapit was a demon who had worshipped or prayed to Vishnu, I believe. And Vishnu had given him a boon, a blessing, that he would never die. That every time, because he was a very powerful demon, but also a great devotee of Lord Vishnu. So the boon that Vishnu had given him, that from every blood of his that drops on the ground, one more clone, so-called, his clone will develop. So he will never really die. Every time somebody tries to kill him and the drops of blood fall on the ground, that many Raktapits will, Rakt Bij will develop. That's why his name is Rakt, which is blood, Bij means seed. So he was terrorizing the humans and Devs both he was terrorizing, because he was not getting killed and Devs were trying to kill him. But every time they killed one version of him because of the blood, other versions grow up. So Devs were getting tired. They were looking for Lord Shiva to come and help them. But Lord Shiva was in his meditation. So he was not there. Lord Goddess Parvati, his wife, was there. So the Devs and the people came to Goddess Parvati and you need to do something. You need to save us from this Rakt Bij. And Goddess Parvati goes in her form, Parvati's form, to try to calm this Rakt Bij down and stop him from killing. But he keeps on killing more and more people. He keeps on killing, or rather fighting with Parvati as well. And at that time, Parvati transforms into Kali. So it's almost, it's kind of a really bad example, but perhaps the most relatable one is like if you think of Hulk, So
why is she stepping on Shiva?
Yeah, I'm coming to that.
Okay.
So once she gets into this state of extreme rage, what she does is she knows in that state why Rakt Bij is not dying. So what she does is every time she kills one Rakt Bij, rather than letting the blood of his drop on the ground, she will drink that blood. So that's why you see her drenched in blood, because she would not let the blood of the demon fall on the ground. And she would kill each demon and drink the blood, or let the blood be on her versus on the ground. As she's doing this, she gets into, as more and more Rakt Bij she kills, she gets into greater and greater sort of anger and frenzy, because there were so many of them all over. So she was getting, and now she was coming at the point that she had killed all the Rakt Bij and her anger was still not quiet. So she was now going on destroying the humans and the devs. She was just becoming the goddess of destruction, where she was destroying everything. And seeing this, the devs got kind of concerned, and they went again looking for Lord Shiva. This time they did find Lord Shiva, and they told him, this is what's happening. Goddess Parvati in her Kali avatar will destroy the entire earth and heaven and hell because she's so angry. So Shiva then goes, and as she's stepping on things, he lies on the floor right underneath her. And as soon as she's about to step on Shiva, she recognizes him as her husband. And when she sees him, she was about to kill her own husband. That's where her entire anger drains, and she becomes back into her Parvati state. So Shiva was on the floor to calm her anger. That's the depiction of that image.
You think she was powerful enough to kill Shiva?
I don't know. I mean, that isn't. She was powerful enough to cause destruction. I think was she powerful enough to kill Shiva? I wouldn't be the right person to answer that question.
Okay. I mean, look, one thing which we actually questioned during the presentation earlier was, why do gods give boons to these Rakshasas and demons who know they will use it in a way which is destructive to both humanity and to the gods in Hinduism?
Because gods, according to Hinduism, have to be neutral. If, like even Ravan, right? Ravan was a powerful demon. He got his power by worshipping Shiva. He was a big Shiva devotee. So
yeah, but he got the boon from Brahma, isn't it?
I don't know if it was Brahma, or if you read Brahma, it could be Brahma, or from what I understand, it was Shiva, but it could be either. But basically, he got.
I mean, I don't understand this neutrality. I mean, look, if you were given the choice to give a weapon to a criminal or to a person who is responsible, you wouldn't say, look, I'm being neutral here, I don't discriminate. If the criminal asks me for a weapon, I give it to him. I mean, even stores which sell guns, when they see somebody has got a criminal record, they wouldn't sell them the guns. You're in America, you should know this. And this is a God who's supposed to know everything, isn't it? He's supposed to be omniscient. How can he then give power to destructive forces like these demons?
Because once anybody, whoever that is, once they finish or perform their duty, because all these demons have performed great devotions, great penance. Once you, and this is, I think I actually really like this idea about Hinduism, that no matter who you are, if you complete your penance, you will get your reward. So,
right. So where's the wisdom behind that? Huh? Where's the wisdom in giving something destructive, a force which even the gods cannot stop? Where's the wisdom in that?
The wisdom is that your penance has the wisdom is that gods are not here manipulating human life. Gods are here.
Aren't gods supposed to be protecting human life?
No, gods are supposed to protect.
So all these avatars who come to protect the humans, they're all wrong then.
They're not there to protect humans. They're there to lay down laws. They're there
there to protect. If there is too much unrighteousness, that's when the avatars come down. As far as I know, this is what Hinduism teaches. Mubashir, do you want to maybe shed some light on this?
Krishna says in the Gita that whenever there's a decline in righteousness, I manifest myself to protect the righteous and to destroy the wicked and to re-establish righteousness. So the three principal reason why God manifests on earth, according to them, is to protect the righteous, his devotees, to destroy the wicked, and to re-establish dharma. So Keshav is wrong in saying that he's not here to protect but only to lay down the rules. Yes, he comes to lay down the rule to re-establish dharma, but to protect the righteous as well. It says yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata, and he said paritranaya sadhunam. Sadhuna means the sadhu, the saints, the monks, the devotees. So he comes down to protect them as well. So he protects Draupadi, he protects a lot of his devotees. So it is wrong to say that he comes only to establish the purpose of dharma or righteousness. He comes to protect and to destroy as well. It says clear in the Gita. I can give the verse if he wants to.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Keshav heard this. Maybe you forgot about it. What do you think, Keshav?
No, I think that doesn't mean that God prevents all the evils happening and everything that is an evil happen. The God comes down, because that would mean that he would have to come down every few moments.
No,
What?
what I meant is like, look, if you're going to give a weapon to someone who is already a criminal, then you are the one who should be accountable for arming the criminal, is it not?
Yes, but I mean, the
I
God's
mean,
duty.
if you can recognize that, then why do the gods in Hinduism not recognize that this adharma that they're helping cause is something they should have prevented rather than be part of it? You're complicit with these demons then. If you're giving them the boons, which will give them extra powers, even more powerful than some of the gods. Do you remember that guy? What was his name? Jalandhar. He became more powerful than Krishna and Shiva. Yeah.
Right.
Until Vishnu had to then take the avatar or the form of Jalandhar and then commit adharma with Vrinda,
And
and
yeah,
that's when we could destroy him.
you have the example of Mansur as well. There was a demon. I don't know if you know about the story. He asked Shiva to give him a boon, and Shiva came and he asked Shiva that I want the boon that whenever I place my hand on someone, he will turn to ashes. And
Mm.
Shiva gives him the boon, and then he tries to use it on Shiva himself, and Shiva starts to run away because if he places his hand on Shiva, Shiva will turn to ashes.
Hold
Then
on, say
Vishnu
that
had to
again.
come. So there's a small story on it, and many Hindus do know it. You have Islam depicted in serial as well as the books. There was a demon. He was doing a lot of penance, tapasya, and Shiva came and he asked Shiva that I want a boon that whenever I place my hand on someone, that person will turn into ashes. You know,
Mhm.
and then Shiva gives him the boon. And then he says, Shiva, I want to test it on someone. There's no one here. I want to test it on you. And then you see Shiva running away. You have it in serial portrait that Shiva is running away and he runs after Shiva to place the hand on his head. And you have the depiction in serials that Shiva is hiding behind a tree. Then Vishnu has to intervene to help Shiva, to use his trickery to fool the demon. So he
Mm.
comes to the demon and he says that, and as you know, as a Mohini roop, Vishnu comes in the Mohini
Yeah.
roop as a seductress, and the demons get aroused sexually. And then Vishnu tells the demon that if you want to marry me, if you want to have me, then you have to match my dance step. So they both start to dance, and then there's a dance step that you put your hand on your head,
Mhm.
and when the demon puts his head
It
on
turns
his
into
head,
ash.
he turns into ashes. So we as Muslim will find it ridiculous, but for Hindus, they will see that we have a lot of faith in our God because the story is depicting that the gods are very truthful in giving boons, that
But,
even they are not spared. So if you get a boon, it is something very great from the gods that even they cannot be spared from it. So they
but,
take
but,
yeah.
the story again. It's the sexual nuance that is in it. A demon that gets aroused, a demon that sees, a god that turns into a seductress, all of
Yes.
this. But the worst thing is, look at the way they render gods. A god who is running away from his creation, a god
Hmm.
which cannot that couldn't foresee. He's not omniscient. He couldn't foresee that the devil will want to kill him.
Yes, you have this, but when you read the article, and apologetic Hindus will say that it shows that the boon that Shiva gives you is so powerful that even he is not immune from it. So whenever you
Yeah,
worship
because
the
the
god, you feel
bhakti.
motivated to worship the gods because you know that the boon or the blessings that you're going to get from them is greater than them as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
Right.
yes.
whatever blessings they are going to get, so they try to portray it in such a way, the flowery words or flowery language that you have to worship the god because the blessings that you get from the god are greater than the god himself. So you get motivated to worship them. That is
No, I think
there.
that's the wrong way of looking at it, Mubashir. I think it's you're saying the contents, what you're saying are correct, but the inference you're getting out of it is incorrect. what the reason why we like these stories or we follow them, and they're the reason they're part of our culture, is because we believe that penance, no matter who you are, objective effort is without fault. If you're putting effort, if you're doing penance, the gods will reward you. That's the story, that's the narrative that that we are getting out of it.
I get your point. I want to add something, Brother Hashim. Even in
Yeah.
Islam, we do have a lot of moral lesson being depicted through stories of Yusuf alayhi salam or any other prophet. The different, even Hinduism is trying to portray moral uh, lessons through stories, but the difference is that when Allah in Islam, He makes the story happen. He doesn't get involved into the stories that he lowers himself down to the state of the creation, or he does silly mistake or becomes a seductress. But for in Hinduism to portray a moral lesson, the God himself lies, he used deceit. Maybe a moral lesson is coming out of it, but the method that they apply is that the God himself is lying, he's raping, he's killing, or
Yeah, I
he
mean,
is changing his form.
this is what happens when you reduce a god to maybe a level where he himself doesn't know what is in danger for him by giving the boon. For example, like you said, Shiva runs away from
You have that those videos as well. You can get it on YouTube because
yeah.
many.
So this
Yeah.
demon, who is how do you say it? Basmas.
Bhasma. The
Basmasura.
word bhasma. Yeah, bhasma means ashes, and asura means a demon. So it's a demon of ashes because he's
I
known
see.
as ashes. Because yeah,
So this boon was given by Shiva. Did Shiva not foresee that he could use the same destructive force or power against him?
He could,
I don't know.
he could, or sorry, I will give you a Hindu perspective. He could or he could not foresee, but that's irrelevant. Even if he could foresee, as long as Bhasmasur has done his penance, Shiva is bound by the rules of the universe, or whatever you may call it, to grant him the boons.
Yeah,
Even
but
if the
it
so,
doesn't make sense, does it, Keshav? For example,
to
look, if
Hindus
the
it
rule,
do. To
if
Hindus that makes complete sense, and I'll tell you
What
why.
what if I give you a reference from the Gita which says that God is not bound by the law of karma or the laws of material nature, is above them? What will you do then? You will say that Shiva and Krishna is different when usually you guys say that all the gods are the same. Because I can give you a verse in which in the Gita Krishna is saying that I am not entangled in the laws of karma or action or whatever. I'm above them.
I'm not talking
Anyway,
about karma. I'm talking about the laws. Laws of karma are different than the laws of universe. And I say laws of universe as in if some. So this is not to assume that Shiva did not know what Bhasmasur is going to use his power for is a bit folly. The reason, because when we are reading this, we already know Bhasmasur is an asur. He's going to use it for wicked. There are a lot of asurs, even Ravana and Rajbi, they are all asurs coming to God, worshipping God, and to they're doing penance of the God. They are asurs, so it's to think that God doesn't know what the intentions of asurs are is a bit folly. So
I
the
think if they knew, then it's even worse. If
no,
they
I think
knew
it's
it,
great
then it's even
because
worse. You know why? Because it is like saying, okay, here's the rule: if you have money, you can buy a gun. Okay, regardless of the background check. Okay, because the rule is this: that you have money. In your case, I'm trying to, it's an analogous to your what do you call it?
penance. Oh, you're
Penance. Yeah,
comparing money with penance. Okay.
exactly. Yeah, to the penance that these assholes do to the gods in order to attain. So for them, the intention to attain these powers is so they can misuse it, so they can actually use it in the wrong way for killing and for basically atrocities.
But
Now,
isn't that the reality of the
you
world?
tell me this:
I
if there was, for example, let's take the case of North Korea. If they wanted to buy nuclear weapons, yeah, and everybody knew that they were going to use it for something which is destructive, then you're saying that, look, let's consider all the countries in the world equal, yeah, regardless of who the leaders are. Let's consider them all equal. If they have money, they can buy the nuclear weapons. It's that kind of attitude, if you see what I
No,
mean.
but that's you're talking about the conversation between humans. I'm talking about the responsibility of the God to govern the rules of the earth. For
The
example,
responsibilities of the gods should be higher than the humans, right?
no, but you look around you, right? Look around you, observe the world that you're living in. Are you saying that just because, let's say Hitler, taking for example, Hitler and Germany were so smart and they knew what they were going to do, they were going to kill the Jews. Is God going to intervene at that time and kill Hitler from even being born? Because if
God wanted, he could. Why not?
But he doesn't want. That's the point. That's my point. That's my point.
No.
It is not.
But hold on. Here it's very different. Here we are talking about free will. We are not talking about some special boons and miracles given to someone. So Hitler did not have a miraculous nature. He was just an ordinary human being who happened to be evil and destructive.
But you're looking at
penance. You as a human being will understand that you will not sell arms to someone criminal like him, who is responsible for killing millions of people.
Because I don't have the responsibility of the God.
He develops his own weapons.
Okay,
he has his own technology. But in the case of this is a God's giving the powers and the miracles and the boons directly to known criminal demons, you know.
Because he has fulfilled his penance. So penance is not somebody, oh, I worship you for 10 minutes and here's your chance to get your boon. No, penance is something, even like if you read about Ravan, he had stayed in the forest and for years upon years, he had left everything and worshipped or stayed in the penance of continuous strong focus to achieve what he wanted to do. So did Hitler. He went through the penance to get where he was. And once he got where he was, with his consistent penance, he was able to build an army and the strength of Germany to where he can.
So would you say that he got some special power from some god?
No, but I mean, we are comparing it. This is analogy.
But if it's an analogy, it's not like for like. In one case, it's like a special boon given by someone who is righteous like God. In the other case, this is a criminal, dictator who builds his own empire. Big difference between the two. It's not analogous here. You're comparing apples and pears.
I think one is a narrative story and one is a history. So you have to, if you want to, so what Hinduism does, it gives you a lens to look at the world around you. Once you hear this story of Lord Shiva,
what is a moral? What is a moral? Tell me now. In giving
the moral is that if
in giving a boon to someone who is a criminal demon,
the moral is this: irrespective of your end intentions, if you are committed, if you do the penance towards the objective that you want to achieve, whether whatever that objective is, as long as you're doing penance, gods are not going to get in your way to prevent you from what you want to get.
Actually, God are not preventing it. God are helping it. So
so let me give you another example.
It's not a moral lesson, bro. They're complicit in the actual criminal activity.
Yes, they are blessing.
In fact, I want to add, I don't know if Brother Hashim, it's not a defense for Hinduism, but whenever there's some topic like that, I try to read from Hindu website what apologetic answers they have to give about it. And one of them is that all these are a marvel, a play, a leela, in which through this incident, the gods will demonstrate their powers. Because if you don't have a drama like this, an episode like this, the god will not have a chance to show his power and his ability to outsmart the demon. He gives a boon to the demon, but the demon gets killed in the end by another god. So he tries to show that you may be very intelligent, the demon may be very intelligent, and I gave you the boon, but at the end I am more intelligent than you, that I succeeded in destroying you. And also these kind of leelas are to portray to the future generation that whenever a demon will try to seek boons in which he will misuse it to dominate people or to oppress people, his end will be destructive like that, right? I don't know if Keshav will accept that. Hindus do say that. So it serves as a lesson for future generations that whenever you try to misuse your powers, you will get destroyed like the demon before you, right?
I mean, I wouldn't accept that as my own personal understanding or interpretation, but I would accept it as one of the interpretation of our scriptures by other Hindus.
So you have it. I read it on some scholars' website. So the Swami say that you know, for example, they will give the boon, they will give the free will to the demon, and the demon will commit atrocities and dominate people, oppress them. But at the end, the god will come and destroy him. And it serves. So you have a lot of stories like that, right? So these stories serve for the future generations that if you try to become like this demon, you try to seek power and to oppress people, your end will be very horrible, like the demons before you, right? It can be
There you go.
acceptable.
Yep.
Yeah. So that was my point. But
Yeah, and I think so. The whole thing is, if anyone, irrespective of their and intention, the gods fulfill your penance. If you offer penance, and when I say penance, I don't mean prayers. I mean penance as in penance, where you are focused and you're working towards whatever you want to work. God will fulfill their wish, but the way He has constructed this whole universe, constructed this world, that just the way when Hitler got in power, his success did come, and he was able to push Germany to great success. And
he was
no
blinded
God,
by arrogance, and then he got destroyed.
whatever it is, he was. You can't just say Hitler was. He was guided by hard work too. We can't say the Nazis became powerful just because of different conspiracy. Nazis were actually smart people. They were focused. They were hardworking, and that's why they got their success.
Yeah, but they didn't get any boons from gods. That's the thing. You need to understand the difference between giving power, which is destructive, like nukes, to someone who is irresponsible. Even human beings understand this. How do gods not understand this in
I don't know if
Hinduism?
I should ask him, Brother Hashim. It may. I'm not trying to doubt Islam, but can say the Hindus or non-Muslim cannot just say that even Allah gave power to Pharaoh. You may say that he did not personally give, but indirectly all powers come from Allah. So he was giving the
What
power
powers
to
did Pharaoh have?
riches, power, and armies or
No.
whatever.
Hold on. What powers? Riches is something that he accumulated by himself. It's not a power that Allah has given him. It is something he
No,
did by
I
his own
mean
free will.
authority on earth.
No, even look, kings have authorities on earth. It doesn't mean that Allah gave them a special boon or something. So they do this by their own volition, by their own hard work. Same thing like Hitler. He was an authority in his kingdom. Yeah.
But
So
who made him?
when you look at the Nazis and their empire and their ambitions to destroy and take over rest of Europe, it was by their own hard work, basically, like Keshav correctly pointed out. But the thing is, when you say God gave them these special abilities, like for example, Allah gave miracles to prophets. All the prophets were responsible. They did not misuse their powers. So Moses had the power to split the sea, yes, not to cause tsunamis and destroy people. So whenever they were given miracles, they used it responsibly. And this was the case. If you look at Sulaiman alayhi salam, he had powers over the jinn and the wind and the animals, you name it, Did he use any of these powers? Did he misuse any of these powers and miracles? Obviously not. So you can't compare the Hindu gods who give special powers to criminal demons to cause havoc both amongst the men and their demigods. I mean, this is not like for like comparison.
And in fact, Brother Hashim, in their stories, the gods appear personally in front of the demon to give them those powers. They appear like they leave their abode and come personally in front of the demons, and then they give their powers, whatever the demon are asking, personally to them. So it is more like they give them personally. It's not like they give it indirectly, but directly they come on earth, come in front of the demon and offers them those bones.
Yeah, because they do the penance, like Keshav said, so they can spend thousands of years standing on one foot, maybe, that is the penance. And
But
for that hard work, they get these
that
boons.
and these kind of stories may motivate the layman or misguide them in trying to become like that. And you have a lot of cases in India in which people are trying to torture themselves by standing on one leg or lifting one hand for years, because they have been learning from the scriptures that if you do like that, the gods may appear to you in front of you after many years and offer you a boon. And you have, when
Yeah,
Ravana
we
was
see this
worshipping
during
Shiva.
the Kumbh Mela, isn't it? Where
Yeah.
these Naga Babas, they come down,
Self-torture.
cover themselves in ashes, and they're completely naked. And these women go and take blessings from their private parts. I mean, this is utterly nonsense and immoral from someone who's supposed to be religious, It's the exact opposite. So look, I see, Keshav, your point. I know you want to justify it because you come from that background, but if you look at it from an objective point of view, I would not expect someone like you, who is actually practicing law, if I remember correctly, to justify murder and killing just because somebody has been doing some penance somewhere. If you know the character of the person or the demon, then there is no way you, as a responsible person, would give them a destructive force like nuclear weapons, to go and kill humanity, for example.
Yeah, I think we kind of, I guess, at this point, agree to disagree on this. I think because you are, this is not one-to-one. The stories that we read about Hinduism, the Hindu stories, are meant for you to incorporate that understanding in your life. Once you know from these stories that gods will give even boons to the demons, then when you're living your life in the earth, you're not going to say, oh, that person is a wicked person, so he's not going to be able to defeat me. A wicked person who is wants you dead, wants to take your money, wants to defeat you, and you're a virtuous person, he still is going to be able to do it if he's smart and is working hard.
What if you stop giving him the destructive power? Will he still do that? For example, if there's a country which wants to acquire nukes and destroy their neighbor, for example, would you then give them the nukes?
I, as a neighboring country, no.
Why?
Because if I have an ability to stop him, obviously I'm going to stop him.
No. Why would you not give that power to your neighboring country?
Because I'm not God. I'm not neutral to them and me. I'm me.
What about neutral? Why would you not give it to them? What is the reason?
Because they would destroy me.
Thank you. Same like Shiva giving the power to Bhasmasura. Sorry, how you say it?
Bhasmasura.
Bhasmasura, yeah. Who is this demon? So Shiva gives him the boon to turn anything to ashes if he touches it. And then, just like you're saying, you wouldn't give it to your neighbor because the neighbor might use it on you. Why?
Because I'm not Shiva. I'm not
the
God.
foresight of doing the same thing, which you as a human being has. Can you imagine a God running away from his own creation?
Okay.
And the question arises that what if he would have caught up Shiva and put his hand on Shiva's head?
Yeah.
Would Shiva die or not? If he did not die, it means that his boons and blessings are fake.
Yeah.
And if he dies, then
he wouldn't die.
Yeah, he was running.
So you guys are looking at this story. So there is a big divide between how you guys are thinking and how Hindus are thinking. So we might, just to make this discussion even more fruitful, we might have to go back on the basis on like more fundamental of how we see our stories versus how Muslims sees their story, right? So I don't ask that.
It's how you see it from common sense point of view. It's not about Hindu or Muslim. That's why I asked
I don't think there's a neutral point of view you can look at.
Because if you look at it objectively, there is no morals to learn from such lessons where gods give demons destructive powers. But anyway, we digress. Today, the topic is about Navratri. And I don't know why we went into this tangent. But look, I want to know from your perspective, what is the benefit of celebrating divine feminism?
What is the benefit?
Yeah.
I don't know if the celebration
Navratri is all about, for worship of divine feminism. What is the benefit in that?
Yeah, but I don't know if somebody like the celebration started thinking benefits and loss. The celebration.
Why do you celebrate the Navratri then?
We are celebrating the 9 avatars or 9 representations of Ma Durga.
Yeah. What's to celebrate about the 9?
Hashim, my understanding of it, Keshav, it's the celebration of the mother, the feminine mother, over the asuras.
That's the last avatar of.
But that's Navratri. Navratri is the celebration of the feminine mother over the Asuras. So the evil, the good versus the evil. This is Navratri.
Correct. But then this is
Yes,
one of.
yet why is it has got to be the feminism? Why is it feminism?
Why are we? Am I
Okay,
kind of?
let me bring another Hindu here. Suraj Kumar, you're on.
Hello.
Yes, hi there.
Hello.
Where are you joining from, Suraj?
I'm running from Delhi.
Okay, you are you a Sanatani, yeah?
Not particularly, but yes.
What do you mean? Yes or no?
Well, I do not basically follow it, but I do consider it as the truth for myself.
So you are a Sanatani, if you think it's the truth.
Yes, you can consider it.
What do you mean? It seems like you're not convinced you're a Sanatani or not. If you're not a Hindu, just say so, man. No need to pretend you're a Hindu.
No, I'm a Hindu, but I'm a 16-year-old. I still don't know what should I follow. Okay.
Sorry, how old are you?
16.
16.
You're a teenager. Okay. Why are you in the stream then? What is it you want to bring to our attention?
No, the thing is, I want to say that the stories that were told were from Hindi literature, not actual meanings. Okay. From Hindi literature are different than religious books.
But these are from religious books.
No,
these are from your Puranas. Do you know that? Do you know the Puranas?
Puranas aren't actually the religious books. They are just literature. If you search it, you can find at least 4 of them are only religious books that were written by Vyasa. Vyasa.
Okay, so what is the primary religious book of Hindus?
The primary are Veda, Upanishad,
Upanishad.
Upanishad. Sorry,
dude.
I still can't pronounce it pretty good. Okay, and third one is Bhagavad Gita and Ramayana.
Okay, what about Mahabharata?
Name. Sorry.
Is somebody feeding you some information there?
No, I can't really particularly talk in English.
What language do you speak, Suraj?
I speak in Hindi.
How can you not pronounce Upanishads? That's pretty Hindi, I would say. Pretty much what you would say in Hindi.
I just learned it a month ago, so I still can't pronounce it very clearly.
Okay. Anyway, look, you're only 16, so I don't want to keep you here too long. Just tell us what's on your mind. Why did you join the panel?
Well, the stories were from literature, so it can't be considered religious books. So my point is that
But
religious books and
hang on. But these stories that you say are from literature books, you're turning them into religious festivals.
Well, they are considered because it's all.
What is your view about Navratri? Do you celebrate Navratri?
Yes.
Do you know Navratri is not mentioned in any of the 4 books you mentioned?
Yes, I know.
So where do you get it from?
It's from other books that were created
from
after.
the Puranas, which you said are not religious books.
Yes.
So you celebrate a religious festival from the Puranas, and you don't consider them to be a religious book. Look at the irony.
Well, how do I say?
Okay, Suraj Kumar, no problem. Okay, we'll see you when you grow up, hopefully.
Okay.
Both in age and wisdom. All right, you take care there.
In fact, Brother Hashim, I want to add one thing here. You have the 18 Puranas, and one of them is the Bhagavatam, Srimad Bhagavatam, right? For the ISKCON or the Vaishnavites. So the Shaktas and Vaishnavites, they fight which is a real Bhagavatam. For the Vaishnavite is Srimad Bhagavatam, which shows that Vishnu or Krishna is supreme. And for the Shaktas, it is Devi Bhagavatam. So they fight which is a real Bhagavatam. For the Shaktas, it is Devi Bhagavatam. And for the Vaishnavite, it is a Srimad Bhagavatam. The Devi Bhagavatam shows the Devi to be the greatest of all, and Vishnu, Shiva, and Brahma worshipping her. And in the Srimad Bhagavatam for the Vaishnava, it shows that Krishna is the supreme and all gods are worshipping him. So you have two Bhagavatams.
Okay, I see. Right. If there are any Muslims in the back studio, can you please come back when we call you? Okay. We got a Q&A next Thursday. So for the Muslims, if you guys got questions, come back during the open Q&A. Thank you very much. Miss S, I don't know if she's a Hindu or... Do you want to unmute yourself, Miss S?
Yeah, hello.
Hi there, how are you doing?
Hi. So I have a question for Mr. Idrissi.
Mm-hmm.
So
Is it about the topic today? Today's topic is about Navratri. So if you got questions about that, we'll appreciate it, because it's a topic on Hinduism. Are you a Sanatani, by the way? Are you Hindu? Miss S, are you a Hindu? Okay, I think something wrong with the microphone. Let me bring them on later on.
Hashim, I don't know if you meant for me to be in the chat or need me to leave.
No, you can stay if you're free, no problem. It's entirely up to you. No pressure.
No, I'm enjoying the conversation. I did have a couple of questions, but I can wait.
Yeah, go ahead. No problem.
So, I mean, not a question, but more of a correction. So, this is something I saw on your channel in the community. I just wanted to bring it to your notice.
Yeah.
I think there was a post that said, "Holy cow, India is the second largest beef exporter."
Yeah.
In the world. So, just correction that beef is not cow meat that we are number 2 at. It's buffalo meat.
Right. So, do you know beef includes buffalo, cow, ox, everything?
Yeah, it's everything. It's everything.
Yeah, but the meat that we are exporting is not the cow meat.
How do you know that?
It mentioned in the link that you have it here, and in other news articles also, it has mentioned that it's a water.
So what happens to the cows that get old, that cannot produce milk anymore? What do they do?
I have no idea.
Exactly. So you see, they actually give them or sell them, on the black market for slaughter. And many of them actually who don't, they just leave them on the streets, and many of them die in their old age. So you're not exactly doing any favors to the cows by keeping them until old age and letting them suffer, basically, which is the exact opposite of what you would expect, what you would not expect from people who are safeguarding the cows.
So I can't say for certain about what happens when the cows are old, but I can definitely say that as a national policy, it's not. We're not, like, India is not selling.
Yeah. By the way, do you think India is a secular country?
Constitutionally, yeah.
Yes. So constitutionally, do the Muslims have the right to practice their religion, and the Christians and the other religions?
Of course.
Okay, so if they are following that dharma, which includes eating beef, what's the problem with India?
Because I think I don't think it's required in Islam to follow to slaughter cow, right?
What do you mean required?
Like, you can still be Muslim without eating beef.
Yeah, I can still be Muslim, but that doesn't mean that if I want to eat beef, I shouldn't. It's halal for us.
Yeah, but then it also comes, how do you live?
It's like me saying, okay, if you don't celebrate Navratri and do not cause all that pollution in the air, the water, the sound pollution, and also, all the other things that go along with it. So don't celebrate Navratri, because you're causing a lot of harm to the society.
Yeah, but Navratri is actually, I mean, these are very complicated questions, and definitely
it's a very simple question. Can you be a Hindu without celebrating Navratri?
I don't think so. I think we must, Hindus should have a right to celebrate their festival.
No. Can you be a Hindu still if you don't celebrate Navratri?
I don't think so.
Really? Where is it written?
I think it's a matter of my personal opinion, not a matter of
your personal opinion. I'm talking about religion here.
I don't think it's written anywhere that.
Okay, so don't make assertions you're not sure about. Say, I don't know, rather than I believe not, or something like that. You know,
No.
look, there are many things in Hinduism. For example, if you look at the history of Hinduism, there are kings, including Ram and Lakshman, who used to go and hunt. Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Okay, so killing is part of the Kshatriyas. It's part of their dharma, I would say, including killing of humans when necessary, and also hunting.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't understand why this obsession with eating vegan or vegetarian food amongst the Hindus when their own gods, or sorry, their avatars used to do it, like Ram and Lakshman.
I mean, I think Kshatriyas still hunt and kill, but it's specifically for Vaishyas and Brahmins and those two communities. I don't know. I wouldn't call it obsession. I would just think a preference
It is an obsession if you make it a rule.
for yourself. Yeah.
If the Indian government has made it a law and has forbidden the killing of cows, yes, because it's supposed to be a sacred animal among the Hindus, but it's not sacred for the Muslims or the Christians or even the South Indian Hindus who do eat beef.
So, I mean, if you want to run this is less of a question of a society and more of a question of human decency. How do you live with people from different beliefs, right? Like Hindus should not question.
That's what makes a secular nation.
Absolutely.
You should be able to respect everybody's rights and
Absolutely.
freedom, because if it is enshrined in the Indian constitution, the right to freedom and belief and even propagating the religion. But today, look at India. It's not only banning beef, but banning even propagating of religion, banning Dawah, yes, banning Christian missionaries from preaching their religion. But
Yeah,
if they're
I mean,
forcing, look, if they're forcing them to convert, then yes, I would say stop that, because that is something Islam clearly prohibits. And I'm pretty sure the Christian elders will tell you this is prohibited if you do it by force. But to make it basically a law to ban in several, like 10 states in India, yeah, this is not from the constitution, which gives them the freedom of religion and its propagation. So anyway, I see a lot of contradictions once again in Hinduism and its practices, and I hope we get some better answers from others here. So let me bring in Curious.
Brother Hashim, I want to give a reference for the Navratri festival. It is quite interesting. I don't know if you will take it. During I know about this festival. When
Sorry, which
Navratri is
festival
being
is this
celebrated,
again?
Navratri.
Oh, Navratri. Okay.
Yeah, when Navratri is celebrated, as you know, you have 18 Puranas, right? One among the Puranas, among the 18 major Puranas, is Markandeya Purana. And in Markandeya Purana, you have a section in which it narrates you how Devi is killing the demon in quite a lot of details. Okay. In Markandeya Purana, there is a chapter called as the Devi Saptashati. Saptashati means 700 verses.
Mm.
So in Markandeya Purana, you have a section, just like Gita is a section of the Mahabharata. So in the Markandeya Purana, you have a section called Durga Saptashati. Saptashati because you have 700 verses glorifying the Devi. It glorifies her incarnations, how she takes multiple forms, the 9 forms, and then she finally kills a lot of demons, including Mahishasur. So is these 700 verses called the Durga Saptashati or Chandipat, it is recited a lot during these 9 days because it is a main prayer from the Markandeya Purana elogizing the Devi. And when you read these 700 verses in which it describes quite in detail, you have a lot, 1 or 2 verses explaining that before killing Mahishasur, you get into a frenzy mode, into a very horrible mode. Durga drinks a lot of alcohol and wine, because you need that rage to
Yeah.
fight male buffalo. The buffaloes that you were showing, it is Mahishasur it's himself.
Oh,
He
I
was
see.
half buffalo. Yeah, he was half buffalo and half man because his mother was a buffalo and his father was a man. So he got born like that.
Right, right.
Okay.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so
Yeah. So
he's transformed
Mahishasur,
himself into a buffalo.
yeah, he's half half. So
Okay,
Mahish means buffalo and Asur means demon. So he is a buffalo. He is half man and half bull, like the animal. So you see that Durga, before killing Mahishasur, she drinks a lot of alcohol. So what example are you setting for the Hindu young girls that they should drink alcohol? And even if say some say that they don't accept it, we accept only the Vedas, not the Puranas. This prayer is recited a lot. It is a main prayer to be recited during Navratri. Just like you have uh, a certain like you have a chapter Yasin, we recite it in a special occasion or whatever for some people. So the Chandi part, these 700 verses are very focused on Devi. It is a very famous prayer. Many Hindus will know it, the practicing one. So if you say that you believe only in the Vedas, millions of Hindus are reciting this prayer, this 700 verse prayer during the Navratri. And in that you have a lot of verses saying that before killing the demon, to get into a frenzy mode, to get into a wild mode, because you need to go and annihilate and destroy the demons. Durga drinks a lot of alcohol. I can provide the verse if someone wants. In the meanwhile,
Yeah.
you may continue, but if you need the verse, you tell me.
Yeah,
I will just give you
that's
the
fine.
reference.
No problem. I think Miss S is back. I don't know if she's fixed her microphone. Miss S, have you fixed your microphone? You need to unmute yourself. No, you haven't fixed it yet? Come on. Right. Okay, Curious, you're next.
Hello.
You need to speak up. We can barely hear you.
Yes, hello. Sorry. Yeah, I just had the comment about the cow eating. That's
Yeah.
a Khilafat movement in India.
Sorry, Curious, before you begin, are you a Sanatani,
What does that mean?
Hindu?
No, I'm not a Hindu.
What are you?
I'm Muslim.
You're a Muslim. Okay. Why are you on the stream? Can you not see the
sorry.
can you not see the scrolling text?
Yes, I see.
Okay, so if you can perhaps okay, while you're here, tell me what is it you wanted to discuss?
That's okay. I can leave. It's all right. I just put that point
No,
there.
you had a point to make, so make it while you're here.
I mentioned it about the Khilafat movement agreeing not to eat cow.
So which Khilafat movement is this?
Maulana Abdul Bari in 1919.
1919. There was no Khilafat movement then.
Here, I'll post it.
Where was he? Where was this Khilafat? In India?
The Khilafat movement, yeah.
Was it in India?
Yes.
And on what basis they ban eating of cow? You can't make something that is halal as a haram. So I doubt this Maulana is an actual Maulana.
Yeah, but even in 1919, India was still following the Uthmani Khalif.
No, they were under the British that time, Sheikh.
Yeah, but still like ideologically, they were following the Uthmani.
Whatever it was, if it is a Maulana, he has no right to pass a fatwa where he bans eating of beef. So I don't know what you're trying to imply here, but it is, even if it did, we as Muslims do not have to follow that particular fatwa of his. Yeah.
How about for the greater good of
It doesn't matter.
You can't
society? Make, if something is halal, you can't make it haram. Okay. So all you did was you posted something in the private chat. There's no link, no reference, nothing.
Even if it has the reference, even if
yeah,
it doesn't
you can't
matter.
make something that's halal into haram. What was the greater good in 1919? It was under the British. The British themselves were eating beef. So I don't see the
that was the time when they were discussing what the future was going to be after the British.
I don't think the British were discussing 1919 to hand over India.
No, well, the Hindus and the Muslims were.
The Hindus and Muslims were doing what?
Talking about the future past the British.
So
the World War I had started already. So
you're saying the Hindus and Muslims were trying to, bring about
They were seeing how they
dietary,
were going to live together. in
how
one
to deal
country.
with the dietary requirements. Before the British came, the Hindus and Muslims were living together. And they were
Hashim,
living together peacefully, actually.
Hashim,
Yes.
sorry. What's your point from bringing this point? Actually, what's your point?
My point is that sometimes, in order to make a point, we try to say everything is. In order to make our point that our side is right, we try to push down the other side.
You know the hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. الحلال ما أحل الله والحرام ما حرم الله. The allowable, it's what Allah made allowable, and the disallowed, it's what Allah has disallowed. Are you familiar with this hadith?
No, I'm not, but I believe you.
Okay, so it doesn't matter. We are not here to appease anyone, but we are here to please Allah Jalla wa Ala.
Yeah.
Okay, so whatever Allah has and His Prophet has made halal, we agree to that, and whatever they have disallowed, we follow that. We follow that. If you run in life trying to please people and displease Allah, Allah will displease you in this life and the hereafter. So what you have to do, brother, is look at in pleasing Allah, not in pleasing His creation.
Allah will not be displeased if you don't eat beef.
Okay, so curious, let me ask this. Are you a vegetarian?
No, I'm not. But
So you do
it
eat
could
meat.
be the law of the land, and then Muslims have to abide by the law of the land.
Okay, do you eat meat?
Yes, I do.
Have you eaten beef?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so you're not against eating beef.
Yes.
So what's the problem?
I'm just
What exactly
arguing,
is the problem? If you're not against eating beef, neither are we. So we are in agreement then.
if you're in a majority country where most people consider that very, very bad, it might be best for relations between people to refrain from doing something.
Yeah, is that what Islam teaches?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, so give me a fatwa where Islam teaches this. Because you do realize India is a secular country, right?
That's what it became.
No, it is. Do you know, are you from India, by the way?
No.
Where are you from? You're from where?
I'm in the United States.
No, but where are you from originally, your ethnicity?
Central Asia.
Where is that?
It's in the Indus Valley.
Yeah, but you mean Pakistan?
Yeah, Pakistan.
Why are you afraid to say you're a Pakistani? You have to go in a roundabout way, Indus Valley. Seriously?
Well, my
By the
parents
way,
left there before
hold on.
Pakistan was
Are you actually a
created.
Muslim, or are you just pretending to be one?
My family left before Pakistan was created in 1947.
Yeah, but are you a Muslim now?
Yes.
You are. What are the 6 articles of faith?
I know the 5 pillars of Islam, the 6 articles
what
of
I
faith.
asked
If
you.
you're
What are the
talking
6
about
articles of faith?
believing
You want to
in,
ban beef in a majority Hindu country, but
I don't
you
want
yourself
to.
don't know your religion. And you want to bring in all these fatwas to appease the Hindus, especially
Hold
a
on, hold on.
Pakistani. I find it very hard to believe that you're actually a Muslim, let alone from Pakistan.
Okay, the 6 articles of faith, believing
Yeah, you just
in.
Googled it now.
Okay, whatever.
Okay, thank you. You know, people are so disingenuous when they come here. Can't just you say you're a Hindu, pretending to be a Muslim from the Indus Valley? I've never ever met a Pakistani who is not proud to be a Pakistani. Even if he's a Christian Pakistani, he will proudly say, I'm a Pakistani. This guy saying, I'm from the Indus Valley. What a joker. No wonder he's curious. Right, Sweetie, you're next. Hello.
Hello, DawahWise team.
Oh, you're the Tamil lady.
Hello.
Who likes coming here.
I am in South Indian.
Yeah, I know you're from Tamil Nadu.
Yeah, but I am not Tamil. I am born in Tamil Nadu. My mother tongue is not Tamil.
Okay. What's your mother tongue?
My mother tongue is Malayalam.
So you're from Kerala?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is it you want to? So today the topic is about
Yeah.
Navratri. Is there something you want to add regarding that?
Yeah, but what I am telling means, yeah, but what I am
Can you
telling means in
please stay?
Hinduism, 4 Vedas, they did not mention.
Sweetie, listen. Stay on the topic, please. I know you love the Tamil language and all that, but I want to discuss today about the Navratri. Have you got something to add upon that?
Yeah, I know a little bit about Navratri. Navratri is one of the festival which worshipping Ma Parvati.
Okay. So what is? Tell me something.
Ma Parvati.
Tell me something that you find beneficial about this festival.
Beneficial means it's promoting many women. Also, it is destroying evil things and they give us good things. If we pray Ma Parvati during this period, we will get a lot of benefits.
Okay.
That's only I heard.
Right. What are some of the negative
What I
things
am
about?
trying to say means in 4 Vedas, they did not mention any Vishnu, Parvati and all.
In the
Hello?
Vedas, there's no mention of Parvati.
Yeah, in Vedas they mentioned that there is only one God named Parabrahman. He is not have any idols. He is not have any form. He extends in all over the world.
Right.
But
Okay.
in Hinduism, Hindus people worshipping many gods like Ganesha, Kartikeya and all.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
really.
Do you see?
Even
any?
in Vedas they forbidding idol worship.
Yeah. No, in Vedas there is no idol worship.
Really. Yes. If we do idol worship, we not get salvation from God.
Oh, I see. Okay. So you're against idol worship.
Yeah. Also, I found many Hindu gods' origins are from Tamil land only.
Right. So which god do you worship, sweetie?
I worship only Parabrahman in Vedas.
Okay. So you believe in the universal soul.
Sorry, Hashim. Sweetie. Hello, sweetie. Do you know?
Yeah. Hello, sir.
Do you know that Islam also forbids the worship of idols? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I know.
No, but she doesn't believe in
also
idol worship.
Christianity also forbidden idol worship.
So what do you call? Do you celebrate Navratri?
Hello?
Yeah.
So do you
yeah, go ahead,
celebrate Navratri?
No, I did not celebrate. Before I celebrate Navaratri with my parents during my childhood, when I read about Vedas and Hinduism, I will leave.
Okay.
I leave it.
That's good. So when you say Durga, what does that mean to you? You know, when they say Durga Mata, what does it mean to you?
Durga Mata is form of goddess Shakti.
So it's a form of goddess, you said, yeah?
Yeah.
But you don't worship
That's only
her.
I know.
You do not worship her, right?
Because there is not available her name in Vedas. In Vedas, there is no mention about goddess Parvati. Also, these festivals are familiar only in Tamil lands only. In Tamil Nadu and Sri Lanka, they will celebrate this festival as very grandly.
Okay.
Also, in some places in Tamil Nadu, they offer 1 day leave. Government itself offer 1 day leave for that festival.
Right. Okay.
I found many Hindu gods are from the origin of Tamil lands, like God Shiva, his son Kartikeya. Lord Shiva is one of the Tamil king.
Oh, so he's not a god? Is that what you're saying?
Hashim, don't forget Asr, Hashim.
Yeah, inshallah. Sweetie, are you saying he's not God? Is Shiva not God for you?
She left.
Oh, she left. All right. No problem. Right. Dil, you're next.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Where are you calling from?
India.
Right. Are you a Hindu?
Yes.
Okay. You have anything to say with regards to the Navratri festival?
Yeah. So basically, I was listening to the previous conversation, and I feel like so Hinduism is an umbrella term, right? When you say you're a Hindu and Hindus celebrate this and that, Hinduism is umbrella term. It has like multiple schools of thought in it,
Yeah.
right? You agree with that?
Yeah.
Not all schools of thought kind of agree with each other. They have a different perspective of how God is and different culture and things. Of course, one thing becomes popular and is celebrated throughout. Nobody thinks when they celebrate Navratri from which school of thought it comes from, because it's been thousands of years, maybe hundreds of years, it's been celebrated. So we don't think like which school of thought. Like for example, I try to follow the Bhakti mark, right?
Yeah.
So, but if I celebrate Navratri, which is not a part of Bhakti mark, I won't question it because that's a cultural thing now instead of religious thing, right? Though you can find it in Purans, some sort of Purans, the mention of Devi and whatever. But for us, it's more of a cultural thing. And then we try to find meaning in it. So that's why people follow something and they might not agree with the complete like source of it where it comes from, but it's a cultural thing. I hope it makes sense.
Do you chant mantras in during the
Navratri.
Navratri? Do you
So
chant mantras or not?
since I'm from Bhakti sect, I
I
don't
don't
need
think
to
he
chant.
celebrates Navratri, Sheikh.
Oh,
Is
he
that right?
does.
But bhakti can mean a devotion
Not
to any god. The word bhakti, it means devotion. It can mean to
Yeah.
any god. So why
Or
are you
goddess.
saying bhakti? Yeah, oh goddess. So why are you saying bhakti? So I don't. It may be that a person is
when you
devoted and has
when you
bhakti for the goddess.
when you say any, you actually mean any. You can't single out like one god or goddess for which you should have bhakti, right? Bhakti can also mean bhakti for one god, which is Brahman, you can say, which is a part of Advait actually. So it doesn't mean like you have to do bhakti of one particular goddess.
Okay,
But
so
yes, you're
let me
correct
get
in
this
that
right.
sense.
Gil, are you saying you don't celebrate Navratri? Is that what you're saying?
So like I think Sheikh asked me like whether you chant mantras. I don't chant mantras. So I
No. Do
keep
you
fasting.
celebrate Navratri at all, or you don't?
What at all. So I do celebrate. I do the fasting bit.
So you do fasting, you don't do the feasting and dancing. Why is that? That's the fun part.
So it depends upon like for I think Navratri is a very cultural festival in West Bengal. So people do that there. So but I'm not from West Bengal, so
No,
we don't
Navratri
do
is
that much
celebrated
here.
in East and the West. So if you go to
But
Maharashtra, Gujarat, the Navratri is pretty
every
big festival over there. What are you on
it is
about?
pretty just like Diwali and it is pretty big.
No, but
But
why are you
in
saying it's
West,
only in the West Bengal? Why did you say that?
listen, I didn't said only word. I said it is more cultural and more bigger festival in West Bengal. You can search it if you want. It's a traditional
It is
cultural
also a
thing in
big
West
festival
Bengal.
in Maharashtra and Gujarat.
And in Bengal, when they celebrate it, they eat fish and meat also during
Not
these 9
bigger,
days.
not bigger than West Bengal. I'm just saying relatively. I'm not
It's
saying
irrelevant. It's
absolutely.
irrelevant. It's irrelevant. So you
How?
As long
see,
as they celebrate it, that's important.
it's irrelevant because it's celebrated all over. Now what you said. You said you just do the fasting. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people
So
just do the fasting.
yeah,
Yeah.
but that's actually a way of celebration, isn't it?
It's a worship, basically.
Yes.
It's not way. Yeah, these are just words semantics, which I'm not expert at. But
Semantics. They have got meanings. They have
So
got
do you
meanings.
follow?
exactly,
Hold on.
exactly. So
Do you follow the Advait philosophy? Is that the reason you're saying all this?
how
Do you follow
you
the
say
Advaita philosophy?
what I said that made you think that I follow
I'm
Advait,
asking
and
you, do you
what do you
follow
mean by
the
all
Advaita
this?
philosophy or you don't?
I already told you I follow the Bhakti sect.
Okay, when you say Bhakti, whose Bhakt are you?
So I'm a Bhakt of like one God,
Which is?
right? So one God, which is Brahman, which is everywhere.
There you go. That's very much Advaita.
That's very much Advaita,
You
but
know
that's
that
the
Brahman is not actually worshipped anywhere in India.
I know that.
So
Because we
why
can't.
are you Bhakt of Brahman when nobody else worships it?
His
So
manifestations are worshipped like the gods and goddesses.
so
I
in
don't think
Bhakti
he's.
sect, there's a difference between all the sects and their methodology. So if you get confused with it, it's different things. So in Bhakti sect, you can worship God in your form you choose. So some people can choose any
And
Devi, some
Which
people
form
can
do
choose
you
Shiv.
which form do you choose to worship?
which
I
DVD?
choose I choose the formless one.
Yeah,
Which one?
formless one
But
doesn't have a form.
that's what I'm saying. You can do worship of a formless one.
Okay,
What's wrong in
I
that?
honestly don't know. Okay, so what is the point of you joining the stream today? It's about Navratri. What are you bringing on the table for us to learn about Navratri from your philosophy?
So from my philosophy, I already told you one point, like you were
Sorry, my
saying.
understanding. Sorry, Dale. My understanding, Hashim, is that there are 9 forms.
No, hold on, Sheikh. I just want to know his
So
philosophy
my
because it looks like it's very unorthodox, if you ask me. So,
Okay.
so
yeah, what
I'm
is your
so,
what is it you're bringing on the table today to the
so
discussion?
I wanted to bring on the table like significance of Navratri, like how things start with something, but then it becomes cultural thing. For example, when I celebrate it as a cultural thing rather than more of a religious thing. So that's very common. Like when like for example, Hinduism, which is umbrella term, has a lot of these different sects within it, different schools of thought coexisting for thousands of years, right? And they celebrate their own rituals and functions. So some way, like some of them get more popular than others, and Navratri is one of them. So when you see a lot of people celebrating Navratri, um, that
Okay.
cannot be implied that everybody is like
Do
follows
you think?
that particular Puran or something.
Okay. Do you think Ram was worshipping Devi Durga?
I have no idea. Honestly, I have no idea about it.
Okay.
I have seen Ramayan. I have read thing, but I haven't heard that bit.
So which primary text of Hinduism do you actually follow?
Gita.
You follow Gita. Okay. Do you worship
Yeah.
Krishna?
I worship Krishna. Yeah, you can say that.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I can say that. Do you follow Krishna or not?
So I try to follow Krishna, but then again, I have some doubts. So
So you have
right
doubts
now,
in
I'm
Gita as
kind of
well.
see. No,
Yeah.
not doubts in Gita, but my own knowledge of it.
No,
Doubts
but
in my
have
own
you actually
knowledge
read
of
the
it.
Gita where he says to worship him?
Yeah, he said like he's the one above all. Yeah, I've seen
So
that, but I haven't read
wait.
whole Gita.
You follow Gita, but you don't adhere to its content, which is to worship Krishna. It's quite bizarre. Are you even a Hindu?
So I am a Hindu, yes. So
Okay,
I
so let me
already
ask you
told you
this.
Hinduism.
When you follow the
So
Bhagavad Gita, what do you mean by that?
this brings me to another point, which you said like a lot of Hindus said like they are seeker and they're lying. You said so. This is what seek. You said like they are lying when they
No,
say
I'm
seeker. They
saying
say
you have already said that you follow the Bhagavad Gita. I'm assuming when
so.
you
I'm
follow the
trying
Bhagavad
to.
Gita, wait, listen to the question. I'm assuming if you follow the Bhagavad Gita, you worship Krishna. It's a given. It's like me following the Quran, where
Yeah,
Allah
yeah.
says very
I get
clearly in
you.
the Quran to worship Him alone. Similarly,
I
in the
get
Bhagavad
you.
Gita, it says to worship Krishna alone. And doesn't matter
Yeah.
which gods you believe in,
Now,
ultimately you're worshiping Krishna.
now, if you let me complete now, right before you interrupt me. So, like you said, like when someone says they are seeker from India or somewhere, they're lying so that you don't question them, right? So that's not true. The reason is
Why are you going off
I'm.
tangent? Answer the question I asked you.
Listen. At least let me complete. I didn't interrupt you, right? Why?
Not about talking to
What
me.
joker?
Exactly. He's saying he follows the Bhagavad Gita and he doesn't worship Krishna.
Well,
I had to literally squeeze it out of him. Doesn't seem to be a very sincere
you
person.
know, you
At first,
know,
he was
you
saying
know,
that he worshipped Parabrahman,
Yeah,
did you,
he was a bhakt. How can you be a
formless
bhakt
one.
of a formless thing? I don't
but,
understand.
but my
It's
understanding,
it's against bhakti.
my understanding, there are 9 forms in the 9 days, isn't
No,
it?
bhakti is a different tradition where you follow any god. So, for example, if they want to follow Ganesha as a god, they follow Ganesha. If they want to follow, Vishnu and Shiva, all of them, bhakti, they actually worship all different forms of gods.
The
Okay,
powers
Some
of
5 or 6
devotion.
major ones. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, and this guy was off the charts with any of the definition of what bhakti actually is. All right, Del, we don't want you here, man. You're not sincere. I can sense it in you. Right? Nobody. Let's speak to nobody. We've spoken to somebody's already.
Hey, hi, Hazm.
Hi. I
How
think
are
you
you?
came before on our stream, isn't it?
Yeah, I've been here a few times.
Okay, good.
Not few
No
times,
problem.
like 1 or 2 times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, just one sec. Guys in the back studio, if your microphone is not fixed, can you please attach your devices? Because this guy KR, he says your device is not connected. So we need to make room for other people. If your devices are not connected, you need to connect it, or we'll have to remove you. Yeah, go ahead, nobody. Yeah,
Okay.
you're
Yeah.
you're a Sanatani, yeah?
Yeah, I'm Sanatani.
And you're from India.
I am from India.
Okay, good. So today our topic is about Navratri. You got something to say with regards to that?
Yeah, I just had joined few minutes back, so I was listening to your previous conversation with someone. So I kind of relate to that, what he was trying to say or convey that in India, there is no one book, there is no one prophet that we follow. There is a plethora of thoughts, I mean, chain of people who have provided different paths that we follow, and we seek our own truth. Everyone has his own truth. So that is what more prevalent here.
Nobody listen. How many truths do you think there is out there?
I have my own truth. You have your own truth. You follow your
No,
own path. I follow.
The truth can only be one. There can't be so many truths. The truth can only be one. There are so many falsehoods. Yeah, falsehood, there are plenty. But the truth, we have to agree that there is only one.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. But that is your perspective. My perspective is that everyone has their own truth, and they
Yeah, but
follow their
do you
own path
think
to get to that.
do you think truth can be contradictory?
No, truth cannot be contradictory.
Okay, so when you say you have your own truth, so for us, Allah is God. For you, Allah is
Yeah.
not God. Am I right?
Yeah,
So
that is
it's
correct.
not the same. Then you cannot use that philosophy now, saying that your truth is truth, my truth is also truth. Because you reject our truth and we reject your truth. Yeah?
See,
Do you see the
yeah,
problem now?
yeah,
Do you see the problem?
yeah.
So
I see the
by
problem. Yeah.
definition, truth is free from internal contradictions.
Uh-huh.
So for example, if I say I believe in Tawhid, in pure monotheism, and you say you believe in multiple gods, which is polytheism, it cannot be the same. They are polar opposites of each other. Yeah, monotheism and polytheism.
Yeah. On the
So
surface,
what
it may
makes
look
you
like
think
they are
your truth?
different.
What makes you think your truth is the truth when you believe in multiple gods, and our truth is not when we believe in a single god?
Hashim, stay on the Navratri. Stay on the Navratri.
Yeah. So it's related because they have different gods and goddesses, which is polytheism anyway.
Yeah. So you can follow your own path that you consider that what is right, and I consider I follow my own path. So that's what all this conflict is about. That's what you are sitting here and persuading people about your own truth.
No,
all
but
right.
did you
So,
not understand how I showed you the contradictions?
but this is not the ultimate truth that you are pointing to. I mean, polytheism or monotheism is not the ultimate truth. I mean,
Why
this
not?
can be
You
just
start with
different
God,
paths.
and then you always start with God, isn't it? You have to first identify who the supreme God is before you start saying this is the truth, that is the truth. Because once you have found the supreme God, then this supreme God is able to communicate to you through his
Okay.
messengers
Again, that is
and
your perspective,
his
Hashim.
revelations.
Oh, again, that is your perspective that you think that you can be able to find God and you can recognize Him. That is your perspective, right?
What
So
about you?
people
Have you found God
follow.
yet?
No, I have not found. I mean, I have
So
not
you
found,
haven't found God yet, and you're saying I'm wrong.
and you have
Do you
found
realize
God.
the irony
That's
in
what
that?
you're saying.
Okay, how would you know
Sorry.
you have found God? What is your criteria?
What is my criteria?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I
How
don't
will
know,
you
and
find God
I
then?
just
If you have no
and
criteria, you have no clue what
and I'm
God
just
is, you have
amazed.
no clue whether He communicates to you, how will you know that you have
Yeah.
found God or not?
Okay. Again, like, why do I need to find God? I don't.
You said you're a
Well,
seeker, you're the one who's seeking. Am I right?
so I'm not seeking God. That's what you're not
What
able
are
to
you
What are you
seeking
understand.
then?
seeking then?
What
What
makes
are
you
you
seek?
seeking?
Yeah. So what we are seeking, right? So we are seeking the true.
No, what you
Uh,
are seeking, not what we are seeking. What you are seeking.
okay. I am seeking the correct way of life and how to live life,
Mhm.
and
And what's the criteria for you to
and
identify
whatever
the
comes in
correct
the
way
way.
of life? What's your criteria for identifying the correct way of life?
Correct way of life would be to be happy, to be satisfied, and to live the life on this earth, like more intensely and with happiness, and to
Okay. So
um,
somebody
yeah.
who smokes weed or ganja fits your criteria.
Mm. Oh, do you know he's happy
He's
or not?
happy. he's happy when he smokes that stuff.
Okay, I don't know whether you have smoked ever in your life or not, but
Bro, I don't
I've
need
been
to
among
drink
someone.
alcohol to know alcohol messes up your brains. Okay?
Yeah, that's what the thing
You
is,
don't need
right?
to
So they
experience
are not happy.
everything. Well, how
They
do
are
you know
not
they're not
happy,
happy? Have
right?
you met any weed smoker?
Yeah, yeah.
How do you know
I've been
he's
to
happy?
places where people do that, and they are not happy. That is very clear.
So let me
While they are
ask
high,
you, if the purpose
yeah,
of a
yeah,
human being is to be happy, yes,
yeah.
let me give you a scenario now. Okay? Are you happy?
Okay. Hmm.
Are you happy?
Yeah, sometimes I'm happy, sometimes I'm not happy. Yeah,
Okay, so you're not, sometimes you're sad, right?
sometimes I'm sad. Yes.
Okay, so when you're sad, do
Mm.
you actually think your life is over?
No, why would I think that?
Exactly. So your purpose is not to be
Yeah.
happy then. You can also be sad
Oh
and you
man.
think that's also part of your life, isn't it? To both happiness and sadness, these is part of life. Yeah.
Correct. So if anyone, yeah,
Have
this is
you
part of
ever
life.
seen
But
have you ever seen, someone whose heart is being monitored at the hospital, where they have that
mm,
the machine going, reading goes up and down.
okay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Similarly,
Hmm.
your life has both ups and downs. What happens when it's completely flat?
You're dead.
Exactly. That is not
Yeah.
life. That is death. So part of life
Okay.
is both joy and sorrow. And this is something everyone
Hmm.
experiences, whether they are religious or not religious. Everyone experiences this. Okay?
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
once again, what is the purpose of your life on this world, in this earth?
I really didn't get you like what you were trying to explain to me, but what I can say is if
You
someone is
got it.
not
I think
happy,
you
he,
got it. When I told you life is full of
yeah,
ups and downs, okay?
yeah,
And this is something you
that is
yourself
there.
have conceded, that sometimes you're happy, sometimes you're sad. And I totally believe
Correct.
that,
But
because everyone
yeah,
goes through this, and that is what is life. If it was completely happiness or complete sadness,
yeah,
then I
yeah.
would say that, yeah, that probably is not a good life.
Hmm.
Okay? Because I don't think
Okay.
there's something where you have complete happiness in this world. Yes, that is reserved for the Jannah,
Okay.
for paradise.
Okay. Yeah. Again, that is your perspective, but I don't know.
You don't
I
have a
mean, I
perspective.
have.
Every criteria I asked you, you said you don't know.
Hmm.
Okay, once again, what is the purpose of your
I
life?
at least I'm honest. At least I'm
I didn't
honest
say you
that
were
I don't
dishonest.
know, and you
Look,
seem to
I
believe
never
something that
implied
you
or
don't
said
know.
you were dishonest. All I'm saying is that your
Hmm.
criteria seems to be, I don't know, the wires have crossed somewhere. Okay, so this is the
Okay.
third time I'm asking you, what is the purpose of your existence, your life?
Okay. My purpose is to be happy. That's all. To be
Okay,
happy
and we
and
have
keep
already
everyone
explored
around me
that, and
happy.
we realize that is not the case, because your
That is the case,
purpose,
man.
no, it's not actually,
That is the
because
case.
if that is all the case, you're basically saying that your purpose
Hmm.
is happiness. So say, for example,
Yeah.
once you, and God forbid, yeah, I'm not saying this will happen to you, but if, let's say, in the
Hmm.
future you have an accident, yes, a
Okay.
life-changing
Hmm.
accident, or a
Hmm.
life-altering illness, Would your purpose in life end?
In that case, no, that would not end.
Okay, so your purpose
I
is
would
not
still.
happiness then. Once again, I proved you wrong.
Okay. What? No, you did not prove me wrong. There are many things that you keep assuming. Okay. You didn't ask me after having accident, will I be happy or not? Maybe
Yes.
I'm happy after, even after going through an accident, I may be happy.
So if you
So
have
what makes you think
if
that?
you have an accident, okay,
Mhm.
where you're
Okay.
in great pain for the rest of your life,
Correct.
are you saying you'll be
Mhm.
happy?
Yeah, I mean, see, pain is different.
Goodbye. You know, people, I don't expect them to just waffle here, wasting time. A painful life is happy life. I don't know what pain, I don't think he understands the meaning of pain. Okay, Avatar, you're next. Can you hear me, Avatar? All right. What's his name? Vimoksha.
Hi.
Hi, Vimoksha. Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from India.
Okay. You are a Sanatani?
No,
You're not.
Not a Sanatani.
What are you?
Agnostic.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you think of Ma Durga?
I don't know much about Durga.
You live among
Not
the
much
Hindus, don't you? Based on your name, you
Uh,
probably are from a Hindu background.
yes, I'm from a Hindu background.
How come you never celebrated Navratri in your life?
Celebrated in the sense in the childhood. Okay, went to temple like that and had
And you
some
never heard of
sweet.
Ma Durga?
Sorry?
You never heard of Ma
Durga.
Durga?
I heard about Durga and all, but I'm not that much into religion.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so are your parents still Hindu?
Yeah, they're Hindu. They worship.
Whom do they worship?
So
mostly Sri Ram, and then Balaji, Venkateshwar Swami.
okay, Vimoksham, why, if I ask you, why are you? I mean, do you believe in an entity? Do you believe in an entity?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just going to do Salah and come back. Mubashir
Inshallah.
and Ibn Hazm take over, inshallah.
Okay, inshallah, barakallah.
Okay then.
So do you believe in an entity?
Entity in the sense?
Like in a supreme being?
There will be sometimes I have a belief that there might be, sometimes there cannot be, like that. I'll be wavering. The thing why sorry sir to interrupt you, the thing why I came here is actually I was asking the question in the chat that why Dawa people want to put their morality, drop their morality on the other religion where they don't have this morality.
Sorry, I just want to interrupt here. Today the
Hmm.
topic is Navratri, so can you not make it about Islam? You can come back next week, next Thursday, where we'll give you the opportunity to ask about Islam. No problem.
Okay, actually
Don't waste
moderator
time
asked me to
today.
join, that's why I joined. Sorry. Okay.
Again?
Moderator, somebody in the chat asked me to join and ask this question, that's why I came.
Okay, so you want to ask why we ask about morality?
Like Islamic morality on the other religions, like that. Oh, they have their own morality, right? You question their morality, the logic of their morality.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Oh,
Is that something wrong for us to ask?
see, morality, they have some boundaries. Let's take, if killing is not a, let's say killing a thing or killing a being, if you see in the absoluteness, it is immoral. But see, let's, for eating the food, you feel you don't mind, right? Killing people, not killing people, killing animals.
Killing
Halal,
people
halal.
for food.
See, just as I've misspelled it.
No.
Killing animals for food, just like, which are halal to you because you were given
Are you a vegetarian yourself?
No, not a
No,
vegetarian.
Hashim, I'll answer him. You know, the Prophet
He's not a
sallallahu alaihi
vegetarian.
wasallam at the
He's not a
beginning.
vegetarian.
At the beginning, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when you were away, Hashim, I talked about this point from the mercy of Allah Jalla wa Ala towards the animals. that the Prophet ﷺ said, when you want to kill an animal, make sure that your knife is very sharp and put the animal at ease, which is actually, if you follow me, only the Muslims do it. Others, they shoot them, they butcher them, they do so many different things for an animal to kill. So I don't see what's the point of you trying to bring morality to something which is like irrelevant to it.
So,
No, sir. The
Vimoksha, let
point
me
is
ask you this: Do you
killing itself
consider?
is the morality.
Hold on. Do you consider eating meat to be immoral?
I don't consider.
So, what is exactly the problem then?
Same way. Then if you ask the question about secularism, you don't believe in secularism, right? Why do you ask secularism about India?
I don't understand. What is it you want to discuss today? Why did you come here?
People asked me to join.
People
That's
can
why I
ask you
joined.
anything. What is the reason you came here?
Hashim, another Hindu who is ashamed to say that he is Hindu. So they always go for agnostic or atheist or something. But deep down, they are Hindus and ashamed to show that they are Hindus.
Is that right,
Sorry if
Vimoksha?
I hurt you.
Why are you ashamed to be a Hindu?
No.
You are.
He's
Yes,
being
you
little too
are.
sensitive. I'm not a. I'm not a believing Hindu
You
guy.
are a Hindu. Just say I'm a Hindu. Just say it. What's
Okay,
the problem?
let's settle this with this one question. Do you consider Ram to be real or mythology?
Mythology.
Okay, so all the Hindus who worship Ram, they are wrong, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Come on, be confident, man. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So all of them who worship Krishna are also wrong, right?
Wrong, yes.
Okay, I hope some Hindus are paying attention. Okay, so when you say you're an agnostic, does that mean that for you, God may exist or may not exist, right?
Yes.
Okay, now tell us, what is it you want to discuss today?
Okay. The thing is, why do you ask the logic of religions? That's what. Even when you have when your religion is have some flaws or some kind of which doesn't
You can
convince
ask about
everything.
our religion, no problem. But during the Q&A, when we have an open Q&A, we have
Okay,
different
then I'll
topics
come on
for a
that
reason.
day.
Okay.
Okay, then I'll
So
come on that.
why don't you come that day? Yeah, no problem. Looks
Okay.
like you don't have any specific questions today.
Okay. Bye.
All right, take care. Bye. Okay.
You know, I thought it's just the Shia that do taqiyya, but even the Hindus have got taqiyya.
Hi, Prasun. I know you've been waiting in the back studio, but we were just taking the new people for now. How are we doing? You're muted, by the way. Yeah, we can hear you now.
How are you, Sheikh?
Alhamdulillah, and you?
Good.
Is your mosquito net still up or is it down now?
Oh, I'm at the Bombay home today, so here it's a different story. Yeah.
No mosquito nets today.
No mosquitoes here. All
Enjoy
clean
the mosquitoes.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. How are you doing? You all right?
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm just going to quickly pray and come back.
Sure.
You got Mubashir and the Sheikh here, inshallah.
Sure.
Mubashir, ask if you want.
Mubashir.
No, this guy, usually I have seen his question is quite skeptic on almost everything. Whatever I will say, he will say that he remains skeptic a lot. So if he's a Hindu, let me complete. So I don't know, Sheikh, if you have seen whenever he comes, he doesn't have a specific framework of what is morality and what is not. Everyone knows him. He's quite famous in the stream.
Right.
So I cannot discuss when he does not have a ground. For us, we have the scripture. So he does not have the scripture. He uses his own mind. So that is why you may ask him question if you need.
What's immoral? What represents immoral for you?
So I think last time we were discussing with you and I was telling you of all the. In fact, we were talking about Mahabharat last time. I told you a story from Mahabharat, and we were talking that morality is not a fixed set of rules. Morality, in fact, is a permanently shifting, permanently dynamic kind of a principle, whereby you have to judge for yourself what is apt for you at the moment. And in the Mahabharat,
if you want to go but by yourself, what is moral for me may be immoral for you. What's immoral for you maybe. So that's why immorality needs to come from a source, which is a supreme being.
In the Islamic tradition, yes. In the Hindu
Not just in the Islamic, in Judeo-Christian,
in the Abrahamic tradition, yes. However, in the Hindu tradition, we would say your self, your conscious has to be trained, purified to a level where it becomes more and more open to how do I say better judgments, better day-to-day judgments.
Okay.
So
based on this, are the Aghoris moral or immoral?
So the Aghoris are a very, very advanced form of practice. I mean, the total number of Aghoris, if you consider, there wouldn't be more than maybe a few thousands.
It doesn't matter, but it doesn't matter. But their way to get moksha, is it moral or immoral?
No, it's not merely a way of getting moksha. The Aghoris don't practice it for moksha. They practice it for certain tantric practices, which gives them certain powers.
No, they do. They do practice. Mubashir, am I wrong or am I correct in saying that they practice?
To some extent, it is true that it is one of the ways to attain moksha.
Yeah.
But some Hindus will.
But moksha is not
Wait. I want to quote one verse from the Quran to clear everything over here, Sheikh. You have this verse of the Quran which is repeated at least 3 or 4 times. That most of them, the disbelievers, follow nothing but inherited assumption or conjecture. So you talk to many Hindus, no one has one specific idea of what is good or what is bad.
Definitely.
So the verse of the Quran says that most of them follow nothing but conjecture and assumption. Certainly assumption can be of no avail against the truth. So we as Muslims, and in this verse is not repeated one. Let me complete. Wait.
Yes.
So this verse is not repeated one, but maybe 3 or 4 times if I have to check it. So many times God is saying that if you consider the Muslims, they have a grounded framework of what is good and what is evil. We know it. But for you, it depends on each person. One person is this, one person is that. And you do have a verse from the Gita as well. I can give you that assumption of being too much skepticism is bad.
Tell me the verse.
Okay, wait, let me give the verse. You may wait, I have to search for it.
So yeah, in fact I will Google it up if you want.
First I will have to know if you hold the Gita to be authoritative or it is skeptical. You will reject someone.
All Hindu texts are authoritative. Various texts will be authoritative in various times. For example, somebody might follow a certain school of, let's say, Shakta tradition. So for him, Vaishnav and Shaivite books might not be primary, and somebody who's Shaivite, for him, Vaishnav and Shakta books might not be primary.
That is what I'm saying. You know, even in Muslims, you have different sect. I don't say no.
Yes.
But and even in Hinduism, you have a lot of sect. But what's the difference is that when Hindus argue about something, they don't know what is the ultimate decision. If they rely on the scriptures themselves are fighting against each other. But for Muslims, when we refer to the scriptures are not contradicting each other.
A lot of unknowledgeable people also turned up on the stream, and I've seen it. Even today, I was seeing a lot of people, without much of do pop up, and then all this kind of mishaps are happening.
So Prasun, do you believe that Shakti is the cause of the entire creation?
Yes. So as I was telling, in fact, I was earlier had been telling. There's a saying that
no. Wait, Prasun. Look, I'm an old man, so be lenient with me. Okay. Is Shakti the cause of all the creation? All the creation came from Shakti. Is that true?
So there's a play between Purush and Prakriti. Okay, I'll explain to you gradually.
Prakriti is the
female
superior creation, isn't it?
Pre-creation. So Shakti is the female energy, as we say, the female energy.
Yeah. But Prakriti, is superior and Kriti is creation, isn't it?
No. Prakriti means pre-existing, which means it's already existing before you. So let's say nature is called Prakriti in Hindi or in Sanskrit. Okay. Nature is called Prakriti. But when we're talking in the spiritual realm, We are talking about a pre-existing set of things before even our nature is formed, right? So our nature is Earth, space, sun, moon, galaxy, Milky Way. These are parts of Prakriti. But even before that, there has to be a certain Prakriti or a certain latent cause, which which gives rise to the universe.
So do you think that Shakti is the creator of Vishnu and Shiva and Krishna and
no, that's not what so Shiva and Shakti, or Shiva, of course, I mean, in the Shaivite tradition they say Shiva and Shakti, but Purush and Prakriti, which is a more neutral way of saying it. So that is the interplay of two factors. Purush as in the intent cause that created the universe, and Prakriti is the latent set of conditions based upon which the universe was formed. In Hinduism, we believe in cause and effect. Okay, so
for you, gods are created?
No. Gods, the demigods you say, those are later. You can say those are the later additions. But
no, is Shiva a god or no?
So Shiva is the supreme, or the demigod, the devatas. Shiva is the senior god, the senior deity. Senior.
So he is created, yeah.
Not create. So creation, okay. So the creation is not how do I say separate from the creator.
Was Makali she created or not?
So these are the primordial the gods and goddesses. The devis and devatas are all forces of nature, which are created.
Did Pavarotti create Makali or no?
Yeah, I mean, as per the no, hold on. Which Purana are we talking about? I mean, I might skip my.
Is Makali a goddess or no?
Yes, she's a deity. Yeah.
So which means deities are created in Hinduism.
Deities are, I mean, yes, the new deities are born at times. For example, Durga herself was created. Durga.
Okay. So as an intelligent person, and I take you to be one, as an intellectual, and I take you to be one, can a supreme being be created?
So when we say supreme being, right, the supreme being cannot be fathomed.
The ultimate entity.
Yeah. So the ultimate entity is not something that we can fathom. We cannot judge him through our faculties, or him or it. We cannot judge it through our faculties.
Yes.
We can only judge through our senses. So what we can judge through our senses are forces of nature, elements of nature.
Yeah, but nature itself, it's created, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's there are various forces. I'm not about physical nature. I'm not about gross nature. Like this is physical gross nature, and the world around you, trees, mountains. This is gross nature. Even sun or galaxy, Milky Way, and Neptune, Jupiter. That's gross nature. Now the subtle, as you go more and more subtle, there has to be certain subtle forces which created all of this, right? So those are the things that we talk about. Those are the kind of forces of nature that we're talking about. So in fact, all the Puranic stories that you hear, the Puranas, whatever it talks about, these are forces of nature preceding, creation, or leading to creation. I mean, of course, the Ramayana and Mahabharata are talking about in human terms. We are talking about. That is why they're called itihas. But others, they are preceding our human level of existence. So gradually, they're reaching the human level of existence. But if you look at, for example, something like Samudra Manthan, the divine contest where the deities and the Rakshasas were on opposite sides, and they took a snake and they churned the ocean for a lot of things to come out. So that is a primordial creation story. Those are not in our times. Those are way beyond human creation. So
what do you think about Navratri? Do you think that it's Navratri? Do you think that it's cultural or religious?
Both. So in Indian traditions, the deity is not important. The dates are important in the Indian way of celebrating things. So our calendar is based on the movement of the sun and the moon. Like in Islam, the calendar is based on moon.
Lunar calendar. Yeah.
And the Christian is based on the sun. The Gregorian calendar is based on the sun.
Yes.
So in Hinduism, our calendar is based on the months are based on the moon, but the year is based on the sun.
Yeah.
So it's a combination of both. So all our celebrations are celebration of nature. So right now, what the phase is right now, the next 9 days, which you will see, is the constellation moving into a certain way where the weather.
Yeah, but when you say our celebration, like if you remember when we talked about Ganesh, conspiracy. That has nothing to do with the moon.
No. Dates
So
our dates are calculated that way. Our dates are calculated by the movement of the moon and the sun and those kind of things. But our measurement is in terms of natural forces. So whatever gods and goddesses or deities that you see, these are all natural forces. Like Durga is a certain natural force, Kali is a certain natural force, Ganpati is a certain natural force. These are all natural forces that are represented, and there's an interplay of these deities that we consider it to be our out of which we're experiencing the world.
But at the end of the day, do you think that gods can perish and be created? Do you think that gods can perish and be created?
You see natural forces perishing and being created all the time, don't you?
So, Sheikh, the misunderstanding between people who follow the tradition from Ibrahim alayhi salam onwards is that we believe in one supreme God. The Hindus, like Prashun, they believe there are multiple manifestations of these gods. Okay, and some of them are demigods who can die, who can be born. Yes, but they are not supreme.
Okay.
So that's the reason we need to distinguish between monotheism and polytheism, how they interpret what the term God is, because the term God is very generic.
But that's what
remember the early discussions we had with Prashun, and
but I'm totally enjoying the questions from the Sheikh because he's asking very innocent and very I like his questions.
Yeah,
so,
but the Sheikh said, he's taken by the hand. So inshallah, we all learn like this way. So we need to, this is a problem that even the Christians have when they try to have a discussion with the Hindus, because they assume their God, the term God, it's synonymous to the term God the Hindus use. So when the Hindus use the term God, it can mean several different things.
Yes.
When we use the term God, it can only mean one thing.
Yeah, that's where I was
that's where
lost with. That's where I was lost with Preston, and I wanted to.
No. I was coming to that gradually. We would come I knew this would come, but
thank you.
You jumped at that.
Prasun usually likes to make jalebis first before he comes to the point. He loves his jalebis.
Hashim, I had one verse for Prasun. In fact, whenever I have seen when he comes on live stream, he's always skeptical. Every time he's skeptical. So I had one verse of the
uses
Gita.
His philosophical arguments.
Yeah, so I had one verse. I need in fact, I have two verses. One day he was saying that there's no good, no evil, it depends on you. So I had one Gita verse, but see this one. If you want, you can just how can I say it? You can just okay. Oh, okay. So in the Gita, chapter 18, it says verse 30 to 32. O son of Preta, O son of Partha, it means Arjun, O son of Bharata, that understanding by which one knows what should be done and what should not be done, what is to be feared and what is not to be feared, what is binding and what is liberating, that is in the mode of goodness. So when you have a clear distinction of what is good, what is bad, what is to be feared, what is not to be feared, what is to be done, what is not to be done, that thing, that belief is to be known in the mode of goodness. That understanding which cannot distinguish between religion and irreligion, between action and what should be done and action that what should not be done, is in the mode of passion. So you are passionate, you're into the mode of passion, so you don't know what should be done, what should not be done. That suits you, person, because you usually you don't know what should be done and what should not be done. And Muslims are on the mode of goodness because they have a clear distinction what should be done and what should not be done. And then the verse continues.
Right. Guys, I want to bring us back to the topic. So let's discuss Navratri. Because Prashun, I don't know, do you actually believe when they use Ma Kali and Durga and Shakti Ma and all this, what does that mean to you? Are they like metaphoric terms, or they are actually?
Of course, all our deities, of course, metaphoric terms. They are representing various forces of nature. But when we're talking about the female forces,
sorry. I need to understand this because you keep repeating nature.
Yes.
What do you mean? Do you mean the nature as in the nature of the deity, or do you mean nature as in the surrounding?
Let me explain it to you, Sheikh, without the jalebis.
Yeah.
Sorry, Prasun, but I have to use that. I couldn't resist. So he mentioned Prakriti and Purusha. Okay, now Prakriti is basically matter. Purusha, consciousness.
Consciousness.
See how easy that was, Prashant? Okay.
Hashim, you learned it.
I don't know why you make so many jalebis. I don't understand.
You really picked it up, Hashim, and at least to that.
So, you know, like for example, air, water, fire. These are all basically forms of matter.
Matter, and then it's
consciousness. You know what's consciousness?
Yes.
So the reason they say that two combinations. So here, Shiva represents the consciousness. His wife Parvati represents matter.
Matter.
That's the reason she was able to make Ganesha. So if you listen to our last stream, I don't know if you listen to it.
I mean, mashallah, you have picked it up really well. Okay. So
you see, even though I like jalebis, but I take it with a, you know, there's a limit to how much I can take.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Fine.
So yeah, remember the Parvati made Ganesha.
Made the Ganesha.
She's able to make matter. And that's the reason she was able to. But then she wanted to make Ganesha into a conscious being. And
he wasn't
then sought the help
of Shiva, yeah.
Her husband, yeah. And then only he became worshipable. Do you remember that?
Yes.
No. Ganesha was in the form of a boy who was beheaded. And then when he was replaced by...
the head of the elephant, yeah.
Yeah. So that's when he said, you know,
who made him? Who made that? That was Shiva that got the hair of the elephant and made
the head of the elephant was brought by Shiva. Yes. Yeah. So then Ganesha asked him, you know, I've become such a comical creature. You know, I've become halfway here, neither there. So then Shiva gave him the boon that from now on you'll be worshipped before anything at all.
Yes,
even before
he's the primary.
So let's get this straight. Would you consider Ganesha to be then metaphoric, or is like a literal sun?
Of course. All deities are, you know, they're not physical beings, right? They're not. You can't touch and feel them in the, you know, in their realm, right? So you have to.
That's the irony. If you can't feel Parvati, she's material.
She is. I mean, material doesn't exist.
What do you mean material doesn't exist?
You ask a quantum physicist. Material doesn't exist by itself. Material is just.
What are you made of?
Vibrations.
What are you made of?
Vibrations.
So you are just vibrations.
Molecules are just vibrations.
Yeah, but molecules are material, right?
But material itself is vibration. Materials don't exist. I'm
not asking you what they do. I'm asking you their essence. It's material.
The material of essence
is matter, bro. E is equal to mc square. You should know that by now.
So it's all energy. It's all. Anyway, I mean we're digressing now, and
I know energy itself. You know, some materials, for example, they have between them the energy, and they have different forces between them. But that doesn't mean that it's not part of matter. All of this is part of the universe.
Right.
Okay. So anyway, you're right. We do digress, but many Hindus will actually disagree with you for interpreting that goddesses as just metaphoric.
Okay. See, the emotional aspect might, you know, ask them to be very, very, you know, perceive and for some people they actually do perceive it physically.
Actually, let me bring Sailesh. Sailesh in the private chat said that you are misrepresenting Hinduism by calling the goddesses as
Shailesh.
Just a metaphor.
Yes.
Hello. So Shailesh, are you a Hindu?
I'm a Hindu, yeah, of course.
Okay, you're from India, yeah?
Yeah, from India, yeah.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, you had some disagreement with Preston.
I don't know why he was saying metaphoric. It's all metaphoric.
By the way, I just saw you using some terms in the private chat for Prasun. I don't think that was right to use it, even though you disagree with him.
No. I think
no need to call names. No need to be rude.
No, I agree. No, but if he has not read something, he should not speak about it.
So correct him.
Go ahead, tell me.
Yeah, you should.
So instead of calling names, you can just correct
Hindus. I'm sorry to say that Hindus suffer from verbal diarrhea.
At the end of the day, listen, he has got the right to think what he thinks, like you have got the right to think what you think. But we should keep the discussions at a level of professionalism.
Yeah, let's keep it civil. Yeah.
Civil and professional. You know, we were having a nice discussion with him, so it's you really shouldn't have written what you have written.
He should give a reference. He should say that he has read the Durga Saptshati He has
Yeah,
read the
he comes
Markandeya
from a
Purana.
different
He should
philosophy to
respect.
yours, so you need to recognize that. Hinduism is not a monolith.
We,
Different
no,
Hindus
we,
interpret their gods and goddesses differently. He's not the exception here.
no, we are talking about Navratri now. That is the topic of discussion. So that
Okay,
is
so what is your
that's what.
understanding of the goddesses in Navratri? Let's hear from you. Go on.
See, it's very clear because this is it's in Markandeya Puran, and I think one of your panelists was talking about Durga drinking alcohol while killing Mahishasur.
Yes.
No, that's completely wrong because I just again looked into the text itself.
Drinking blood.
I think
Drinking
that
blood.
that was
Drinking
Mubashir.
alcohol.
Mubashir, you said you have a
Yeah,
reference for
yeah, I
Durga
will have to search
drinking.
for it,
Yeah.
but yes. Okay, let me talk to him. You know the Chandi part is Durga Saptashati, in which it
No,
describes
no.
how Durga is killing the demons.
Wait,
Before killing, she drank
wait,
wine.
wait.
Just give me a few minutes. You can talk about any other topic. I will just search for the reference and give you, because
I
do you
give
hold the Durga Saptashati to be authoritative or not?
please don't speak so
No,
much.
you do hold it to be
Stick to the
authoritative,
point.
because I don't
Arey
want to be
yaar,
searching it
stick
for
to
in
the
vain.
point.
If
Shalish,
you hold
He's
it,
Shalish,
asking you. He's asking you.
Shalish.
So
Be nice.
Mubashir, what was the name of the scripture you mentioned?
Durga
Durga
Saptashati
Saptashati.
or Chandi Part, it has 700 verses
Okay.
found in the
Do you
Markandeya Puran.
consider, Shailesh, do you consider those scriptures to be something that is,
Authoritative.
it's something you
Yes,
recognize as being from the
of
Hindu
course.
scriptures, or you don't?
Okay,
He
Of
I will
does.
course.
He
just search
does.
for the
He does.
reference. Okay, I will first
Of
for the
course.
reference. You can talk. You can talk in
Yeah.
the meanwhile. I
I
will just
can give you the
search for the
reference
reference.
because it's right in front of me. I'm referring to
Okay,
the Tritiyodeha Adhyay
okay.
and verse
Give,
number is 38. In
tell me
it,
the
it
adhyay,
says
which adhyay it is?
Tritiyo, third Adhyay, Tritiyo
Third
Adhyay
adhyay, yes, third adhyay,
and
and
38th verse.
38. Okay, I will just search for it.
It says Garj
338,
Garj
right?
Shanam Mood. Please
Wait.
refer.
338,
Let me.
right? 338.
Yeah. It
Okay,
says
wait.
Garj Garj Shanam Mood Madhu Yavapi Bhavyamaham, which means you may आप जब तक आप गर्जन कर ले, which means you can shout and you can
Shailesh, can you just translate it
exuberate
again?
as long as possible.
Brother
In the
Hashim, in
meantime,
fact,
I'm going to
when
drink.
you read different translation, some modern Hindus, in order to feel ashamed, they have translated into somras, or they have translated into
No,
potion.
no, no, no.
Have you got
I'm talking
the
about
link, Mubashir?
Sanskrit. I'm
I have
referring
it
to
in
the
PDF.
Sanskrit text. I'm referring to the Sanskrit text. It says madhu. I'm going to drink madhu. Madhu is honey. Now, why are you
It
saying
Yeah, but
alcohol?
yeah, I
no,
know, I
no,
know, I
no,
know.
no, no, Shalish, Shalish. You know one thing, honey. You can make you can make alcoholic drink with honey, and it's called
Oh,
mead. It's called mead.
no, no.
You do. What do you mean?
You
No,
can
no.
make with
You
any
can,
fruit. Alcoholic drink with any.
Shalish.
Where is it gone?
He's gone.
In fact, he is right to some extent, because, but you have different translation. Some Hindus are outspokenly being very bold and saying that she drank wine. Some are translated into
Yeah, no,
potion, or some are
Mubashir,
translated into
Mubashir.
honey. So
You can make honey. You can make wine from honey, and the Arabs they used to do it, and they call it mead in English.
Yeah.
and why the
Anyway,
goddess needs honey
he's
to
not
kill
here.
a demon?
Let's discuss that when he's here. I'm going to bring in
Yes.
Anjali. I think she came last time.
He's back. He's back.
Yeah, that's fine. Anjali, are you there?
Yeah, hi.
Hello, how are you doing?
I came, yeah.
Do you know what the topic is today?
Hello.
Yeah, hi, Sanish,
Yeah.
just one second.
Yeah. Something
So
happened to the.
our topic today is about Navratri. So what do you think about this festival, Anjali? Why do you celebrate, or if you do celebrate, that is, why do you celebrate it?
Because that's why I celebrate.
Sorry, because it is?
It's God. I celebrate.
Your audio is not that good again. So can you guys hear her properly? Because I can't.
No.
Yeah, okay, so it's not just me then. Anjali, do you want to fix your microphone?
Okay.
Okay. Let me know in the private chat once you fixed it. Okay, Sailesh, yeah, go ahead. You wanted to say something? I think
Can
you
you hear?
dropped out because of the internet or something. We didn't kick you out, did we?
Yeah.
Okay, just want to
No,
tell you.
no,
Yeah,
we didn't.
yeah.
Yeah, go again.
So it's the verse number 38 talks about madhu. So Devi says that let me drink the madhu while you may exult. So then that's the time when she is going to kill that asura.
Hello. Can you
Yeah.
hear me?
Yeah, we
Yes,
can. Yeah,
now it's better. Yeah.
much better.
So
Sailesh just wants to
let me come
finish.
to the
Yeah, finish that
yeah.
point.
Let
Go
me
ahead.
finish. So the point is that the beginning of the text itself, it says that there are two types of categories of entities. They are the sur and the asur. That is the devta and the asurs. The asurs are the greedy ones who always want to occupy the place of sur, which is the devatas. The devatas live in the swarg, which you also refer to as Jannah.
Paradise.
And
Yeah.
the asuras always want to occupy the places in the Jannah. So the asuras attack and they occupy the Jannah and they throw out all the devtas from that place. So the devtas go to the deities, to the three deities, the Vishnu, Brahma, and
Brahma, Vishnu,
they
Shiva.
say,
Yeah.
look what they have done. These are the greedy people. Yes. So the hide our place and throw us out of the Jannah.
Sailesh, I think you're breaking up as
So
well.
as a result of it, then the moment
Your audio is also
the
breaking
moment
up.
Okay, is it fine now?
No, it's
Is it
fine
fine now?
sometimes, but it breaks up. Do you guys also feel the same, or it's just
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it is cutting.
Let me just correct it just a moment, then I'll come to the entire story and the context will be clear.
Yeah,
Hello. Now you can
Yeah,
hear
can
me.
you hear me?
Yeah, I
Hello.
can hear you all. Sailesh, I think you should fix your microphone and then join again, because the thing is you can complete, but we can't hear you.
I fixed it. I fixed it. Can you hear me now?
No, it's still the same. I can hear you. There is a slight delay or even breaking up in the middle.
But Hashim, I have just Googled to see mead in Hindi, and it says meadow.
No, but the thing is,
Madhu.
he said madhu. Madhu means honey.
Madhu.
Madhu means
So
honey.
I think they're trying to say nectar, if I'm not wrong. Am I right?
But it gave me it's the way I pronounce it is meadow, or
Madhu, yeah, M-A-D-H-U. If you type that, you'll find it. Okay, so anyway, Shailesh, go ahead. Yeah, finish your story.
Yeah. So then from all these devtas and the Tridev, Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, there is an energy which comes out. There's a light which comes out, and they all combine. And then, as a result of the combination of that light energy, the Mahamaya is formed. Mahamaya is nothing but Ma Durga, and Durga was a result of the combination of the Shaktis of all these deities. So you understand?
Would you call Ma Durga a creation of these gods?
Not a creation. It's a part of these gods itself, because these are they're the result of the Shaktis emerging and amalgamating.
No, hold on. What do you mean emerging? I don't understand what you mean. Because if you're talking about
Shall
a
I read
female
the text?
character, wait.
No. Shall I read the text? I'll tell you exactly how it is written in the text. The text
but
says,
how do you interpret? That's more important. Because if you're saying
light
Ma Durga,
energy.
wait, if you say Ma Durga is emerging from these gods, it's still its creation.
No, it's not like creation like that.
Yeah,
In that
because
sense,
because actually it's a part of God, right? That's why.
yes.
It's a part of God.
So every person, every
Wait a
deity
minute.
has
So
got a
when you say
Shakti.
God, you mean the male gods, right?
No.
Brahma,
The
Vishnu,
male.
Shiva.
First of all,
the male
let me
gods.
clear one thing.
Wait, just a minute.
Uh,
Let me complete the story. Then
Listen, sorry. Let's not talk over each other. Let Anjali make her point, then you can answer. Go on, Anjali.
Okay, first of all, let me break the term God first. What is God? Anybody know what is the full form of God here, please?
Anjali, just tell us what's on your
No,
mind.
no, we don't talk
It's
about God.
generator,
Otherwise, it'll become again.
operator, and destructor. It's already have been mentioned by people who ever termed as God is the generator, of course, the Brahma, preserver, and that is Vishnu, and the destructor is Shiva. So he's talking about Shakti, which is energy. Actually, energy is a form. Without energy, nothing can happen. The Big Bang theory is also based on energy, like how the everything created through whatever happened with a asteroid or whatever. So it was all energy. So he's talking about energy which actually got created, or you can say, it's a combined energy of Shiva, Brahma. That is why we all, one sect also says that Shakti is the most superior one. So we have different, Hinduism is just not one mindset, people. We have different philosophies and all are relevant in everybody, each and everyone cases. So yeah.
Do they contradict? Do the philosophies
Yes,
contradict?
a lot of
Wait,
philosophies
let,
contradicting each other.
Exactly.
let,
So,
let, let
Anjali,
me
you
complete.
mentioned Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. Okay. You mentioned the generator, operator,
Mhm.
and destroyer. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Are they all equally God?
Yeah,
Okay.
of
So,
course.
wait a minute. Is Brahma God according to you?
Yes, this Brahma comes, Brahmand comes from Brahma. So of course, there are multiple
Who
universes
worships?
in
Who
our
worships Brahma?
Shastras and Vedas.
Anjali, who worships
There is
Brahma?
not a single,
Please,
no,
please
there
give
No.
is
reference.
not a
Please
Who
single
don't
worships
Brahma.
Brahma,
please
the creator God? Who
don't
worships?
embarrass us.
No one.
We Hindus worship. We Hindus
Okay,
worship
let me ask
Brahma.
the
If
same
you
question
don't
to
know, there
Shailesh.
are many temples.
Shailesh, does anyone worship Brahma, the creator God?
No.
Brahma, we
Thank you.
don't
Really?
See what I mean?
worship. There is
Anjali,
a
you don't know your
listen,
religion.
listen. It's not like this. There
It
is
is like,
something called a Brahma.
no,
See,
we are
try
not
to
talking about
understand.
Brahman. We are not talking about Para Brahman. I specifically mentioned Brahma,
From
the
Para
creator God.
Brahma, listen to me. Para Brahma is something which
I'm
is
talking about the
both.
creator God for the third time, Brahma.
لا
The
لا
There's no,
four-headed God.
Hashim,
The
Hashim,
four-headed
there's no
God.
Brahma
ambiguity here.
Yeah,
Hashim,
Jews. Yeah. Abrahamic
Let's go back
religion.
to
Jews worship
Navratri. Hashim,
Brahma. Yeah.
Hashim, let's go back to Navratri, please. Yeah.
Yeah, but she's talking about God and she doesn't know what God is, to be honest with her. Anjali,
No,
look, I
we
know
don't talk
you
about
No,
God.
claim
I
you are a
know about
Brahmin
God, and
in the
that's
last
how I
stream.
gave you. Please don't take lines to make your cut and edit your reels. I have seen the previous one which you had made for me.
What have
It's
we cut?
fine.
What
That
have we
is
cut?
your job. That is your job. You're doing it
Anjali,
for
I
here.
just
But
asked
let me tell you,
I
I
just
have
asked you in
already
front of
given my
your,
reference.
hold on. I asked you in front of your Hindu brethren here, and he disagreed with you that Brahma is worshipped. You said Brahma
No,
was worshipped.
he's absolutely. Listen, sir, listen. He's absolutely fine in his place. और उससे पहले मैंने एक second पहले आपको बोला that everybody
Speak to English,
carries different
please. Speak to
philosophies,
English.
and why he says, listen. Why he says so? Because Brahma is also cursed by Shiva, that he cannot be
Thank you.
worshipped, and that is also
Thank
true.
you.
Yeah, listen to
Which
me.
proves that
Listen.
he's not a supreme God.
Oh my God! Listen, this is the problem.
Which God?
With Islam's come with
See, we don't
specific
have a
rules. We
concept of
don't come.
God. Supreme
We
God we
don't
don't have.
have.
Islam,
Please
in
understand.
Islam,
Please
God cannot be
understand.
cursed.
And
Yeah.
yeah. And listen,
You
listen.
We
cannot.
don't
Listen,
have
listen.
Supreme God
First of
Why
all,
in
do you
Islam.
want? Wait.
no God.
This whataboutery is really not helping you, Anjali. If you don't know your
No,
own
Brahma
religion,
can be cursed. Brahma can be cursed because
all the gods can be cursed. Even Shiva
Brahma
can
is
be cursed.
created.
Even Vishnu
Yeah,
can be cursed.
yes,
Navrinda.
yes.
All your gods can be cursed.
Yeah.
Anjali,
That's a beauty of our religion, because if
What
you
is the
get
beauty
Anjali,
that
of cursing
power,
a
Really, I
if
god?
you
told
There's
you
get
no
about.
beauty.
actually
Anjali,
if you actually
please,
come to
please,
that
please,
enlightened power, you can do
Anjali,
anything, because
please,
that's what we
Okay.
call to get
Let
enlightenment.
don't,
Kailash
And
make a
those
point. He
people
wants
were
to make a
enlightened
point.
please,
beings.
Anjali, don't speak without any reference, please. We all
Yeah.
Hindus speak out of our, we don't refer to a text and then just keep on blabbing. Please,
Yeah, that
I'm
is
sorry
true.
to say,
That is
Anjali,
true.
Anjali, please don't embarrass us all. Don't speak things which are not there.
No, please,
Talking about quantum mechanics. Please, Anjali.
I'm not talking on behalf of all of you. I'm just
मत
giving my point of
मत
view. You can
please
share
मत
your,
नहीं
please.
दो ना नहीं
I'm
दो
not
ना.
talking. I'm
Don't give your
not
point of
talking.
view.
I'm not talking. Sir, listen. I'm not talking behalf
Refer
of
to
1
text.
crore
Give me a
Hindus.
reference
Yeah,
from
that is
text.
true. Yeah, you should, the Gita says, Tasmat Shastram Pramanam, let the scripture be authority, right? So refer to the
Yes,
scripture like
Yeah.
Shailesh is doing.
absolutely. I'm referring to
Yeah,
the
that's fine.
scriptures.
That's
Don't
fine.
speak out like this. I mean, just out
Please,
of my
I'm
own
not
mind,
saying
your own
Shailesh, you
theories.
are saying wrong.
But I'm
Okay,
just
you continue, please.
you're
You know,
embarrassing. You
Then
don't
I
know.
will talk, please. No, I'm not embarrassing myself. I'm just giving them some facts. And if you want to quote from some Gita or Hadith, whatever, you can do, please. Yeah.
so sorry,
Yes, we have to
Sailesh.
do that.
Sailesh, it is Navratri. You know, woman power and all that. So you need to be quiet for 9 days.
I agree, but
Feminine
I'm
side,
referring to text
feminine
No,
itself.
side coming
Islam
out.
See,
should
let me
not
come back
talk
to the
about
story.
woman power. I'm so sorry, but Islam should not talk about woman power. Yeah, please go ahead.
Don't take
Okay,
it
okay,
personally, Anjali. I'm actually on your side here.
okay. I'm coming to the Dvitiya Adhyay of the Durga Saptashti. You know, it says that there is a tej which comes out from Chakrapani Vishnu and Brahma and Mahesh. Now this word is called tej.
What is
Tato
page?
tato ati kopa purnasya chakrano vadana tatah nishkrama mahat tejo brahmanam shankarasya cha. So there is a tej which comes out that's what I said. You know, there's light coming out from all these deities, which forms the Mahamaya or the Durga. So I'm referring to the text. The text itself says there is a tej which comes out from all these deities,
So
and
Yeah,
it
they
is
exactly.
it is a
amalgamate.
creation then. From what you just read and what you explained to us, it seems like this
Now
Durga Mata is a creation of these three gods.
let me come. Let me come.
Wait,
The tej.
Shailesh, I
Please,
think what you intend to say is that the Durga was already present she was already present, but she was in the form of Shakti, in a form of power of the three gods. But
absolutely
then she
right. Correct.
manifested and got a form. Yeah, I got it
Correct.
now.
Correct.
She
You got
was
it, no more.
already existing. Wait, she was Durga, the mother goddess. She was already existing in a non tangible
So,
form
She
inside
was
the
when you know
inactive
goddesses.
and she became
everything,
active.
Yeah,
Is what you're
when
saying.
inactive.
you know
Yeah, and
everything,
then she
why are you
manifested a
talking
form and
rubbish? You know
came.
that exactly.
No, but even
Yeah.
Shailesh is
Okay.
Anjali,
accepting what
just be
he's trying right
respectful. You
now.
know, there's no need to
Okay.
be disrespectful here.
Okay. Now
People
let
are
me come to
giving their
it.
opinions. Let them give their opinions.
Let me come to it. Now let me come to it. From each and every deity, a specific part of Durga is formed.
Yes, that is
This
a.
is what the text says, which means that there is a specific guna and there is a specific part which is there in specific deities, and those qualities are amalgamated to form the complete deity of Mahamaya Shakti. You understand? So it is actually a manifestation of the Shaktis of all these deities. And
Okay.
our deities are not man or they're transgender because
What?
they represent the Purush as well as the Prakriti. There is a
Did you just
Prakriti.
call your gods transgender?
Absolutely. You know what
Yeah.
I
So
mean?
what's wrong with
Mean there's a
that?
feminine and there's a feminine energy in every of these deities. So
Oh
that's
dear.
why you'll find that the deities
There is a
have they
Transgender,
have this
okay.
yeah.
You're saying transgender not in a physical form. He's trying to say that when you have intellect in your body, that intellect itself is Devi. When you have power in yourself, that power represents Devi. So when
yeah,
all these things come out of the gods, it takes a human a tangible form, and then it becomes
absolutely
Durga. So she was
absolutely
already existing prior inside the gods in the form of their
correct
powers and knowledge or
correct
wisdom or whatever. Like it says,
absolutely
Devi Sarvabhuteshu Shakti Rupin is a star,
absolutely
right?
absolutely
Yeah. So
absolutely
she's already existing in a non-tangible form, in the form of knowledge or
Yeah,
whatever.
I get that.
absolutely.
But the thing is, when you actually say that it manifests from the three gods, now does when
Not
something
from
is
the
inside, when
let me
something is
correct let me correct
inside,
let me
does
correct
it
the proposition.
does Durga have its own identity, or is it the same identity as the god? Which one is it?
Shakti was
uh
always
Dur-
present. Shakti was
Durga
always
Durga
present.
is a Shakti of the Parabrahma. You can say that.
Shakti of the Parabrahman?
Actually,
Does it have the
yes,
same? Does it have the same identity as a Parabrahman?
absolutely. And that is supposed to be one of the most mysterious element in the
Okay.
sense that,
So let me get
I'll
this right.
tell you.
Hold on. If it has the same identity, so for example, when when she's a mother, when she bears a child, who actually is pregnant that time? Is it Shakti or is it Parabrahman?
Oh, no. What do you mean pregnant? How
What
can the
is this
Shakti become
example?
pregnant?
What is
Because
this
according to
example?
that
You
video
can't
I showed,
compare
I don't know if
humans
you
with
watched,
the devas.
I
No,
don't know if you
human
What
watched
beings
is
the
this
cannot be
earlier
compared
example?
with
Why
video.
them.
do you always give example like human to gods?
Human beings
Gods
cannot
are
be
They do.
compared
It's
with
because
God.
Because
see,
because your gods
they
themselves are
give the
humans. They
exact
descended on
same
earth like
human
God.
characteristics
No,
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 to the
no.
goddess.
they,
They were
they
And
they were
take
what
they
the human
manifested as a
form.
human, but they were
They,
not humans.
they are not humans.
That's a
They can
very
manifest in
logical
the
I didn't
thing.
say
body.
they were
Every Muslim
humans.
asks like
All
every
I
time.
asked is if and when did Shakti ever become a mother?
So she is the mother in the sense that
She is
because of
already
her
a mother.
creative
She is
energy,
already
the
nature.
entire
Guys,
world
just
Nature.
answer the
subsists.
One
question.
Mother
person
nature.
talk.
If she's a mother, does she have a child?
No,
Of
she
course,
is
in
a
many forms.
creator, and
Parvati
therefore
has child.
anything which is
Parvati
created,
has child.
Well, according to you, she herself was created by the gods.
because she's the created and a creator energy of the creator.
Yeah, if she's created, then
Yeah.
the question is this: look, if she became a mother, then whose mother was she?
Whose mother was she?
Because actually
The entire
she
world is,
carry.
she is
Listen,
the
listen.
Jagan Mata. Anjali,
She
please let me speak.
carries female entity. She carries female entity. That's why we call or represent them as a mother. You
Okay,
understand?
so are you saying
Anjali,
the
like,
male entities? Wait. If she's the Shakti, means the energy or the power, whatever you want to define it as, then does that mean that the male gods do not have their own power and energy?
No, they
Yeah,
don't.
she's a catalyst. You believe in science? Actually, she is a catalyst. Shakti is an
What
energy.
catalyst? Do they have their
Whatever
own
is
energy? That was a
happening in
question,
this.
Anjali. You're not even
No,
listening.
listen.
Do the
That's
male
what
gods have their own energy, or
No. Yes,
she's their
exactly.
energy? Which one is it?
no, try to understand
No.
one thing.
In our
Shailesh, do
religion,
you
nobody's
Shailesh, do you
in our
accept the fact
religion.
that it says in Hinduism that Shakti, Shiva without Shakti is Shav, means Shiva is a dead body
Yeah,
without
yes,
Shakti.
exactly. Everything
Wow.
Yeah.
is catalyst.
Hashim,
Vishnu is
what
incomplete
she's
without
trying to
Shiva.
say is that they need a female counterpart to be complete. So Vishnu without his wife Lakshmi is he doesn't have any power. Shiva without
Yep.
Parvati is powerless, and
He
Do you
Brahma
agree
doesn't
with that,
without
have any
Shailesh?
power.
Saraswati is.
It's not like that. He doesn't have any power. They
Listen,
actually complete each other, and
So they
you
complete
understand
each other. They're
that's
incomplete without each other.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Like
basically,
nature
they are.
completes, nature
I want to hear from
completes
Shailesh. Shailesh, do you agree
the
with that
life.
interpretation?
How nature completes life. Without if there is
No,
Anjali, let
the
Shailesh
one
a
speak.
very famous
tsunami
line.
or something
One very
else.
famous line. Shailesh, do you agree to the fact that Shiv without Shakti is a Shav? Shav means a dead corpse.
that is the whole concept of
Yeah,
Purush and Prakriti.
absolutely.
Yeah, so you accept it.
Absolutely.
Okay, so
Purush
So
and
you see,
Shailesh,
Yeah, we do
is
accept everything. We do accept
guys,
everything.
just 1 minute, guys. Wait, I just want to
Do
say
you
assalamu
accept
alaikum
that
to
Allah
brother
is a
Muris.
moon god? Do you accept that Allah is a
Anjali,
moon
stop
god?
this
He is
nonsense.
not the
Come on,
creator. We
honestly,
have
that's the reason.
Anjali,
That's the reason we
Anjali,
don't tolerate people who are completely ignorant about
Anjali.
Islam and making
Anjali is
stupid
not behaving like a
comments.
we
goddess.
are not ignorant. We are seekers. We are not ignorant. We are
Try to
seekers.
behave.
So,
Islam
Try
is
to
what
the
are you
behave like
only
seeking?
goddess
ignorant
Durga.
religion.
Anjali,
Islam
what
is
are
the
you
only
seeking?
ignorant religion.
Okay, goodbye.
Truth.
No, I have a. Oh man. Okay, I
You
wanted
want
to
me to
ask
bring
her
it back?
seriously, what did she seek about Islam if she thinks
No,
it's even a
no, no,
moon?
no,
If
no,
she's
no,
going to
no,
talk
no, no.
rubbish like
Like,
that,
come on.
Salam
who
alaikum,
said you should
Muris.
bring
Muris.
evidence from the reference?
Hashim,
Yes.
unless she's gonna be respectable or respectful, otherwise kick her out. To be honest with you,
Yeah.
what's this
So,
about a moon god and all?
Anjali, look, first and foremost, where did you hear Allah is a moon god? Where did you hear this? Do you have any references?
Yes, from the History Channel and from the
Christian.
several Islamic channels as well.
Okay, so give me the reference
They
from the
have very
Quran or
much
Hadith.
important.
Wait. You
Yeah,
know, when we
definitely.
look for
Next time.
no, next
Next
time
time
you
when
made
I'll
the
come, I
you
will
made
come
the
with
you
the
made the claim
historic
today.
facts. With the historic facts that
Which
Allah was
historic
only a
facts?
region god.
Which
He was
historic
a
fact?
regional god of that time of a particular sect who believed that Allah was a moon god.
Which region
He
are you
was
talking
not.
about?
Yes,
You know.
some
Wait.
Syria and
Wait.
all.
You know where you find this? You know where you find this? Somebody called Corey, who is an evangelist in America. He has written a book in 1991.
Robert Morey.
Robert Morey, yeah, Robert Morey, and he himself, he took that book, the booklets that he's written. It's from a Danish person in 1901. Now, we're gonna go into the history of it, that it's not true and that. So don't take things from Islamophobe websites. No, wait. Look, I've let you speak. No, wait. No, wait. Don't take things from Islam. Wait,
If I'm
Anjali.
wrong, in
Wait.
that particular region which I'm talking
Please give
about
reference.
today
Anjali, don't speak like this,
is
please.
do have Yazidi people, if I'm not wrong?
Yeah, but we are not
And what
Yazidi.
Yazidi
We are
people
not. We are
follow?
Muslims. Allah
And
says
what
in the
Yazidi
Quran.
people follow? I have seen what.
She's just a big mouth. She doesn't have any references. So what I was going to say is that in the Quran, Allah clearly says, "Do not worship the moon or the sun." Now, if you're coming here and say he's a moon god, then you need to provide evidence, not from some dodgy historians, from the Quran and Sunnah, because that is the references that we will accept as genuine. Just like you, Anjali, if I give you references from non-Hindus or from ex-Hindus, will you accept it? No, you'll tell me to go to your Shastras. So at least give the same respect to the Muslims that we expect from you or you expect from us. You see what I mean?
Hashim, regarding Yazidis are not Muslims, and plus even the Shia who classes them as Shia, they class them as kuffar. Yazidis, they worship shaitan, they worship the devil, they do not pray, and lots of things. So why is she saying,
Because
ignorant?
she's a Islamophobe, and I gathered that from her from everything she
I'm
wrote in
still
the
hung on the
private chat.
fact.
Just because the Yazidis are from
reason
the
I
Middle
brought you in
East.
today is, Anjali, I thought you will shed some light with regards to the topic today, Navratri, being a woman, but you showed your real colors by being an Islamophobe, taking material from Islamophobes, no references from Quran and Hadith, okay, and that just exposes you. So what have you got to say for yourself?
Well, before she begins, I'm still stuck on the fact that she references the History Channel when my History Channel talks about little green aliens that built pyramids. So, like, what are you talking about, man? Really? Like, this is what you brought?
If this is the level to which the Brahmins have stooped today, then you are a black spot on the Brahmins.
Oh my God, you are just taking my Brahmanism here. There is nothing related to Brahmanism. It's just a fact I'm talking. If you
Why you were so proud of being a
facts, I will
Brahmin in the
come
last
back
stream?
with facts.
In the last
Because
stream, you
you
were
was
very
actually
proud to be a
you
Brahmin,
was talking
and you
some
ran away
caste
as soon as I
system.
opened the Upanishad. Do you remember that?
No.
Please,
You actually
come
was
up with the
talking
references.
about
मत
some
करो
caste
यार.
system, and that I was
मत जाओ
clearing
यार,
out
ऐसे
that
क्या
caste
कर रहे
system,
हो?
and then
Okay, so Anjali, tell me once again: is the caste system in Hindu, is it based on Varna or Jati?
It's Varna.
Okay, how are you a Brahmin? Based on your Varna or Jati?
अरे यार.
Varna.
Answer. What happened? You went quiet?
Varna. I'm saying Varna.
Exactly.
Varna.
So tell me, wait. Are you a teacher? Are you a priest?
No.
So how is it Varna?
मत करो यार, Anjali, please.
Anjali, you're embarrassing yourself in front of the world now.
I don't understand why Shailesh is crying. Shailesh, if you want to talk, you please talk, but don't cry
I want to
after
talk.
me.
Why?
Okay?
He's
If you want to talk,
stopping
you
you
can
from
talk.
embarrassing yourself.
Please. I'm
He's
giving
doing you a
answer
favor.
now. But Shailesh, I don't want you to cry, please. You just want, if you want to talk first, you can go ahead.
You're
I'm
embarrassing.
muting
Yeah, you
myself.
don't even know the difference between caste and Varna. Why are you coming here?
Yeah, if you want, listen, I am coming. It's my
Absolutely. That's the reason I
okay,
asked her,
it's
Jati or
my
Varna.
choice.
She has no clue.
You have no clue. Why are you coming and just blabbering?
Okay.
You have no
I think
clue about
you
your own
have
religion.
showed
So
your
I doubt
shastras
you
to
have
them,
any
and
clue about
these
Islam, which you try to
That's what
say
I'm going to do
illogical
now.
people will understand any of a single thing. Then you please go ahead, please.
Let them not. I mean, at least they will
I'm
not be
giving
able to
you
spread the lies
space.
now.
Listen. I'm giving you a space. If you want to talk, you talk. Otherwise, they can answer. They can ask me questions. Please, I'm giving you space.
No, but I did ask you a question. You had no answer. I asked you if you're a Brahmin based on Varna. You said Varna. I asked you what is your profession, a teacher or a priest, and you had no answer to that.
No, my forefathers were priests or something, but
Yeah,
today
so I didn't
my
ask your
generation is
forefathers
not priest.
Varna. I asked your Varna. In other
That's what
words,
I'm
when you say
talking.
your
We have
forefathers,
we go by
you're
we go by
indirectly
Gotra only.
saying,
We
hold on,
go by Gotras only. We go by
Anjali, that is
Gotras
based
only.
on
Yeah.
jati. Do you know that?
No.
It's based on
Not
your
at all.
birth. That's why you said my forefathers were Brahmins. So you're based on
No,
birth, which I
you're
was telling you
absolutely
all
wrong
along.
here.
Listen to your
You have
guru.
some less knowledge in this sect
No,
here.
I educated you. I schooled you right now. And let
No,
people judge
Hashim,
No, you
that.
didn't. Please,
see, it is both
you did not. You did
guna and
not.
karma. It is both guna as well as karma.
Exactly.
Guna
And
is inherited,
your karma is also based on
and
your
karma
birth,
is your
on your previous
own
life.
efforts.
It's based
So
on your
karma is your
previous
own
life.
efforts.
Your
No,
previous
guna is
karma.
based upon previous life, but karma is based upon your own efforts.
No, the karma, your previous karma also plays an important role.
Of course, that is how the guns come now.
Yeah, that's
Thank
true.
you. That's what I'm
Of
saying
course,
to her.
that's
It's
true.
not based on Varna,
I understand.
like the way
That's
she's
true.
saying. You are not a Brahmin by Varna,
Your
Anjali.
past,
Get this in your head.
life, your past life also connects with your
Thank you.
Varna
That's
and
based
all
on your
these
birth.
things.
You're just agreeing with me. You don't realize that.
So when did I say I'm not agreeing that
You
I
said
am
it's based
based
on
on my
Varna.
birth?
I said
When
it's
did I
based
say?
on your jati, which means birth. Who is right now? Tell me.
No, it's a mixture of both.
I know, but
Because
in her
if
case, it is
I
not
don't understand
Varna.
what
In her
you're
case,
twisting,
it is
making
jati.
jalebi here. I don't understand because my forefathers were Brahmin. That's how I'm Brahmin. Can't you
Thank you.
understand
That's
this?
based on birth. You're agreeing with me again.
But
Are you so
Muslims
quick you
cannot
don't
say I'm
understand the
Muslim
most
based on
basic
birth.
thing
You
of the things you're
understand?
saying
But a
yourself?
Muslim cannot say I'm a based on Muslim in whole
there is
India
something called a
department.
samskar
They all
karm,
are
You're not a
converted.
Muslim, you're a
Anjali,
Hindu.
They all
Anjali,
are
Nobody said you're a
converted. Do you
Muslim.
understand this?
Anjali,
Nobody
listen
can
to
say I'm
See,
me.
at
based
least in
on
Islam, we
I'm a
do
based
not
Muslim by birth.
discriminate
They
based
all
on
are
birth, unlike
converted.
you.
That's a shame.
We do
At
not
least we are
discriminate based
proud.
on
We are
birth,
proud that we
unlike
are
the Hindu caste system,
no Muslim
which
Muslim based on
actually
birth.
discriminates you
Trust
based on
me.
your birth in the family you're born. So if you were a Chandala, you will be an untouchable. If you were a Dalit, you will be an untouchable.
No, that
This
Chandala
is Hindu
untouchable can
caste
also
system.
become a
This is
Brahmin.
what Dr.
No,
Ambedkar
that
fought
no,
against.
no.
Wait, Hashim, is
That
she saying that
Chandala
you're
can
not a
also
Muslim by
become
birth?
a
Like
Brahmin.
Muslims are not Muslim by birth? Is that what
I
you're
don't know.
saying?
Is that what she said?
I think so. I think she said. Did you say that?
Anjali, what did you say earlier about birth in Muslims?
No. Can you remain a Muslim if you don't do salat?
No.
That's what I'm saying. This is karma. This is karma.
No.
So without
That is
karma,
your deeds.
No, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. So because I have to get clarification on what she means. So like let's say for example if a child is born, are you under the impression that this child is not a Muslim?
No. You're born, and then you are done a khatna, and then you are made to recite something.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's how you become a part of the Muslim community.
No.
But
Muslim
unless and
is
until
Muslim is
Without previously, you're
submission
not
to Allah.
Muslim.
You don't even need to
unless
make
and until
khatna.
you
You know
don't
that.
pray, if you don't pray,
Why
if you
Allah
don't follow
asked
the
something which is not natural?
This is not correct.
You completely
You convert by
misrepresent
birth
what a
only.
Muslim is.
You convert by birth only that you want to
No, you
don't
don't.
want to be a pagan
Are
anymore.
you?
That's how you
You're
convert
talking
by
about
birth.
Islam now, right? You're talking about Islam. This is not correct. When a
Everything
child is
comes.
born, a child is automatically in submission to God, and he's held to a.
No. That's an assumption. No, that's an
Guys, let him
assumption.
finish. Come on, stop
That's a
interjecting.
theological assumption.
You are
Shailesh, let him
do you mean
finish, and
it's
then
an
you can talk.
assumption? How are you going to teach me about Islam when I know more about it than you? How are you going to teach me what
You're
Islam
talking
says?
about every child, including a Hindu child, is also in submission to God.
Yes, that is
What are you
what the
talking
hadith
about?
This is correct. This is one of the mercies of God
But we don't
because.
believe in hadith, no. We don't believe in hadith.
Okay,
I didn't
bro,
say you
you
said.
have
If
to
you're
wait.
defining Islam, let
You have
us
to
do
wait.
it. We are not defining what a
and
Hindu
you
is.
also don't believe and let me clear you one.
Okay.
You guys are
You guys need
incredible,
to
and
be
you have
quiet.
one mouth and
Somebody
two
finish.
ears, and you use it in the wrong order every time. You guys, it's like you guys have two mouths and one ear. It's crazy, man. So what we're trying to tell you is that this is the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala because we believe in a merciful Lord, that a child is not developed enough to make these types of decisions. So by default, they are in submission to God. That's why when a child passes away and they haven't reached a particular age, they're guaranteed paradise.
Yeah.
They're not at
Give me
fault.
reference. Give me reference. That child is guaranteed a paradise. Give me reference.
You can find it throughout our teachings. It's no problem. I'll get it for you.
There is a hadith. There is a hadith where Aisha's hadith is there, which says when she found a boy, a child which is dead, and she said that he's going to paradise, Then our Rasulullah said, "Are you
Bring
sure
the,
about
bring the
that?"
hadith. Bring the
Bring the
hadith.
hadith because
Bring the
the word
reference.
right
Sure
there
about
is
that?
not in
You can't be
reference to a
sure about
child. It's in
No
Shailesh,
one
bring
reference
the
can
to a grown
reference.
guarantee.
man.
I'll give you
It's
the
in
reference.
Yeah, give us the
no
reference.
problem. No
I'll
problem.
give
I
you the
know the
reference.
hadith that he's
Yes, it's
talking
an
about.
Aisha
The
hadith.
scholars of Islam are unanimously agreed that when a child dies, it goes to paradise. So I don't need.
No one can anyone guarantee paradise except for the for the
Of
shaheeds.
course, you know, the Prophet ﷺ guaranteed 10 people paradise. They're called Ashra Mubasharat. So don't tell
Apart
us
from
about
that,
religion if you don't
but
know about it, Shailesh.
no, no,
Stick to
no,
Hinduism. Stick to
I know about
Hinduism.
that.
I'll tell
No,
you what,
I
stick
know
to
about it.
Hinduism instead of you exposing your ignorance
Absolutely.
about Islam.
No, I'm willing to even discuss on Islam. I have enough
No, but
understanding
come
of
next time. I'll
Islam.
tell you what,
Here,
Shailesh. When we discuss Islam, we have
what I
Islam.
can
We
give
have
him.
an open Q&A next Thursday. You can come that, no problem.
No,
But
I'm
today
not
we are
able to
talking
discuss
about
Islam today. I want to
Navratri.
discuss
I think
Navratri
there's
today.
someone here who wants to talk about Navratri.
I want to discuss Navratri today.
Yeah. So let's go
I
back
don't
to
want.
speaking about Navratri. Assalamu alaikum, by the way, Muris. I didn't say salam to you properly.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
How are you doing,
I know
Ranveer?
you can go to Jamia Tirmidhi and you can go to Sunan Ibn Dawood, Abu Dawood, and you can also go to well, those are the two major ones. It's in regards to the pen being lifted from the types of people. So you have a sleeper, you have a minor until he grows up, and the people that are mentally insane. The pen is lifted from these people. So if the pen is lifted, how are they accruing sins?
So if you look at Bukhari 7047, it actually talks about even the children of the mushrikeen. That means the non-believers. Yes. And it says, we set off and we came to a verdant garden in which we were all colors of spring, where there was a man who was so tall and that I could hardly see his head in the sky. Around the man was the largest number of children I had ever seen. Then among things that the two angels explained to him was, as for the tall man who was in the garden, that was Ibrahim alayhi salam. As for the children who were around him, they were all the children who died in the state of fitra. Okay. And then it goes on to say, one of the Muslims said, O Messenger of Allah, what about the children of the mushrikeen? He, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, said, and the children of the mushrikeen. That means they were all in paradise.
Hashim, let me remind you, you digressed from the thing.
Yeah,
Stick on what we're doing
because
today.
That is
Next
what,
Thursday, Hashim, next Thursday,
yeah.
next Thursday.
So, Anjali, if you want to discuss about Islam and
Next
also you,
Thursday.
Shailesh, come next Thursday, inshallah. We have an open Q&A. But today is about Navratri. We were talking about that. I think there's a new caller here who wants to talk about Navratri.
Stick to it, please. Yeah.
Okay, just a minute, Mr. Hashim. I'm leaving, so I gonna catch you guys on Thursday. And please don't say this time I'm running. So I'm already
No. Listen,
okay.
Anjali, come next Thursday and we'll discuss.
Yeah, I'll come on Thursday. Sure.
Anjali, just a
Thank you
minute.
for having me. Thank you for having me.
Anjali,
No
before you
problem.
go, there is something I think this sister wants to tell you.
Yeah.
Anjali, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I'd heard you in the previous stream also. You had come as a guest here. And I guess you belong to Brahmin family, right?
So, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, because they're supposed to be knowledgeable, that's why I'm just asking you. So I just wanted to, because it's all about Navratri, so I thought let's learn about that. So since you are from that particular caste or
Are you a
Varna,
Muslim? Are you a Muslim?
Yes, I am a Muslim, and I also belonged to a Brahmin family.
But
accepting
why
Islam.
are you joining here? I don't understand. Like, this is a non
what?
Kafirs.
I wanted to learn about Navratri.
Yeah.
That's why.
By the way, the other guy Mubashir, he was also a Muslim. So we know certain people like Swati and Mubashir. So
Okay,
they are
I thought
they're
he is your
regular
panelist.
panelists.
Okay.
Yeah, they're regular panelists.
Okay.
That's the reason we allow them. But
So,
Anjali, look, with all
okay.
due respect, you mentioned a lot of things in the private chat I've ignored. You came here and said Allah is a moon god. I urge you to go and look at references from our sources
I'll
rather
come
than
with the
external
facts
sources.
for sure next time.
Thank you
No,
very
no,
much.
no.
before you
If I
leave,
said something, no problem.
No.
Please
But
ask
Please
me.
don't
before you
cry.
leave,
Calm down. I'm not leaving. Whatever you want to say, say it.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask because you said that you belong to this. I was thinking that maybe because you're knowledgeable about the fact and you know about the religion, and Navratri has just begun. Today is the first one. So you had just when you had come,
Mm-hmm.
you had just said that what is the meaning of God, and you said God means generator, sustainer, operator, and destructor. Right? That's what God is.
Mm-hmm.
So where,
Yeah.
like, yeah, this is something that I too had heard about it. Right from childhood. That's what is being told, that's the definition of God.
No,
But
you
I
can
just
also
wanted to,
learn today. Also, you can learn. No problem.
that's why I just wanted, but where, I mean, I'm very curious, where would it be found in the scripture as such, where it's written that whom we call as God, Ishwar,
It's written.
Paramatma?
It's written. It's written already that Shiva is a destructor who is known for destruction, and Vishnu who is a preserver
Hang on,
of
hang on,
of this
hang on.
universe. Is
Hang on.
protected.
Anjali, do you know before? Didn't you hear before that Shiva was running away from someone,
The
uh,
demon.
from a demon, because he gave him a bone that everything he touches, he becomes
Ash.
ash. So Shiva, the destructor, was running away, and Vishnu had to intervene to save Shiva.
Yeah, there are so many stories like that. Yes, yes,
Yes.
yes.
Do you believe these
Do you
stories,
see the
Anjali?
contradiction? Do you see the
Yeah, I
contradiction?
can believe. No, there is no contradiction. That is just your,
How can a god run
brain
from a
Give an
demon?
malfunction.
example. I'll
God
give an
running
example.
from a demon. God running away from a demon.
Sheikh,
Is that
That
Sheikh,
God?
demon was just not a demon. That demon was actually who worshipped
I'll give an
thousands of
example.
years to get that power from
Doesn't
Shiva.
matter. It's still a
And
demon.
Shiva is someone. And listen. What I call Shalin. What do you call that? जिसको हम
Leela,
तपस्या के बाद
or
देते हैं.
the
What do you call?
playful act, which is, I think it's
No,
basically a
ma'am.
part
That's
of
not
playful
Leela.
act.
No, ma'am. You please shut up, ma'am. That's not Leela. So
Hey,
sorry.
Okay,
That's
Anjali,
not
now
Leela.
Anjali, I think that's not
Wow.
Listen, hey.
watch
that's
it.
not something expected from a Brahmin lady, no? Anjali, you
I
being
don't.
knowledgeable,
You
you being
please
from a
don't
Brahmin
expect
family,
anything. You. I think please don't expect anything from me.
you are
I'm
Did
not
you
I'm
are a
not here
pride,
for
you
your
are a pride for
did
expectations.
anyone
Brahmins,
I'm not
disrespect
right?
here for
you?
your
Why are you
expectations. I'm not
disrespecting
here for
people?
your expectations. Please
But we are
chill.
not
Why are
going
Please
to
you
chill.
feeling
follow
so
you.
offensive? Anjali, I didn't even say anything. Why are you feeling so offensive about things? I have not even said anything. I just came. I said, where's the reference for this? And after that, I was quiet. And you just said, you shut up. I mean, I'm just saying, since you are a pride for Brahmins, they look up to you that you are representing them. So at least have that basic courtesy to speak when you're there with the panel, with in front of people who are there. That's the basic courtesy, I think, which every Brahmin would know because they're supposed to be the knowledgeable ones.
Well, if you haven't heard the history, Sister Swati, she didn't earn that status. She inherited it by
Yeah,
default. So we
that's
can see how her inheritance is playing out and how she's abusing that
Okay,
inheritance.
She's
Anjali,
not
look,
Swati.
all,
She's your
all we are
Muslim
Sheikh,
saying
I
is
sister.
that
just wanted to
Please.
talk about
She's
the
not
contradiction.
Swati.
we don't
Sheikh, I
mind
just
you
wanted
coming
to.
on the panel, but I urge you not to disrespect people, even if you disagree with them.
yeah.
Sheikh, Sheikh, can I
Okay,
ask
so
a
Yes,
question to
Shalish.
Sheikh?
Yes,
just
Shalish. Yes.
yeah, Shailesh, just before that, I mean, because this stream is
That
on Navratri,
please,
because this stream is about Navratri, and
Anjali.
trying to understand the hidden truths about Navratri. So you had talked about Brahma, Vishnu, Shiv. I want to know where in all of this entire scheme does Shakti fit in? Because Navratri is about those 9 days where the Shakti or the female
Oh my
deity, she's
God. Oh my
worshipped.
God.
Yeah, I know it might seem very funny
Please,
to you or maybe very ignorant.
wait.
Kindly enlighten.
I
Please
think
tell
I
and
think
explain.
we spend whole 1 hour discussing all these
I
things,
want
and
to
now you're
hear from
coming
you.
again and
Where
asking the
would you
same
place?
question.
Where
That's
would
so
you place
stupid. I was
Shakti
going
in the
Please,
entire scheme?
challenge.
Where would you
listen.
place?
Let me speak. Let me speak. Anjali, please. करने दो यार. करने दो. Let's play along ना. आराम से बैठ के बातें करेंगे. मजा आएगा फिर.
Yes,
Okay. Now
good.
you want to know कि where
I'm glad
exactly is the
Shailesh. I'm
Shakti?
glad Shailesh doesn't feel offensive about simple questions. Yes, she's gone. Okay.
That's okay, no problem. Sorry.
Yeah.
Cool down. Cool down. You also cool down. I mean, just don't get excited. Too much excited.
Nobody's excited about anything, Shailesh.
Shailesh,
So
I
where?
told you it's woman power, 9 days, man. Just tolerate
Cool,
it.
Yes.
cool, cool down. See,
So where,
see the.
Shailesh, where would you
I'm
place
coming to that.
Shakti in the entire? At least
Listen,
hear me out before
I've heard
answering.
you.
Hear
I
me
heard
out.
you. We heard you.
I
Don't
haven't
repeat
completed. I
so
haven't
often.
completed, Shailesh. Let me
Okay,
at least
complete your
hear me
question.
out.
Go on.
in this entire scheme of things where you are saying that Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, they are like the creators, operator, destructor, etc., and then Brahman is the supreme god, where exactly is Shakti placed in all of this, for which the 9 days are devoted for the celebration and prayer of that? Yes,
Okay.
please.
Now, each of these deities, the Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh, they have their Shaktis, which are part of the deity itself, and that is the feminine part of the deity. So the counterpart of Brahma is the Saraswati, Mahasaraswati. The counterpart of the Vishnu is Mahalakshmi. The counterpart of Mahesh is Mahaparvati or Mahagauri. So these represent the three gunas. They are the we have in our inner tradition that the world is a composite of three types of qualities, main qualities, which is the sattva, tamas, and rajas. These are the three gunas, and
Just a
these
second
three.
there. Just a second there. Shailesh, just a second there. You had
Sorry,
said that
Muris,
this
can you
is the.
take over? I'm just going for Salah, yeah?
Yeah.
Inshallah. I don't have the
Shailesh,
control.
That's okay, no problem.
You had said that this is the feminine part, right? This is the feminine part of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiv. And now we have also brought in the idea of gunas into it. And we've also brought in sattva, rajas, and tamas. So if I correspond that with this, would you say that the feminine part of Brahma is sattva, the feminine part of Vishnu is rajas, and the feminine part of Shiva is tamas?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, if we correspond like that. So now, can you please define for me sattva,
Yeah.
rajas, and
So
tamas?
sattva gun is I mean, if you look at the text like Sankhya Darshan, the three gunas have been clearly defined. The sattva is a light form. It is white form. It's a brilliance, and it is elevating in its qualities. It is shant, whereas the rajas is reddish in nature. It is of excitement, it is of exuberance, and it represents gati or movement, whereas the tamas itself represents the shithilta or the darkness, and the inactivity, and also
The
the ignorance part
ignorance.
of it.
Yeah,
Yes,
the
ignorance part
ignorance
of it.
part.
Okay, all right.
So
So
now one there are two things which emerge out of this, since you're explaining and I'm trying to understand this a bit. When we talk about the feminine part, the gun, that means the feminine part
Can
basically is
I add?
about the
Can I add
qualities.
something more? Can I add something more which will give you proper perspective? Otherwise,
No, before
you will
that,
be.
because then it'll
No, please,
become,
please.
also
I'll,
for the
I'll,
people who are
I'll come to the
listening to
please.
us. Shailesh, just a second, because for the people who are listening, they may not have a background of Hinduism, so it'll become too complicated for them, perhaps. So let's go step by step. So when you had said about this aspect of, these are the qualities you're saying, that means these are the qualities which you term as feminine quality,
Gunas.
sattva,
Gunas.
rajas, and
Yeah. Yeah.
qualities. Guna mean qualities, no? That's what it
Yes.
is. Yeah,
Absolutely.
so now sattva, as we say, sattva is the it comes, it's the uppermost one, and it's related with peace, tranquility, etc. And tamas would be, down that scale towards the ignorance aspect. So now
Yes.
the question which arises here is that, and Brahma then is associated, Brahma with sattva, the feminine quality sattva, that gun which she has, sattva. So you must have also heard about, in Puranas, it's mentioned about the fact where, Brahma had indulged in a particular activity for which he was then cursed. Or you must be aware of that. So my question arises that if Brahma's quality is that of peace and tranquility, how can that, personification or deity or maybe God could indulge into something for which he gets cursed, and because of which, in entire India there's only one temple of him and nobody worships him. Similarly, when we come to tamas, that ignorance which is there, I would like to know why would, a particular religion celebrate and pray towards ignorance? Because if you
I'll tell you.
understand the prayer
I'll tell
which
you. I'll tell
usually
you.
says asato ma sadgamaya,
Let me
Jyotirma,
come.
Tamgam. So
Okay,
it's
answer.
basically saying lead us from ignorance towards light. So, these very simple, basic, childlike questions which are there in front of you, if you could help to
Let me come to
explain
it.
that.
Let me come to it.
Yes.
Let me come to it. We all agree that the entire universe is made by the God, and the God or the supreme deity, it's part of this supreme deity. In fact, it's not something which is outside the supreme deity. This universe cannot be outside the supreme deity
You're
because it
talking about
must
from your
have
point of view, right? Like your world.
emerged. Wait a minute, please try to
I'm
understand.
asking you a clarifying
So,
question so I can keep up with you. You're talking about from your point of view, right? Your worldview.
so your worldview is that the world is different from the supreme deity.
Yeah, Shalish. For us, God is transcendent. Okay, it's transcendent.
So how can an immanent be part? How can the immanent emerge from the transcendent?
Because by power,
It's not
by
possible.
will, by
No,
what do you mean it's impossible? How is it impossible for an all-powerful being to manifest something? Why is that impossible?
I mean, can he enter the immanent?
Hang on.
It befit His Majesty to enter the eminence. Like you don't
No,
you're looking
no,
at it
I'm saying
from you're looking at it from like an incarnate thing. We don't this
can
would
he
the very nature
he
of your
can
let
he
me explain to you why your question is built on a false premise. It's the same way of asking, like, can God create a rock he can't lift? The question is wrong. It would be like me asking you, how many legs does a rock have? It's a non-question. So like
It's
we
not a
don't
non-question.
it is a non-question. It's a non-question.
No,
How many legs does a rock have?
for
You're
you
gonna
it's
look
not
at
a
me like I'm
question.
crazy. You're gonna be
For
like,
me,
wow,
it's
you see
a
rocks
query.
with legs? Do you
For me,
understand?
it's a query. It's a query. It's a relevant query.
It's a
Can
paradoxical
God?
question. The question
No,
is a
there's no paradox
paradox.
in
You
it.
can't
No
ask a
paradox in it.
paradoxical question.
No, you don't want to think about it. That's why you call it paradoxical.
No, it's there, bro. There's nothing to think about. I don't understand why you're
Morris, let's go back. Morris, let's go back. Hang on, Shalish. Let's go back to Navratri. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything else? We'll leave it for next Thursday.
Yeah, we
Now,
can leave it.
just answer sister
So just
about
say, in short, it's from his worldview. Okay, I'm keeping up with you. So this from your worldview, this is all part of God. Okay, carry on.
Thank you.
That's all you had to say.
Now, please understand. Now, even the dirtiest thing has God. God is in even the dirtiest of all the things.
So like feces.
Absolutely.
Interesting.
God is there everywhere because everything is emerged from the God. Therefore, it's a part of the God.
Shailesh,
So
if
even
that be the case, just a second, just that point itself, which you had said, because I've heard that a lot within Hinduism. If that be so, then why is it? Have you heard that when idol worship is done, usually in temples, if there is even a slightest of crack or something on the idol, they say it's khandit now, it's broken and it can't be kept. Because there is now it's not perfect then, it's not pure then. So when you are saying that even the dirtiest would have God, how does it resonate with the very idea that even just a crack which could be there on an idol on an idol, it's not taken to be pure then, it's not taken to be fit to be worshipped then. So these two things don't go together.
Sister, I want to ask him a question. Since you said feces, you said even feces, there is God in them. Yeah, is that what you said?
Really? No.
Yeah, I asked him that. He said, yeah.
Yeah, you said, yeah. Now, would you do like the Aggarwals and eat your own feces since God is there?
let me come to that. I'll come to Aggaris later on.
No. Stick to this.
You gotta come around to it.
Would you eat your own feces? Hang on, Muris, Hashim. No, hang on. Would you eat your own feces? Would you just wait? Look, I've been keeping quiet for a long time. Now I'm just asking you a normal question. Would you eat your feces like the Aggaris do?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I said yes.
Good luck to you, my friend.
I'll come to that. Sheikh, you can't understand this because only a person. Listen. Don't close your eyes. Don't close your ears. Listen first. I'm saying only a person. No, don't speak. Just listen. my sheikh, only that person who has transcended all these three gunas, who has gone beyond these three gunas, only he can understand and realize the para Brahma. That is why
So
the Ghoris,
that means Shailesh, just a second. That means Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, they are still stuck up in these gunas. They have still not gone beyond that. They have still not transcended that.
they are
Because you
Sakar, they are Sakar Devas. Listen, para Brahma is something which is Nirakar. It has got no form. You cannot even comprehend the nature of the Param. You can't even talk about it. You can't worship.
so then what is Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva? Because they are associated with Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. And you said that one needs to go beyond that, beyond Sattva,
Yes,
Rajas, and Tamas.
absolutely.
So that means that even the these three, the which Anjali had termed as God, generator, operator, and destructor, even these three, or so to say, God is stuck up within these qualities. Even the God hasn't gone beyond that. Even the God hasn't transcended.
These
That's the meaning of it.
no. These three are definitely Sakar Brahma, Para Brahma. That's what the way
Sakar
the
what? I
concept
mean
comes.
Sakar what? They would be
Sakar Brahma.
Sakar
Sakar. There is a
Brahma.
concept of Sakar Brahma.
So that means I'm just trying to make sense of it, Shailesh. So that means Sakar Brahma is somewhere stuck up in
not
all
stuck
these
up.
qualities,
Word.
and
Don't use the word stuck up. Sakar
because you
Brahma
had
is a
said no
Brahma
that
with
you have to
Shakti.
go beyond, you had said no that we need to go beyond it. We need to go beyond, and we can't remain
This is for humans.
these.
Wait,
So then what's the difference between human and no, no, I
Don't get
listen,
excited.
Shailesh.
Don't get too excited. Okay,
I'm not
I'll
excited.
explain
I'm
everything.
just, Shailesh, I'm not excited. I'm just, trying to tell you where the way in which you are explaining. I'm just trying to pin it out to you that means that even Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, that means even they have what? First of all, what will you call them? Will you call them God? If they are
Sakar
God,
Brahma. Sakar
Sakar,
Brahma.
what will Sakar Brahma mean? Are they God or are they not?
They are God in manifestation with different gunas.
They are God in manifestation with different gunas, and you
Yes,
mean to
with different
and you mean
Shaktis.
to
Okay,
and you
let
mean
me,
to
sister, just one second. Let me ask you a question. So you're saying, so Sakar means those who have attributes, right? Nirakar is without attributes.
Form. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Nirguna and I always get them mixed up. So Nirguna and
this is
Sarguna.
Sakar and Nirakar form.
Yeah, so
Akar is form.
you're saying the original para Brahman is Nirguna and Nirakar. Am I right?
Yes.
Without attributes, without form. Is it worshipped?
You cannot worship it. It cannot be worshipped.
Who worships para Brahman in India?
Para Brahma cannot be worshipped because it cannot be even conceived.
That's what
You
I
can't
asked
even
you.
think
I thought
about
you said
no,
it can be.
you
Okay, so
can't.
it
You
cannot
can't.
be worshipped. No, that's
Not
fine.
at all.
Don't
No
get
one can.
excited.
You
So
can't
just
bow
calm down.
down.
Calm
Not
down.
at all.
I got your answer. It cannot be worshipped. Am I right?
Absolutely right.
Okay, good. We agree.
You can't. You can't even think about it.
Because all the other Hindus who come here, they keep saying they worship para Brahman. I said it
They
cannot
are
be worshipped.
wrong.
Okay,
They are wrong.
absolutely right. Wrong. Yeah, you're right, and I agree with you in this case. Now the
Absolutely.
question
They're
is
dead.
this. Listen. Now here's the question. Do you understand there are certain Puranas where it depicts, for example, the story of Mohini, when Vishnu takes the form of Mohini as a seductress, and she seduces Shiva, and Shiva chases her like a lusty elephant, and he wants to basically, mate with her. Do you think all that is something which is fit for an Ishwar like Vishnu and Shiva?
See, Ishwar. See, now the whole there's a whole the message behind this story is simple. It's very simple. It says even the Ishwar cannot go beyond Maya. That is what it says.
So that means it's a limited. It's a limited Ishwar then.
It's a Sakar. The moment it is Sakar, it is limited. Come on.
No,
Try to
hold on.
understand that.
I didn't ask you about the morality of it yet. I'm asking you if this is actually what happened. First, you need to acknowledge whether it happened or not.
It happened in a very spiritual way. I mean, which is described by Puranas in a way, in a manner, so that people can human beings can understand it. But
Okay,
it's a very spiritual
so
sort of a thing.
when you say spiritual way, I don't know, did it really happen or is it just a metaphoric
It
thing?
happened in like for example, I'll give an example. For example, what happens in your Islamic Jannah?
No,
It's not
don't
something.
hold on. Don't try to do otherization.
I'm trying to I'm trying to make you understand.
I will tell you what happens when
I'll
you come
tell you.
when you come during the Q&A next week. I will explain everything
So
to you.
let
I'm not
me come.
afraid about that.
Okay,
But
fine.
hold on.
Don't be touchy about it.
Listen to this. What happens in Jannah is not what Allah is doing. What happens in this case between Vishnu and Shiva, who are your Ishwar, your gods. So there's a big difference. You're comparing apples and oranges.
No.
I know you like this whataboutery always.
No,
When
what
we
it's
ask you,
not what I'm trying to make you
I'm asking
understand,
you if
because
you actually
listen.
if you agree with
Quran
what
is
happened between Vishnu and Shiva. Did it actually happen or not?
Quran is about Vishnu and Shiva, which are these are deities, spiritual deities, and they do not have the similar, the qualities that human beings have.
Why? It sounds
It's
very,
not. That's
very
why.
similar quality to humans when you read the
No,
story.
not,
Shall I bring it up
no.
on the screen for you?
That is only in order to make the humans understand. For
Who else
example,
will understand the book?
if
if it's not for the
you
humans.
say no, it's only for human beings to make a little
Hold on.
understand it.
When you say it is made for human beings to understand, is the story true or not?
It's a spiritually, it's a true
Doesn't matter.
story.
Is
Yes,
it true or not?
it's a true story. Yes,
Good.
spiritually.
So was Shiva actually running after Mohini as a lustful elephant?
Yeah, he was definitely.
Okay. Wait. Who's running after Mohini? Was it Parabrahman or was it Shiva?
No. Parabrahman is Nirakar.
But
Sakara Brahma.
you said it's a manifestation. So does it have a different identity now?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so hold on.
Brahma.
If it has a different identity, you cannot call it a manifestation of the same being.
Precisely.
Why not?
Do you not understand? It has assumed a different identity now.
Yeah, water can become ice.
Yeah, but it's still what are the molecules? Still the same, right?
Still water.
No, it's still the same molecule. So the identity is
still
same.
water.
Yes, you're agreeing with me. The identity is the same.
But the form is different.
You're saying the identity of Shiva is not of Parabrahman.
No, it's not that of Parabrahman.
There you go. So they are two different beings, separate, not a manifestation. It's a creation. Call it a creation, not a manifestation.
Parabrahma is actually even beyond the Sakar Brahma as well as Nirakar Brahma. It is even beyond that. That's
But
what
you
I
had said, Shalish, you had just said that this is a Sakar version. When I had asked,
that's what I'm telling you.
Parabrahma is something which cannot be comprehended by a mind. So the dualities of mind.
Let's break it down for you very simply.
Hashim, try to understand.
Wait. Do you understand the concept of identity?
The dualities of mind
identity or not?
Cannot. Hashim, try to understand. When I say this is good and this is bad, this is true, this is false, these are the two dual bipolarities.
Yeah,
now
but you can't be the same.
Wait a minute.
Something that is
Wait
good
a minute,
cannot be bad.
Hashim, understand. Try to understand that. Now that which is beyond these bipolarities, when you deconstruct these bipolarities, what remains is the Parabrahma, and that is what exactly
that wasn't my
scriptures
question.
say.
Listen to my question and then respond. Do you understand the concept of identity?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have children?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so you are a father. Do you work?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so you have a boss. You are an employee, and obviously you're married. Yeah, because you have children. So you're a husband. You're playing three different roles, but you're still one identity. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. Shiva, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva play three different roles. Like the lady said, what was it? Generator, operator,
and destructor, God.
So three different roles played by three different gods. Do they have the same identity, even though they have three different roles, or are they of different identities?
No, they are. It's like water with the three.
Just answer this, bro. No need to give analogies. Just answer me.
Because it can only be understood by analogies. It can only be understood by analogies. These
No,
are
you
spiritual
cannot.
things.
You don't need
Yes.
to. Look, if I tell you that your father and you have different identities, do you understand me?
I understand you because I can have three
I don't
different
have to give you
identities
any
at the same time.
analogies
I'm the
because you
same
understand
person having
identity.
three different identities.
You understand the concept of identity. That's why I don't have to give you any analogies between your father and you. Between the two of you, there are two different identities. One is you, the other is your dad. Are we clear on
Yeah.
that?
So the Brahma, Shiva, and Mahesh,
Yes.
these are actually
No, Brahma, Vishnu, and
Brahma,
Mahesh.
Vishnu, and
I'm sorry,
Mahesh.
Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh. I think okay, that's fine. Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh, they are actually three different manifestations of the Sakara Parabrahma.
Not Sakar,
Having
Nirakar.
No.
They are
No,
already
hold on.
Sakar.
I'm asking you, can you please respond relative
three
to the question?
different.
My question
Three
is about
different.
identity.
It's like
Are
chocolate
there
ice
three
cream,
different identities
chocolate
between
ice
Brahma,
cream, mango ice cream, and a vanilla ice cream.
Shailesh, calm down.
Please understand.
Are there three different identities between Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, or is it one identity?
They have three different identities for yes, definitely.
Okay,
But
that's all
in
I'm asking.
essence, they
Why you have
are
to make
in essence.
jalebis, man?
No,
Just
I'm
answer
not
the
doing making
question.
jalebis.
Okay.
Because I'm trying to
Here's the
explain
second
the
question.
complex concept.
Wait a minute. So Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva have three different identities. Okay. Does Parabrahman have its own identity?
Parabrahma is everything.
That wasn't my question.
Sakar as well as Nirakar.
It's not my question. Does it have its own identity?
Human beings cannot understand it, whether it has got an identity
You are
or
a
not
human
an
being.
identity.
That means you don't
Human being,
understand.
human mind. I'm talking
You have a
with
human
you.
mind. That means you don't understand it. Am I right?
Because then, Shailesh,
Nobody
you're
can
making it
understand.
totally abstract. You're making some.
You're
It is
making it
abstract.
things
abstract.
you don't understand?
Absolutely.
I asked
That
you
is
about
why Parabrahma is the
identity.
most difficult to it cannot
Can
be.
Parabrahman do anything at all?
Parabrahma is everything.
Can it
Parabrahma
do
is
anything?
everything.
Can it do anything?
It does everything.
Can it? Okay, so if it does everything, that means it must have an
becomes
identity.
Sakar. It becomes Sakar.
It can become Sakar. Yes.
Okay, so
Okay,
if
when
it
it
has become
becomes Sakar,
Sakar,
does it assume a new identity?
I mean, Sakar is a manifestation of it. Come on, when I say there's a
Does it
water,
acquire a new identity?
obviously the name and the
There you go.
forms
I rest
are.
my case, man. Guys, with this guy,
When
I don't
you
think he
don't
has a clue what he's
understand,
talking about.
Hashim, when I
If you're
say
saying,
your
wait,
logical
you're saying Parabrahman is everything.
binaries,
Hold on.
no,
If you're saying,
Hashim,
you believe in what's the word? Is it called panentheism? Am I right, or is it pantheism? Which one do you believe in?
Panentheism he is.
Yeah, panentheism. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. So in panentheism,
everything is part of the God.
Wait. No, that is pantheism. That is pantheism.
Is a panentheist.
Panentheism is everything is in God.
Is God? Yes, everything is God.
If everything is God, that is pantheism.
Absolutely.
He's a panentheist.
Okay. By the way, in pantheism, even if everything is God, it still has an identity.
These are the theological terms that principles that you're trying to impose. It doesn't happen in
Identity is
Hinduism
not a
like this.
theological
You know
term.
why? You know why? I'll tell you why.
Identity is not a theological term.
Hashim, try to understand.
So now, Shailesh, try to relate it with Navratri now. What you had explained about Sakar and Nirakar, now just relate it with the festivity of 9 days of Navratri.
Okay, now Navratri is, I said that, it's all about Shakti, which is Tej, which has emerged out of these Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, as well as all the other Devi Devtas. All the other Devtas.
Which is about Sattvic, Rajasic and Tamasic qualities, no?
Tamasic
You were explaining about that, the Sattvic, Rajasic and Tamasic, right?
Tamasic, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Mahamaya, which has emerged out of it, she is actually the energy contained in all the Sattva, Rajas and Tamas guna. So it is actually the ultimate energy, and when she fights for the Devatas.
Now, just before she fights, before she goes for the fighting, Mahamaya emerges from where? From
the Shakti Punj, from the Tejas.
Of
Tejas of all the Devatas.
Of Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesh?
Mahesh as well as the other Devatas.
So she is the basically energy of all of them, you mean to say?
Absolutely, she is the feminine energy of all the devtas.
Who birthed
So,
her?
but one thing, Shailesh, one thing. When you would you call it to be feminine? Because you had explained about sattva, rajas, and tamas to be the energies of these. So now, just can you relate those sattva, rajas, and tamas with feminine? Are these two different things, or are they the same? Because
No, because
I want to just fit it with Navratri. Is
I'll,
Navratri about
I'll tell you.
sattva, rajas, and tamas, or is it about the energy that you're talking about? And also, then that means that it's the energy which is being prayed to and celebrated of all the deities. You are saying of all the
Absolutely
deities, energy
correct.
is being
Absolutely right.
celebrated and is being
You're
prayed
spot on.
for on these 9 days. Yeah.
You're spot on.
So
You're
then,
spot
so
on.
then, so then the question which comes to my mind is that on the other days, for example, the Ganesh festival had just gone by. Now or maybe now the Shera will come, Diwali will come. So during those festivals, do we not celebrate or pray the energy? If we do, then why the specificity of excluding the energy to these 9 days only? Is the worship which is done on day-to-day basis not of the energy? And if it is not of energy, then what is it what is it all about? Because
I'll tell
without
you.
energy, something will be
Make it
totally dead.
short. Make it short.
Without
Make it
energy,
short.
there's no existence
Make
of
your
it.
question a little short. It's too long. It's because,
Okay.
see, 9 days
Yeah.
we are there.
Yeah.
On each of the days, we worship a specific form of the feminine energy. For example, in the today is the first day. We worship what is called as Shailaputri.
Yes. Where is he? Yes. Shailesh.
It is Ratsik and Satvik, mixture of Ratsik and Satvik. Then the second is the Brahmacharini. The next day, tomorrow, we are going to worship the feminine deity of Brahmacharini is Satvik completely. She is the celibate goddess.
Today's one, what did you say? It just got cut off.
Shailaputri.
The voice got cut off. Shailaputri is,
Shailaputri.
and that is which energy? Is it
It
Satvik,
is
Tamsik,
it
or
is Satvik
Rajasik?
and mixture of Satvik and Ratsik.
You guys are using too many Sanskrit terms. Do you want to just define what is tamsic, ratsik,
Yeah,
and
Satvik was peaceful,
Satvik is
tranquil,
pure, right?
pure. Yeah, that's
It's defined
Satvik.
in
And what is tamsic?
Sankhya. Tamsic is dark energy. You can call it's
Okay.
a lethargy. It's the energy of which is there in lethargy, in
Ignorance.
ignorance. Things like that. So that's how
And
the
what
energy
is the
is.
other one? The third one? So,
Third one
Ratsik.
is,
It's reddish in
yes.
color.
ratsik.
In fact,
yeah.
And
Right.
Rajasic is all about the warrior or the
It's
enthusiastic,
the
excitement, etc.
enthusiasm,
Right?
exuberance, fast moving. And
Okay.
it.
By the way, did I hear
So
you earlier? You do not believe in good and evil, is that right?
good and evil. Good and evil is for human beings.
Well, you are a human, right? I hope so.
Yes. Yes. For
I
human
would be
beings, there are
worried
good.
about it.
No. Wait a minute. Why? Because and those who and good and evil comes from dharma.
Okay, but does good and evil exist?
Exists, of course.
Okay, so earlier when you were saying all these things, everything is part of God, and you would be even eating the feces and all that. Nauzubillah. What was all that about?
What do you
If
mean
you
all
believe
that
in
about?
good and bad,
I'll tell
and
you. Okay, now
most people consider feces to be bad. It's not something to be consumed.
Wait a minute. I'll tell you. In in our theology, human beings have to follow the dharma. Dharma, and in why they have to follow the dharma? Because they have to go the path of the devas. We are on the path of the similar to that of the deities of the swarg. And and once we follow the dharma, then we do good karmas, because human beings have to do action. They can't live without any action. So they follow the karmas, and because
You
of the good
mentioned
karmas,
you mentioned
yeah,
good karmas. Are there bad
yeah, good.
karmas?
Yes, there are bad karmas also.
Okay, so is eating feces good karma or bad karma?
Eating feces, I'll come to that. Why? Try to understand.
Okay.
For a human being who is there, grahas, he cannot eat the feces. Right.
Sorry, you got
Now,
cut off there. Say again.
for a person who is following the dharma,
Yeah.
he cannot eat the feces.
How do you know that?
That is in the Shastra.
Okay,
It
so
is virgin,
are you saying
like
the Aghoris are
haram.
not? Are you saying Aghoris are not following the dharma?
No, not at all. Because they've gone beyond the dharma.
What do you mean gone beyond the dharma? What does that
Why?
mean?
Transcended
Because
now. They have
transcended.
so they have become
I'll come
so
to
they
that.
have become Param Brahma then? Are Aghoris becoming you on the path of Param Brahma or is
I'll
equal
come to
to
that.
Param Brahma?
Are you saying they attain moksha? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely, I'll come to that. I'll come to that. Yes, yes. Wait a minute.
So you're saying the Aghoris have attained moksha and they start eating human flesh? Seriously?
No, it's not like this. No, it's not like that.
Okay.
It's not like
What is
And
it?
necrophilia.
Concept
And
is when you have to form, you have to use the dharma. If you follow dharma, then you attain good
We have
karmas.
already been through that. I want to understand what you mean by beyond dharma. What is the mean?
I'll tell
Does
you.
that mean they have attained moksha or what?
Wait a minute. Because when you have good karmas, then you will attain the swarga. Swarg after the life. But because the concept of sarg is that it's not permanent, it is impermanent because you'll come back again. There's a transmigration.
Not
Once your
answering my
good
question.
karmas are
You're
exhausted,
going off
I'll come to
tangent.
that. Now,
Get to the point, please. No jalebis.
we have no. It's not. It's a
I've
theology
eaten enough
itself.
jalebis for today.
No. I'm telling you theology. Try to understand this. Shant reh baithiye and then you'll understand.
No, but you
Shailesh
need to get to the
There's a
point.
concept of
We don't have all day.
Shailesh is
There are
trying,
people waiting.
Brother Hashim, Shailesh is trying to bring out the point that you transcend the Swarg as well as the Nark, and then you
Absolutely,
reach
he was
to
absolutely spot on. You understand? You understand? Very good. Good.
and you reach
Good.
moksha. But the only thing, Shailesh, which comes here is
Good.
that when you had
Good.
said that, when we follow the dharma, we reach towards, good, and good karma are also tied with dharma. When you follow, when you do good karma, you are on the path of dharma.
Absolutely.
And in fact, dharma, will lead you somewhere towards that moksha if you would follow that. So
Exactly.
so now I want to ask.
No.
So okay, not dharma.
Moksha is beyond good and bad karmas.
So that means now this term beyond good and bad would mean that there would be no differentiation between good and bad at all. That's what you mean to say?
Absolutely.
Is that the state? Is that the state of
not?
moksha? What is that? What do you call that?
Yes. You
so
are.
you're saying,
Then you
wait, let me get
absolutely
this right.
leave the.
Wait, Shailesh, please answer this question. You're saying once you have transcended good and bad, good and evil, yeah, then you have basically attained the status of moksha. Yeah? Moksha. You have become liberated. Am I right?
Not only in terms of your actions, but also mentally.
Okay,
And
no
that is
problem.
the most important thing. Mentally,
in terms of both your actions,
the good and the bad, you don't crave after good and the bad.
Okay, so you don't distinguish between good and bad. Once you
No,
attain
you don't
moksha.
crave. No, you don't crave after good and bad.
No, hold on. The question is still about the state when
When
you discriminate
when the
between good and bad.
society doesn't mean to anything to you, you transcend the society. You transcend your own.
Okay, let me
wealth.
bring in Shailesh. That
You
means
leave your
that when you're saying you don't crave, do you mean to say that even the good does not affect you and even the bad does not affect you?
Absolutely right.
Okay, so now even if the bad, so you have become, so do you see there is a danger there, Shailesh, because then you become a kind of person who you might call it to be sant, but it becomes so dangerous that the good doesn't affect you, the bad doesn't affect you, which means even somebody who does a very heinous act of, say, maybe raping or something, even that would not affect, and somebody who does a good gesture would not affect. So you literally are leading to the path of becoming a zombie or becoming totally numb, which is somewhere in that Sanskritization is said to be a sant.
There is something called yes, you're right. That is something called state of jad. Jad, you become jad. You become absolutely. Try to understand what I'm.
But Shailesh, you
Jad.
know what?
There is
When
a
you
very
become
important.
jad, you know what, Shailesh?
You remember
Before you
Jad
go
Bharat?
there, yeah, I
Jad Bharat
understand. But I know, but
What does
Shailesh,
it
you know
mean in
what?
English?
It's almost equivalent to being in a state of coma. Nothing affects you then. You know what?
No, it's
Basically,
not
you're
a
without
state of
emotions
coma.
now.
Because
It becomes
in that state, no,
You
no, no,
lost
in
your
that state, in that state, you actually experience the bliss, the divine
you can't
bliss.
experience bliss because bliss is also a higher version of good. Shailesh, the
No,
highest
no,
form of good or
no, no.
excellence.
Just 1 minute.
Bliss is beyond good and bad.
Shailesh, listen to this. You're saying they have transcended this world and about emotions and about society and everything. Am I right?
Absolutely right, Hashim.
Okay, good.
Absolutely.
So if they commit a crime, should they get punished for it?
They will be punished, but they will not commit a crime because they don't need to do any crime.
Really? Have you heard of the Agoras indulging in black magic and child sacrifice?
No,
Because for them there is no distinction between Shailesh, you know what? Because there's no distinction between now
they don't
good
distinguish
and
between
bad.
right and wrong.
Wait a minute.
You can just do anything now because you don't consider it to be good or bad. So they can indulge in anything. They can stand away and see that and say that I am beyond it, and it doesn't affect me. They can say like that, Shailesh. It becomes very dangerous. You know why? Because then they could actually perform any act.
That's why it is like walking on the edge of the sword.
It's mental.
This path is like walking on the edge of the sword.
It doesn't matter.
You can fall down many times.
Listen, if they commit human sacrifice because they have already transcended good and evil, now whatever they do, they try to justify everything because they have transcended.
No, it's not like that. These Aghoris don't commit human sacrifice. They go into the Shamshan.
Are you sure about that?
Yes. There are some tantrics who do that. The Aghoris,
I'll bring up the evidence.
Hashim. Okay, good. I'll tell you what the Aghoris do.
Look at this. Read this.
But they call themselves Aghoris, but those are tantrics.
Hold on, just read it.
What is it? What does it say?
It's in English. Read it.
Wait a minute. It's too small for me to.
I'll read it out. The Maharashtra Prevention and Eradication of Human Sacrifice and Other Inhuman, Evil and Aghori Practices and Black Magic Act 2013.
Okay, so this is a wait. This is an injunction passed by the Maharashtra government, and you're telling me the Aghoris do not indulge they do not indulge in black magic and other evil practices, which actually includes, human sacrifices.
No, human sacrifices definitely should be included, but Aghoris do not practice.
Aghoris don't commit this.
No, they do not. They only eat the flesh of which is already burned flesh of the ghats. You don't know.
Wait. Did you not say they have transcended good and evil? They do not distinguish
They have
between
transcended
good and evil.
in order to purge themselves of all the ideas of a human being. They actually just take a bite of the human flesh.
And you agreed with me that they have transcended good and evil. So now they do not distinguish between good and evil, which would include the human sacrifice. They do not consider that to be evil.
No.
Do you consider that to be evil, by the way?
They don't sacrifice and do cannibalism and eat human beings. They don't do that.
Why do you think the Maharashtra government actually put in an injunction in the law?
That's a political strategy. That was a different ball. You don't know they're anti-Hindus.
Hold on. I don't think the Maharashtra government is stupid to just enact a law which wasn't required.
That is a political game. You don't understand what happens in India.
That would be answer. By the way, they are Hindus. They believe in what?
No, they are not Hindus. There are many anti-Hindus who actually say they are Hindus, but they don't know. You have seen it. There are so many Hindus who come to you.
Because you haven't come across
they have no idea. They have no idea.
Human sacrifice doesn't mean they don't.
Shailesh, hypothetically, if I take your case, but when you're saying this transcending the good and bad, not having that craving, which you call craving, which means basically there is no distinction now between the good and the bad. So you say that's the stage when you actually reach moksha, and that's what is the aspiration for that matter for every Sanatani or a Hindu to be able to reach that and to be able to come out from this cycle of birth and death, right?
Correct.
Or Swarg and Nark, right?
Absolutely. Correct.
So now, Shailesh, when you're saying that there is no distinction between good and evil, so any act which is being performed, say for example murder, rape, because they are still there on earth, how will they deal with that? If somebody is committing a rape or somebody is committing a murder. Now, since
Or
because they
or
don't have a
necrophilia.
dictionary, or
Or go to commit
necrophilia,
necrophilia. Yeah.
or anything which is there for that matter, because now there is no distinction of good and evil, nothing of that yardstick. So how will the person who's now who
Those
has
persons,
transcended, how will they
those
deal with
persons who
that?
transcend, they actually leave this entire world. They leave the cities. They go in the jungles and they live like mendicants. You know, and that is why they do not become part of the society. They leave the society.
Do they wear clothes?
They take sannyas. This is called sannyas. It's called
Shailesh,
sannyas. Yeah.
do they wear clothes?
Some wear clothes, some do not wear clothes. Some only wear a undergarment. That's all.
Okay.
They leave everything.
You
They
know,
leave everything.
someone who is attained moksha and they don't wear clothes, they commit adultery, they commit necrophilia, they
No.
commit human sacrifices, black magic.
Some may do it, but they are not.
Drink blood.
No.
To me, that doesn't sound like salvation. To me, it
Yeah,
sounds
it
more
sounds like he needs to be thrown in the loony bin.
the guy's mental.
No,
Yeah,
don't make propaganda. This is wrong propaganda. You
Shailesh,
don't know. You have no
let me ask
idea.
you.
Have you seen Jain sadhus?
Who?
They are
Jain
supposed
sadhu.
to see
Jain sadhus
but
are naked
the
as well. Yeah,
sannyasis.
I know.
Okay, Shailesh,
I know
now
they are also
Shailesh,
naked.
for Jain
That doesn't
sadhus,
mean
for
it's
example,
justified just because
for
they're
Jain
Jain sadhus.
and also for Jain
Hashim.
sadhus, for example, they would not like to, they put a mask, for example, or they step very, very carefully because they don't want to hurt or kill
Ahimsa, complete
any.
ahimsa.
Now again,
but
Shailesh, complete ahimsa. Now this point, when you're saying complete ahimsa, it is a mark of dharma. Dharma and ahimsa go together, but you had made a point that they go beyond good and bad, they go beyond dharma.
Yes.
So now how
Yes.
come dharma again is coming back in this stage of sannyas or moksha?
Because sannyas ashram says that it is one of the prescriptions. You have to follow. There is a vow. There's a vow people have to take. That means you have to follow the brahmacharya. You have to
Now again,
eat
see,
very less.
Shailesh,
You have
any kind of following is then prescribed by this is good and this is not allowed, this is good and this is bad. But now, and on the path of moksha, they have already gone beyond that. So you can't again, come up with
just
those
because
kinds
you're
of
sannyasi,
guidelines.
just because you're sannyasi doesn't mean that you have attained moksha. You sannyas dharma has to be practiced for at least 20 years. Only then there is a possibility you will get.
But now Shailesh, again Shailesh, if you're still following the guidelines of good and bad, dharma and adharma, then you can never reach moksha, because the moksha has this prescription that you have to go beyond good and bad. Are you saying it's a vicious cycle? It's a vicious cycle because you will keep practicing.
It's the last straw that you have to follow. It's the last thing that you have to follow. And after that,
broke the camel's back.
No,
yes, exactly.
And
It's
also,
the last
Shailesh, practically, if you would see, for example, a person who's in sannyas ashram and he sees a rape or a murder being committed to the person or to somebody who's there in front of him. Now, what should be his stand? What should be his stand or his role or his gesture when he sees that? Because for him, you are saying that he has to go beyond good and bad, or any aspect. So what should be his stand then in a practical life?
No reaction.
So that means, that is what it is equal to any kind of heinous crime, anything which goes on, the person totally becomes a numb, as in if it's a dead, a coma, or a zombie.
Basically a zombie,
a total zombie.
No,
And
what
Shailesh, you're not
people-
understanding. This is a very
No, you're not
dangerous state of
understanding.
affairs.
He's not in your society. He has got nothing to do with your society. He's outside your
Wherever
society.
he may be,
He
if he's
doesn't
among the
care what you want
if he's
to
among
do.
the
He
other
doesn't care
sannyasis,
you.
Shailesh, if he's among the other sannyasis and the mendicants are living together in a jungle or a forest, and there this kind of thing happens, somebody rapes, somebody commits a heinous act, what should the other sannyasi do there? What should be their role?
Sannyasis cannot react to any good or any evil.
Which is what I'm saying.
This is honestly getting ridiculous now. Look,
No, it's not ridiculous. This is the
from an
state.
outsider,
This is the state. This is
hold on
the
one
state
second.
of
From an
moksha.
outsider looking in, you have completely devalued the nobility of man. Like you literally, they have just become a thing that exists, that
No,
eats.
you don't understand. This is the state.
Doesn't care about anything. You've literally gone below animals because
Shailesh, you need
animals
to
serve a
let him
purpose.
speak, then you speak.
even the animals serve a purpose, and now you've taken the ennoblement of man and you said you're just purposeless and go isolate yourself and have no contribution to anything, no thought about anything, no worth, no nothing. This is wild, man. Are you like hearing
You can't do
yourself
it.
at all?
You can't do it. It's not for ordinary people like you.
I don't
people
want to
cannot
do it.
do this.
Okay,
You can't
Shailesh.
do it. You will
Okay,
be
Shailesh.
destroyed from inside if you start
Okay,
meditating like this.
Okay,
You missed
Shailesh,
the
one
point.
thing.
You missed the
One
point.
thing
He
here. One thing
totally
here.
missed it. Yeah, he
One thing.
100% missed the point.
One thing here, where you're saying this, where you, Shailesh, just this theology, I'm just trying to make sense of it, where you're trying to say this, that, okay, we go beyond it, and you don't want to tag it to be zombie because you think that that's the derogatory word for this state of numbness, where
Absolutely, because
people
the
are
state
in.
of bliss. It's
Now,
the most
again,
beautiful state.
Now,
It's the
again,
most beautiful
Shailesh,
There's
state.
nothing beautiful
Shailesh,
about necrophilia. bro.
You don't understand. No, you don't understand. A person who has left this world, who has no attachments to the world, who
so
doesn't
Shailesh,
possess
1 second,
anything.
Shailesh,
That's
even
nothing
bliss.
Beautiful about necrophilia or about cannibalism. Trust me.
No, no,
Shailesh,
necrophilia is something you're trying to
Shailesh,
derogate.
even bliss for that
I'm not
matter,
actually.
even
That's what
bliss.
Agoris do. In case you
No,
don't
you
know.
don't.
Explain to
You
me.
cannot
Look,
because
Silas,
you people live with your egos, so big egos.
No, it's nothing
No.
about
Whereas
we people.
the person becomes egoless.
Shalish, I'd rather
Person
have
who eats
ego.
shit
I'd
is
rather
not
have
something
ego than practice
ego.
necrophilia and I'd rather have an ego
Yes,
than
exactly.
practice necrophilia wait a moment, than practice necrophilia or eat my own feces.
Sheikh, you don't understand.
Okay, Shailesh, just tell me one thing.
Sheikh,
If it is all
you're
about
not
ego,
understanding.
if it is all, Shailesh, if it is all about ego,
This
then
is what
Brahma, Vishnu,
happens in
and
Islam
Mahesh.
also.
Shailesh, then
No, it
Brahma,
doesn't.
Vishnu, and Mahesh, are they still stuck up with ego? That means because they have not gone beyond, the beyond the good and bad. They are still sattva, rajas, and tamas. They are still those, elements which are there within them. They are depicting, for example, Brahma is depicting sattva, Vishnu is depicting rajas, and Shiv is depicting tamas. So they are still entangled into those qualities and gunas, and they have still not gone beyond that. So you mean to say even they are egoistic, just like the humans? Because that's your point, that you have to go beyond that. So even the gods are egoistic. Then why would we worship those gods who are egoistic then?
No, because you can only worship a Sakar Brahma. You cannot worship
But
an
what would I gain? What would I gain out of worshipping something which is egoistic when my goal is to go beyond ego? If my goal is to go beyond ego, which, I'm using your terminology, then why should I worship something which is still stuck up on ego? Why should I do that?
There are 4 aims of every human being. 4 aims. There's not one aim. There are 4 aims. It's called Dharma,
The
Artha, Kam,
ultimate,
and Moksha.
I know Dharma, Arth, Kam, Moksha, but
You
the
understand?
ultimate which you are talked about, the ultimate is
All
moksha.
of them are equally important. Even the
Ultimate is
Dharma is
moksha, but you have
important.
said ultimate
Kam
is
is also
moksha.
important. Dharma is also important. Moksha is also important.
Okay,
So at the end of the day,
when Ram was on Earth, has he attained the same status as these Aghoris, or was he better than them?
he was better than them.
Okay, if he was better than them, hold on, Sailesh, hold on. If he was better than them, did he identify good and evil?
Yeah, he identified good and evil definitely because he was in the human form.
So if he was better than the Aghoris, who have transcended good and evil, but Ram identified good and evil even though he was better than the Aghoris, how does that work?
How does it work? Means because Ram was actually the manifestation of which is the avatar of the Lord Vishnu.
Yeah, which means he's better than the Aghoris.
Aghoris are human beings who have transcended their own ego. Their ego.
Did you understand the question I asked you or not? If he was better than the Aghoris have transcended good and evil.
So he's not better than the Hashim.
He identified good and evil because he considered Ravan as evil and he killed him.
Yes. Because he's still stuck up with good and evil. He's still stuck up. He should have in fact not reacted to Ravan at all.
Exactly.
Because
your entire philosophy collapses.
He came, Hashim, he came exactly to destroy the evil.
Exactly.
But why to destroy? Exactly.
Because so that human beings and human civilization can continue.
No,
so that
Brother Hashim,
go on
don't,
and watch the
Brother
video
Hashim,
again.
let him stay. Let him stay. I want to make this clear because Shailesh, you have just said this, that the ultimate aim and goal is moksha, to go beyond the good and evil. Then the ones whom the Hindus are worshipping, Ram, Vishnu, Shiv, they are all within those parameters of good and evil. They are all depicting those gunas of Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. So it's all entangled
Ultimate
within.
aim for whom?
It is
Not for
ultimate aim for a
avatars.
human being.
Ultimate aim is for humans.
So that means.
Avatar is more than a human being. Try to understand that, but that's what I've been telling you.
But no, Shailesh, how would an avatar be more than human when the avatar himself is entangled within the gunas and within the right and wrong? Because if Ram, for example, you are saying that for sannyas ashram, the ideal state would have been to not react. So then in that case, with whatever Ravan had done, the reaction should not have come from Ram, because that should be our aspiration in worshipping Ram, that the way Ram did not react, we also should not react and move towards the path of moksha. But Ram did react, and that's why the Dashera is going to be celebrated, where Ravan has been killed.
Don't strawman me.
And we are going to celebrate that
strawman
killing.
me.
Evil.
Yes,
Don't
the good
strawman
over
me.
evil.
I said
You're not
don't
strawmanning
strawman
you.
me. I said
found the hole in
there
you
are
of both of you.
four goals. There are Hashim. There are 4 goals.
No, Shailesh, you
Equally
had said there
important.
is ultimate goal is
Dharam
moksha.
no, you are putting that in my mouth. I said there are
You had
4.
told it. You just said that. You just said when
Oh.
you came to the
Why
screen.
you just to score a goal you want to put words in my mouth?
No, Shailesh.
There are 4 equally important. 4
really
goals
honest,
equally important.
Shailesh, if you're really
The
honest,
ultimate
you
is
had
of course the moksha. One is more important, because that happens at the end of your life. The 4 goals are part of the 4 dharma, ashram dharma. One is the brahmacharya
I think you're
ashram,
just repeating yourself now. Shailesh,
the
I'll tell you
grahast
what.
ashram,
Why don't you come back? Why don't you come back during the Q&A and you can ask questions about Islam if you have. But I think we have given you enough time for today. So thanks a lot for sharing.
Sure, I hope I've been able to clear up a few things. I mean, maybe a few things. I know that it's difficult for you to understand this entire thing.
No,
but anyway, I hope that
you should watch the video again and then judge for yourself.
You did bring out important points, but the only thing is that you did see that in all that deliberation and discussion, there were major issues which were coming up with respect to the gods as well as humans, in how do we deal with life, how do we react, and what should be our ultimate goal. Because as I had said,
ultimate goal. Listen, see, human beings have to live. You have to live, and there can be many different goals, and 4 goals have been important goals which have been identified for a Sanatani at least.
And you had said
that
for a Sanatani,
let's end it here. Let's end it here. But do you want to say something before you leave with regards to the topic itself?
Of Navratri, why are then we celebrating Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas? If our goal is to go beyond this.
No, the goal. I told again, you are fixated to the goal beyond it.
You can actually see that there are
let's leave it there, guys. We are not going to end it here today.
I want to have calm. Calm is one of my moksha. I mean, the thing. I want to enjoy the
Shailesh, I am at
listen. Hey, wait. Let me speak. Don't blabber. Don't wait, please.
No, it's not blabbering. It's Rajas element of excitement, enthusiasm, passion.
Wait, let me speak.
He was fasting today, so
I want to enjoy the world also, but I want to enjoy with peace. I don't want the enemies coming surrounding me and snatching away things from me.
But Shailesh, your ultimate goal should be moksha and not enjoyment.
Let me speak.
Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Very good point. You should be out in the forest, not caring about anything.
Let me speak. Let me speak.
You gotta dip out of all of that.
Let me speak. Understand?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead, Shailesh. Yes,
I want to enjoy the world also, but I don't want my enemies to take away my things. So therefore, I worship the Devis because they are going to protect me from my enemies, and that is one of the reasons. Also, one of the reasons why I worship all these nine Devis, which actually represent the Shaktis, which are going to help me destroy these evil people.
But we have to go beyond evil and good.
Yes, that is also one of the So why
again, the question is back to this. Why are we celebrating
I want everything.
this?
I want
You want
dharma.
everything.
I want to have calm also. I want to have moksha also in the end.
Okay,
I want everything.
There
Shailesh,
is no
enjoy your
answer to that,
Navratri.
Shailesh. There
No,
is no
Don't
answer.
get
this is the
moved.
answer. There's no.
No.
All right, take
And also,
care,
Shailesh,
Shailesh. I'll see
and
you.
also,
I'll see you
Shailesh,
next Thursday. Yeah.
please don't label the rajas element, because you see that rajas element is also important. Sattva, rajas, and tamas. So please don't label or degrade the rajas element if I display that
No,
time
no,
and
no, no.
again
I
here
don't
on the
agree.
screen.
No. That's
Thank
why.
you very
That's why
much.
we worship all of them. We worship
Thank
all.
you.
Even Ma Kali is tamas. Ma Kali is tamas, and we worship Ma Kali.
Which is
Yeah, that's true.
ignorance
Yeah.
and evil. Yes.
Right, Shailesh. I'll see you next Thursday. You take care, mate. Yeah.
Okay, bye.
Bye bye. All right. I hope you enjoyed that, Sister Swati.
Ultimately, yes.
By the way, I didn't get to greet you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Walaikum assalam. Walaikum
Alhamdulillah.
assalam to Sheikh
Good
and
to see you
also
again.
to Muris
Alhamdulillah.
brother.
Right. We got
Alhamdulillah.
another Sanatani here. I think so. He's got all the gods on his name. He couldn't decide which one is the supreme. Right. Krishna Shiva. Are you there?
He's why left Brahma? Why have you left Brahma?
Yeah, I don't think he was disqualified by Shiva. Sorry, by Vishnu. No, Shiva.
By Krishna. By Krishna. Yes.
Right.
Hello.
Yeah, how are you doing? You all right?
Good. How are you guys?
Good. How are you? Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, I just picked that name so you guys could let me in.
Are you a Muslim?
I'm not a Muslim now.
So you are a Sanatani?
What are you?
No. So I was born in India, in a Hindu family. In India, I mean, you're told to follow certain things because you're born as something, right? Like if you're born a Hindu, you follow the rituals. If you are born a Muslim, you follow the rituals because a lot of Muslims don't know what they're practicing because of lack of knowledge and things. Same thing with the Hindus. I'm pretty sure same thing with the Christians.
So what are you? What are you then? What are you then?
So I came to the US and I was involved in some. I was actually listening to some people arguing about religion, and somebody mentioned that the Shiva Lingam is a penis. I did not know that. And I'm like, no, it can be. We have been praying to a reproductive organ for so long. And that's when I started reading up. And then I saw a lecture by Ahmad Didat. And he usually...
Bro, you're a Muslim, aren't you?
No, I'm not.
Just say it, man.
Listen.
No,
Nobody's going to kick you out. Are you a Muslim or not? Because if you are a Muslim and you're saying that you are not a Muslim,
yeah, that's kufr.
You're really that's kufr that takes you out of the realm of Islam. So I would be very careful.
Just be sincere. We will let you ask your question, no problem. But just don't say you're a non-Muslim if you're a Muslim.
No, I'm not.
You're not.
You're not. Okay, no. So why are you not a Muslim yet?
So that's why I said I have some questions.
Before you ask your question, just tell us what's your background, please.
Yeah.
I mean,
do you believe...
are you an atheist? Are you an agnostic? Are you someone who believes that
everything happens by chance? No, I don't believe that.
Do you believe in God?
Of course, absolutely.
You believe in God? Okay. So how do you know absolutely? Did you read? Do you actually read any scriptures?
It's too much of a big coincidence for something to just happen randomly like that.
No. Do you read any scriptures?
After coming to the US, I did. I read a lot of the Bible. I read the
Quran.
I read some Hindu scriptures, but the more I read, Hinduism does not look like because I'm also a fan of Greek mythology. I play a lot of video games. I think that a lot of the stories in Hinduism are actually very related to the Greek mythology.
Where are you actually? Are you based in the US now, you said?
Yeah, I'm in Texas, yeah.
Okay, so are your parents, what religion do they follow?
Hindus.
They're Hindus.
Yeah.
But you are a Muslim.
No, he's not a Muslim.
No, I'm not.
He's not a Muslim.
You're not a Muslim.
No. Listen, Hashim. I'm gonna do a deal with him. Do a deal with him. Now, did you come to ask questions? Yeah.
I watch a lot of debates and stuff like that. Been
Yeah.
watching Hashim for a long time.
Okay.
Uh,
So
I
are
have a
you
secret
seeking?
call.
Are you seeking the truth?
He said he believes in God. Absolutely. I just
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
know.
So no, but Hashim, the question to ask: are you seeking the truth?
Yes.
Okay. No, you sounded like
That
a
wasn't
bit
very confident.
hesitant.
Are you
You
seeking
sounded
a
a bit
lie?
hesitant.
What's going on, man?
Yeah, he sounded a bit
No, no,
hesitant.
no.
He's like,
Listen,
The
listen.
reason.
Let me tell you one thing before we go on. Can I call you some other name rather than these names that are here? What name shall I call you?
XYZ.
So what shall I call you? John?
You can call me John. Yeah.
Okay, John. Listen, John. Listen. Today is regarding this kind of festival, but since you are not a Hindu, but you believe in God, we'll do a deal with you. If you can ask your questions, if your questions are answered, and since you've been watching Ahmed Didat and you have read the Bible, you have read the Quran, and Quran makes sense to you and Islam makes sense to you, would you accept Islam today?
Not today, not right at this very instant, but like I said, I watched some videos because I really wanted to know what is the right thing, right? I mean, I see, I read a lot about.
Yeah, but you see again, if the right comes to you now, why would you delay it?
The reason I am here is because I watch a lot of Hashim on Speaker's Corner.
Hashim is irrelevant.
And
Hashim is listen, my
no,
friend
no, I'm
John.
just saying. So what?
John, when it comes to your salvation,
Yeah,
Hashim is
you're on your
irrelevant.
own.
Hashim is irrelevant. Don't build your castle on Hashim's land because Hashim is irrelevant when it comes to your salvation, John. You know.
You're on your
No, no,
own.
no,
When you
absolutely. No,
when
no.
you stand in front of Allah, you're going to be alone.
No, what I'm saying is I'm only here because the
Yeah.
more I
So
listen, the
so
more I read, the more I
John,
watch.
whatever you
You
call
know,
yourself, let me ask you something. You said when I asked you, do you believe in God? You said certainly.
yes.
You were absolutely confident. Is Krishna, Shiva, and Vishnu false gods?
Looking at the stories, I do because the stories that I read about them, right? For example, I could not get my head around a god raping his own daughter, chasing her around the world, and then marrying her because we did not know these stories as kids.
Yeah.
But the question that I had, somebody mentioned, okay, look, there
So
is some.
yeah. Before you ask your question, just want to confirm. So all this Krishna, Shiva, Vishnu, the names you have in your name, they are all false god.
I think so. I think, like I said, I think they were picked up from a Greek mythology or something. The
Okay. All right.
stories, because we
Go ahead.
have
Go ahead.
Achilles.
Ask your
We have,
question. What's
yeah,
your
we have
question?
Achilles' heel in Greek mythology. Is the same thing. We have Duryodhan when his mother asks him to come naked, and when she takes off her and Krishna stops him on the way, and he's like, "Would you go to your mother like this, all naked?" And then he covers his private parts with a cloth, and then when he goes there, she takes off a blindfold, and the power is bestowed upon him. But then she's in shock because he's wearing an underwear or something, and she's like, "Why did you do that?" Now his only weakness was that part that was covered, just like Achilles' heel, because Achilles' heel was the same thing. Her mother dipped him in the ocean, holding his ankle, and that part was vulnerable.
That's fine, brother. No problem. Just ask the question you had. That's fine.
Yeah, so certain questions, right? So a lot of the time, so for example, the stories are obviously mixed up, but somebody said this, and it I don't know how much of it is true. We will never know. But the names, right? For example, Abraham, right? Abraham and Sarah. He was married to Sarah. The name is Abraham is very similar to Brahma, right? His wife's name is Saraswati. right? So some people said that maybe these are all the
How
same
is it? How
people.
is it similar? I don't see
No,
a
no, no.
similar.
They're saying that these are all the same people, but just Hinduism and other religions. Maybe some of them are corrupted. They made different stories. Maybe they are talking about the same people, but the stories obviously are not. They're not the same
You know,
because
this is what we call kind of a fallacy, an etymological fallacy, because if they sound the same, doesn't mean they're the same. For example, you know, the other day I was speaking to this guy, and he told me, you know, Hindus used to be in Palestine because there's a place called Ramallah there.
no, that's
But
the
this is his.
BJP
That's what I'm saying.
WhatsApp
This is the
universal.
mentality some people have because the term Ram is there in this, but the term Allah is also there. So how are you
But
going to interpret that? Then I
yeah,
asked him the
Hashim,
question. You
there
know what I
is
said? I said, okay, so maybe also Ramadan comes from the Hindus because the term Ram is there in Ramadan as well. And he goes, yeah, actually it is. So you know, anything goes with people who make up things because the name is same or the prefix is same.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean they're the same, bro.
right. No, no. So but then the Vedas actually mention the Islamic prophet by name, and that somebody pointed out that, right. Okay, you know, did you notice that your religion also uh, has a prophecy about the Islamic prophet? And I did not believe it, so I YouTubed it. There is a video of Zakir Naik, and he's
Are you talking
explaining.
about the Kalki avatar?
Not the Kalki avatar. A great teacher from Arabia will come
Oh, I see.
by the name Muhammad. He's in. He's actually prescribed. He's actually prophesied by name in the Vedas, right? So that is why I was thinking. Okay, so if the Vedas actually is prophesizing about a prophet, so could the Vedas have also been from the same God? Because if I'm not mistaken, I think Muslims believe that a prophet has been sent to every nation.
Look, this is true. Allah does say that in the Quran that every nation, Allah has sent, messengers and warners. But the thing is, we cannot say for certain the Vedas were from a prophet at one point because the Vedas also include many gods like Indra and so on, you know, which are worshipped as God in the Vedas. So you cannot say this for certain. I mean, maybe they mix some truth with some falsehood, because as far as I know, the Vedas doesn't actually advocate worship of idols. So maybe it is, you know, like the way we say with regards to the Torah and the Old Testament and the New Testament. There are things in there which agree with the Quran and the Hadith, and we take them to be, you know, some remnants of truth from Allah Subhanahu wa Taala when He through the messengers, you know, the message from the very like Musa alayhi salam and Isa alayhi salam. But there are things in there which are also what the mushriks will believe, you know, the ones who associate partners with Allah, and we reject that as being the falsehood which has now been mixed with some truth. So this is the same stance we take.
Also within Vedas there is worshipping of the natural elements, as you would have
Yeah,
seen.
worship of nature,
Yeah,
worship of
nature, Indra
Indra.
god. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
But
There's a lot of
could they have been corrupted like a lot of the
yeah, which is what I told you. We can't, because this is talking about a long time ago. We don't know exactly what happened. But the thing is, you see, when you look at Islam and when you're researching Islam, we don't need any other external, you know, scriptures or books or whatever they are. We have the Quran and the Hadith, and this is what Allah Subhanahu wa Taala says: hold on to the hablullah, the rope of Allah, and you'll attain success. So why do we need to go beyond what Allah and the Rasul already sent us as being the true revelation?
Also, you know, John, or whatever XYZ, whatever is the name that you would like to associate with yourself, if you would have seen a lot of people who come, the guests, you know, they one way or the other they go back to that Brahman, and they say that's something which doesn't, you know, that's something which we can't have access to, or is something which is beyond the Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh and all the deities and everything. So, you know, the question then arises that if everybody actually goes back to that, then why is it that which is that Brahman is nowhere seen in practice in the in the belief system or in the religion of Hinduism, what we see basically is all about the deities, which are there. And that is what even Navratri also, when they say that it's about the Shakti or the form, the energy, or whatever we want to call the feminine energy, the gunas. Nobody, where is Brahman? If there is something called Brahman, to which everybody actually says is the ultimate, the problem is that then why is that ultimate, which is actually the supreme, not so significant in that entire scheme of things of Hinduism? It's like that ultimate is somewhere totally in the background. Nobody knows about anything about it. Nobody even tries to figure it out. And everything is revolving around that, which they themselves say that this is not what is the ultimate God. We agree this is not that. So that's something which needs to be then questioned or maybe reflected upon.
Yeah, so John, let me ask you something. You said you read the Quran. Do you find anything?
Not the whole Quran.
Yeah, of course.
I
From
read
what you read,
parts,
what do you think of it so far?
So, see the when I watch some debates, when I watch some. So, for example, recently somebody mentioned about a Sharia law, right? I'm just giving you some reference, right? So somebody said they mentioned some Sharia law where if a woman is raped, she has to produce 4 male witnesses who have seen the rape in action, right? And that doesn't sound logical, and it doesn't sound.
That's one of the criteria.
No. Actually, I think so. I went and Googled it. Like, how can this be
No,
logical?
it's not as easy. It's not as easy as you say. It's not as easy
No,
as
no.
you say.
Can I-
There
let
are
me-
there
let me-
are lots of that builds on it.
No,
There are
let me finish. Let me finish. So when I Googled it, when I researched it, right? Actually, there is no Sharia law that says that a raped woman has to produce 4 male witnesses.
There you go.
It is actually a person who is accusing a woman of adultery or fornication. That person has to produce 4 male witnesses. So the truth has been twisted. So that's why the more I read.
No. Listen. If there is something more to that, he can swear by Allah 3 times, and if he lies, the curse of Allah will be on him. And she swears by Allah 3 times, and if she lies, the curse of Allah would be on her. This is if there is absence of witnesses. So that's what I'm saying to you. Although you googled it and that, what you got, it's not the question. Sharia is a vast thing. It's a big thing that we cannot we apply case by case, and there are so many different ways in there. So I'm just like, because people are listening and hearing you, so that no one can. It's not as easy as you make it.
No, I think the Sheikh did not understand what I said. I was actually saying that it in favor of.
No, I understood what you said. I understood
I'm
what
just
you
saying
said.
that there's a lot of misconceptions
But
about
what you have googled, and the answer you got is still wrong.
So the same thing. So like I said, so I'm just trying to find a lot of answers. I'm not
What
there
about
yet.
Navratri? What about, because that's the topic of the day.
So I have when
yeah.
I was a kid, I actually went to one of the places where they perform this Durga Puja, right? And over there, I've seen some woman apparently acts look like she starts dancing and stuff, and then they say that Mata Ana, right? Apparently, the Durga goddess just enters that woman or something, and then she behaves like a complete demon. Her tongue is out, and as kids, we would get scared watching that. But then growing up, we would never question that, because growing up in India, you don't question things. You just accept things as it is. But once I moved to the US, I've been in the US for almost 24 years. Initially, I was not focused. I was focusing on education stuff. But the more I started learning, and the more things did not make sense, that's when I started watching a lot of debates and stuff between different religious groups. So far, what I have seen, I don't see any Jewish scholars debate anybody. I don't know why, but I've seen a lot of Christians debating Muslims, a lot of Hindus debating Muslims. I don't even see Hindus and Christians debating each other.
Brother, I don't mean to interrupt you because you're starting to kind of repeat yourself. So I'm wondering, how is this leading to your acceptance of what the truth is? Like, get to the root of what your issue is so that we can.
My issue is
if you're just learning. Hold on one sec. If you're just learning Islam through the course of debates, this is not the way to go about it. So what's your hang up, man?
Not just Islam. I'm just, like I said, I'm just following all the things to see what actually strikes me as the truth. So my question was, again, my question is simple. So if I want to, let's say if I want to learn about Islam, for example, where do I start?
Pick up a copy of the Quran. Go to the primary source. Have you read the Quran yet?
Not the whole thing, no.
Why not?
Yeah. Good question. I don't have an answer to that yet, but yeah.
I mean, I love your honesty, dude. Like, just finish it all the way through, right? And then what other criteria do you have, right? If you think that there can be multiple truths, then you're in trouble right off the bat. So, the reason why Islam is true, or the premise that we stand on, is if Islam is true, then everything else is false by default. You can't have, multiple paths. So what criteria are you setting for yourself to be honest with yourself on this quest? If it's just watching these different debates for the purposes of entertainment, and not by entertainment, I don't mean like you're sitting there with a bag of popcorn and you're just kind of going to town. I'm saying you're seeing the different argumentation, but you're not understanding where the end goal is and why they picked Islam to be true, then it's all for naught. So let me hear a little bit about what you set forward for yourself and how we can help address whatever is
certain. I mean, the religious scriptures, right? It doesn't matter which one it is. They're very complicated. Sometimes to understand. Sometimes you have to read a lot of commentary, right? So some certain times watching people debate over it. For example, like I said, I watch a lot of Speaker Corner, and then when somebody gives a context of why that verse is what that verse is. Somebody says, oh, this book says, oh, kill all the infidels or something, right? And then somebody says, no, you have to look at the context of what it was before that verse and after the verse, right? It makes more sense. So reading, I mean, I can take out the time to read it, but it's a lot. Like I said, I've been reading a lot of, I did read a little bit into the Bible, the Old Testament, the New Testament.
John,
yeah.
What's your purpose? What's your purpose in life?
No, to find the truth.
What's your criteria for the truth?
Something that makes sense, no contradictions.
Does Allah make sense to you?
Honestly, watching all these debates, I like I said, I watched Ahmad Didat's debates, some. Nobody was able to stand up to him. He had an answer to everything. And then I was thinking, okay, because then I saw a lot of Christian pastors and other people giving a lot of stuff online to people who are not scholars. I'm like, okay, then if you are that confident, then why are you guys not debating a scholar?
No, but it's about you. Look, you probably watched many videos, you've read some books maybe from all the different religions that you have studied so far, even if it might be superficial. Which concept of God makes sense to you? The one that is in Christianity, in Hinduism, or in Islam?
God is one.
So look, ultimately they all claim God is one.
They all claim God is one.
It's not. But it's not the question. This is not the question. The question is straightforward. I'll put it to you. Does Allah, being a deity worthy of worship, and none is worshipped besides Him, does it make sense to you?
No. So yeah. See, it makes sense because like I said, I believe that there is only one God. Can be multiple gods.
Look, if you ask a Christian, they say to you it's one God, yet they believe in Trinity. John, the question that the question we are asking is simple. Is it is Allah, does Allah as a deity worthy of worship, and none should be worshipped besides him? No Son, no Holy Spirit, nothing else, no Brahma, no Krishna, nothing else except Allah. Does it make sense to you?
Yeah, it does, because like I said, I believe that God is one. So yeah, what
It does, but that but which is there in your mind, no,
Thank you.
John.
Thank
What
you.
is it? Yeah, what is it that is stopping you or coming in way of you to accept Islam to be the total truth, the complete truth? What is coming in way of that? What is it that is a hindrance to that?
No, there
Thank
is
you.
no hindrance. Like I said, I don't want to jump right at it. I just want to gain more knowledge and more
Or maybe what is the
more
anxiety? What kind
understanding
of
of
what is
what
that
I'm trying to
anxiety or
see. Look,
fear?
if I accept something without
Hmm.
understanding the whole thing, then there is no difference between somebody like
Wha-
me
wha-
and
So what
wha-
is
somebody
that
like a
whole?
Christian
You know,
or
you are
somebody
saying
like
you
Yeah,
have to
what are you not
understand the whole.
understanding, bro?
You have
What
to
are you not
understand the
understanding?
entirety. You have to understand the whole of it. So what exactly is it that is coming in way of you to be able to understand that whole? What is it that's stopping you, or maybe is deviating you, distracting you, maybe bringing some doubts to your mind? What exactly is it which says to you that yeah, this seems to be the path, but no, this can't be so? What is that?
It's true. What is it? What is it?
No. See, the more I read, the more I'm leaning towards Islam. That's already. I think I already put
Yeah,
out.
but John,
But
death,
again, I am
John,
not there yet.
John,
I have understood the entire
John,
Islam, the whole Quran.
death doesn't get postponed. When the angel of death visits you, he visits you, and that's it. There is no second appointment. When he comes and he takes the soul. That's it. That's it, my friend.
Correct.
So it's either this is not a lottery. This is not a lottery that maybe you win, maybe you lose. This is your afterlife. This is your afterlife. A clever person will cut his losses, and your losses is not to wait until you are the shaitan is not going to allow you to have that time. So let's do one thing. What's your hardest question, like the sister asked you? What's your contention? What's the hindrance? What is stopping you? What's really stopping you? What's the hindrance?
No. Let me answer this. So what I was saying was, if I accept something, like let's say if I become a Christian today without reading the Bible, or if I become a Muslim today without reading the entire Quran, how is that justice to me? Or
But
how is
it's not
how
justice.
am I
It's definitely
how
not
am I
justice. But you know
different?
what, John? I get your point. But you know what? When you're saying, if you're really serious towards that, no, that yeah, I need to seek the truth and I need to have that, then you would not wait for so long to not read the. If that's the hindrance, that you need to actually read the entire thing and not just blindly follow it just by knowing half-hearted, half truth, or maybe
Let
half
me
knowledge
let me
about
ask
it.
you this one. What is your name?
Yeah, you can call me anything that you wish to. Let's learn about Navratri is the name.
Okay,
Let's call
Navratri.
that.
All right.
Yeah.
So look, like I said, I'm from India, right?
Right.
And I had a lot of Muslim friends, and I had a lot of Hindu friends. I had a lot of some Christian friends, but honestly, none of them knew the religion, even though they were Muslims, even though they were Hindus, right? Nobody read the scriptures, right? Now, the Muslim friends that I had, they would joke about marrying 4 wives, right?
Don't
And
go to the people.
no,
Go
no,
to the
no, 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 no,
scripture.
no, no. Hold
Go
on,
to the
hold on, hold
scripture.
on, hold on. Let me finish. Let me
Yeah.
finish. So what I'm saying is, there is a reason for certain things, like marrying 4 wives. There is a reason for that, right? So now, but the Muslims over there, they're ignorant about that fact. That okay, why you can marry 4 wives, or
Not
what?
all Muslims. You cannot
No,
generalize about it. A lot of them know about the
of
reasons.
course, no. I'm not generalizing. I'm just saying a lot of. That's what I said. A lot of them. That's how I started, right? So what I'm saying is, for me to accept something without understanding, something. The
But
whole
you know what, John? Here I stop
not
you. Here I stop you. That you, for you to understand, don't go to the people because some of them may be ignorant. Some may not have read, as you rightly said. Go to the text directly. Go to the scripture
that was my
directly.
question initially, which was answered, right? I was told that open the Quran and read the whole thing, and they asked me. I think there was Muris, right? He asked me
Yes.
why I was just watching debates and not reading the Quran directly. So I said, okay, sometimes the books are too complicated.
They're
Because
not. They're not. You have not yet read Quran. You have not yet picked it up. Just pick it up. It's in a very simple language. I've read it all. And I'm telling you that it's, and I'm also not a born Muslim for that matter. So I'm telling you from the perspective of an outsider that you pick it up, give it a start, and give it a chance to be able to be comprehended, and you will see that things will start making sense. But if you'll delay it and only focus on debates, because there, you'll always get, okay, this is the right side right now, I can understand this here, the debate they lost, so now I'm not very convinced. You'll always keep getting entangled into that. Just
correct,
go
correct.
directly and
But
hit the text,
Navratri, if it was not for the debates, I wouldn't even be looking at the
which is a
Quran.
starting point. That's what I'm
It's,
saying.
no,
It's a
yeah.
starting point, but it can't be the ending point. You have to, it's a way towards moving to the scripture. It gave you that direction, and now that you're on that path, now you pick up the book itself and read directly from that rather than being focused on what people are saying. Because as you very rightly said, some may not have read, some may not have the full knowledge about it. So why to rely on something which is not foolproof? Why
No,
not take the
so
text?
I do not rely on something. When I see something, when I hear something, I go I research it. I try to get to the
But the best research is the original text.
let me give you an example. I was watching this movie a long time back. I think based on Saudi Arabia. I think it was called The Kingdom.
Again, John, I would say the movies are from the
No, no.
director's perspective, it's a
Hold on,
director's point of view.
hold on, Navratri.
Go to the primary source.
I know.
If you really want to know about your purpose of life, about who created you, why were you created, then I would suggest these debates, everything, they were like the trickling point. They helped you to sort of start questioning things. Now that you're on that path of questioning, thinking about it, now you take up the why are you still stuck up to the secondary sources? Take up the primary source and start with it. It may, I'm not saying that it is something that is going to give it a chance. Give it a chance and read that, just the way you have given chance to the debates, just that you have given chance to the movies. Give the chance to the text, the primary source. Read the entire text. It's not very long, just 114 chapters, and
I get it.
and a lot of them are
I get
very
what
small.
you're saying. I get what you're saying, but let me finish what I was trying to say. The reason I was just going to give an example of this movie, The Kingdom, right? And apparently there is a suicide bombing in it and somebody dies. So in Saudi Arabia, there is a female doctor from America. She's trying to examine the dead body of this guy who died to find out what kind of explosive was used. And a Saudi soldier or a policeman, he stops. He's like, la, 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 haram or something, right?
Again, that's what I'm
no,
saying.
Hold on. Let me finish, please.
See the movie. I don't see, John. I'm not interested in that movie. Whoever made that movie,
Hold on. Let
from
me
whichever
finish.
point
You
of
are
view.
not even letting me finish.
Okay, let him. Sister Swati, let him finish. Go on. I want to know if there is a point to this.
Yeah. So the point is, so what happened was when I saw everybody in the theater was laughing at that because she was like, "Oh, this is a dead body. I'm not touching this dead body for sexually or something. I'm just trying to examine him." Right. But then everybody in the theater was laughing. And then I actually asked a Muslim friend of mine, I'm like, is it true that a female doctor cannot touch a male patient, dead or alive? And he said, no. Right. And I'm like, but then how is the religion so backward that what about a female doctors? So Muslim women are not allowed to have to be doctors and then see male patients. And he's like, yes.
Because this is a law in Saudi Arabia.
No, I know. It didn't sit with me, right? Because it didn't seem logical. So I didn't take his word for it. What I did was I went online and I Googled it. I'm like, can female doctors in Islam check male patients? And then I found out that the first female doctor was during the time of
the Prophet,
right? Yeah. And then I showed it to him. I'm like, dude, look, you're doing more damage to your religion than me, right? If I was not interested, if I was not in that mode where I want to learn new things, I would have just accepted your this thing and I would have spread the same thing out
Okay,
there.
bro.
So
So
John, the point.
okay,
Just a second, Brother Muris. Just one
no
thing before
problem.
you.
Go ahead, sister.
I don't know whether I'll come in the next streams or not, because that's why. So,
Inshallah, Bismillah, Bismillah. It's okay. Just go ahead.
inshallah. So I just want to
Enjoy.
add. Yeah, it's like after pretty long time, and I don't know about the future. So I just want to say this to you, John, that you said that they were depicting it wrongly, or maybe they're not correctly portraying it, which is, alhamdulillah, you did get it right. Kudos to you for that, that you were not trapped into those kinds of preconceived ideas which are usually depicted like that. But I'm just saying it, having got all these one by one the markers which are actually taking you towards this path where you say, yeah, it might make sense, it might be the right thing. So just the way with which the curiosity, enthusiasm with which you watch the debates, the movies, you get the hint of it. I want to tell you that please also, with that same enthusiasm, pick up the Quran, the primary text, and go through the entire 114 surahs or the chapters which are there in it, to be able to then say that, yeah, I have at least read the primary text, and now let me even go further, or maybe if there are certain things which are yet not clear to me, then let me look at that, because that will help you to navigate easily, to be able to streamline what is it that you're getting and what is it that you're not getting. Right now you have not picked up that primary text, which is why you will keep then juggling with all of this, and it will never end then. So that's my
Yeah.
only point, that
That's
take up the
that's
primary
a
text.
that's a good advice. Yeah. Sorry, Muris, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, it seems to me I'm noticing a consistent pattern, which is that you're good at, when you hear something, you fact check it, which is great. And then when you see the solution, it seems to me that every single thing that you have researched about Islam has a solution. So don't you think it's about time now that you've accepted it and then continue on with your path of knowledge? And that's the first thing that I want to say. The second thing is, you have to take a look at the fundamental principles. So if I can ask you, do you believe in more than one God?
Oh, no, I don't.
Okay, great. Do you believe that God incarnated in any way, shape, or form and sacrificed either his son or himself in order to provide a solution for mankind's sins?
No, because his rules, his word, why would he do that? Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, so if that's the case, then the only thing that's left for you is Islam. So
no, I get it. See, that's what I'm saying. See, look,
right. So
family overall,
and you have no contention
of
to
stigma
the
attached to it.
monotheism in Islam.
Yeah, it's a
right?
lot of stigma attached to it. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean,
You know what?
it's a big
You know
step.
what I
I
suggest,
want to learn.
Brother John. You know what I suggest? Why didn't you take Brother Maurice's contact? So he's on DawahDigest@gmail.com. And inshallah, he's also in the US. You guys are in the same time zone, maybe. Have a chat privately. That might help, inshallah. What do you think?
Yeah.
I welcome it. I'm happy to host him and answer his questions.
Yeah.
It
I
seems
think that'll
to
be
me
a good idea, because maybe sometimes
Yeah.
things get lost in translation. So maybe, at your own pace, in your own time. I know you're looking in the right direction, and seeking answers. But you see, you have to take a step. You can't keep procrastinating. You already firmly believe in the oneness of God. That is already half the kalima. Just have to complete the other half. Sometimes sometimes the shaitan is the one who is holding you back from accepting and taking that final step. You see,
Yeah,
this is something which you should not
I
procrastinate.
see a lot of what you're doing in the path that I took, which is you're thirsty for more information, but then and this is an honest question that you have to ask yourself, is at what point is it going to be enough? Like, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to become like a scholar and then you're going to be like, yes, this is completely satisfactory now? No. So like,
I don't have that much time.
I akin it to collecting golden nuggets on my journey, right? And eventually when I reached a certain threshold, I was honest with myself when I said, there's no way that this message is from anyone but God. And there's no way that this person, Muhammad is nothing but a messenger from God. There's no way that he is not a messenger, and there's no way that this message is from God. It is not from God. So where's your threshold, bro? Like,
yeah, like I said, I want to I'll take the advice. I'll read the Quran, the whole thing,
Thank you.
because I don't want to jump into something before getting an understanding of exactly what something is, right?
Thank you, brother. Also, your last words on Navratri, the topic of the day, before you leave.
No, I don't believe it, because I saw
He's already rejected all that.
a kid. As a kid, I was there, and then this woman started dancing like a demon possessed her. I'm pretty sure she was faking it, but yeah, she started acting like a demon, tongue out, dancing like
You must be traumatized.
most kids probably were traumatized.
I wouldn't be surprised because this is it's demonic actually. Yeah, it is.
It is,
I
yeah.
wouldn't be surprised some of them are impacted.
Which is what, see, as growing up in India, we never gave a thought to these things. We were busy in other things, having fun, doing this, but when you come here, when you start growing up, and then you start questioning things that you're doing,
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
that's when things start to you start to wonder, okay, what am I doing? Am I really, because the first thing that the first time that I actually started researching was when somebody actually mentioned the black stone, the Shiva lingam is a penis. I did not know that. And I'm like, no. So we've been worshipping a penis, and then the symbolism of everything, pouring milk over it. The bottom was yoni. What it and then I've seen a lot of, in the olden times, the Hindus did not have an answer to these questions, but today what I see is they're trying to spin it in a way like they're trying to giving it a philosophical angle. Oh no, this is a representation of life, a penis and a yoni. A yoni is a vagina, and they said this is a representation of life. I'm like, no, but there are better ways to explain the representation of life than actual pornography.
Exactly. Yeah. This is something which is common sense, and I'm glad you picked it up. I feel you're on the right track. You probably just need a bit of mentoring, and I think Brother Muris is, mashallah, very good at that. So
I
yeah,
see
get in
the
touch.
email address here, dawahwise@gmail.com. I can just email there, right?
Yeah, you can email me or you can email Brother Maurice. It's the same, but instead of DawahWise, put in Dawah Digest.
Dawah Digest, okay.
Yeah, I'll put it in a private chat for you, bro.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right.
You're welcome,
Thanks for your
bro.
time.
And may Allah continue to guide you, man. And thanks for being respectful. Inshallah.
Yeah,
may Allah give you hidayah, which is guidance, and we hope to see you again. Next Thursday we have an open Q&A. So if you got any questions, you're more than welcome to join us.
Sure.
All right. You take care. Okay. Salam. All right. Who's next? Who is that guy gone? He's been here for a while. Yeah. One way.
Hello.
Moksh.
Is that Moksh? No, it's not.
Yeah.
I am.
Ajay Rathore or Ajay Rathore after a long time.
How are you?
Ajay, is that
How
you?
are you?
Yeah, it's him.
I am.
अभी तक IAS pass किया कि नहीं?
Yes, first part.
You are an officer now, are you?
No. Just passed the first stage of exam. Now waiting for second one.
Oh dear. It looks like your whole life is exams.
Before I start talking, I have to say one thing, that previous caller misled on many things. Like he said that Vedas mentioned about prophet, and then he said about Shivling is a male sexual organ. But the same Shiv Puran mentions not it as a sexual organ, but as some other way. So he misled on many things, which I will.
No, but there are also
continue.
stories with regard to that. Okay, let's not go there, Moksh. Let's
will-
stick to the topic concerned.
Today our topic is Navratri, so let's hear something about that. What is Navratri for you, and what's the significance?
Navratri is basically the worshipping of goddess Durga, which our scripture describe it as the force, or you can say the Shakti of the god. Means she is not male or female gender. It's the power of God Brahm, which is worshipped in the feminine form. That's all Navratri, and
Is she the wife of Shiva?
That's in the manifestation, but if we take in the original form, she is the primordial Prakriti, means the Shakti of that Brahm, eternal God. So when it becomes manifest, then we can say that she is Shiv, and she is the Parvati and Lakshmi and that kind of thing. So she is in
So
manifest
how
form.
does
She
she
is
compare to Brahm?
compared to Brahm.
Yeah.
So I can quote you some reference of
But
Atharva
one thing,
Shirsha.
1 second, Ajay, you're saying that it's the primordial, energy of Brahman, okay, that
Yeah.
supreme tattva. But you had seen the guests who had come who had said that Brahman has no attributes, no form, nothing. It's
No,
something which
no.
is beyond your comprehension to even understand, for
I
that
don't
matter.
know what reference
How
he
would
has,
you
but
so
I
okay
have
so now so
have
how you
references with
define
me.
so how would you define Brahma? How would you define
Look,
Brahma? Because this is
Brahm,
something which is related with Brahman, no? The
yeah,
Shakti is related with Brahman.
Brahm is the basic concept of Upanishad and Vedas, which is described as the supreme entity, which is beyond this material world and is eternal, everlasting, and doesn't die, doesn't need sleep or these kind of things, human attributes, and he is beyond our understanding, or you can say that beyond the material world and time-space fabric. So he is
But
the
the
most.
energy comes within the material world.
Energy
Yeah.
is manifest. That's what I'm saying. Energy is the prakriti, which is when he manifests the entire creation. That energy is called Durga, or we can say Adi Shakti. So that manifestation in the primordial prakriti is called Durga and Devi, and we in the Navratri worship, and you can say we want to worship that, means give respect to that form of divine creator,
So
his
you're
attributes.
saying Durga is a manifestation of Brahm. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yes, I have references with me of Atharva Shesham or Durga Shaptashati, where
Okay.
Durga
So
is
would
called.
you call Durga Brahm?
Yeah, it is. Atharva Shesham says that she is Brahm's manifestation.
Okay. What
I have
about
reference with
Krishna
me.
and Vishnu? Are they also manifestations
Krishna,
of?
no, Krishna, yeah, Krishna and Vishnu are the manifestation, like they are called the avatars. But
No,
Durga
Vishnu
in
is
the
not an
form of,
avatar.
no, Vishnu,
Vishnu
not
is not an
Vishnu,
avatar.
Krishna. I'm talking about Krishna and Ram. They are avatars. But
What about
when we
Vishnu
talk
and
about
Shiva? Are they
Vishnu,
manifestations of Brahm?
yeah, Vishnu and Shiva are the, look. If we go deep into Upanishad, they describe them as the Shiva as destroyers and Vishnu as sustaining power. They are
No,
just
but
power. But when
are they the manifestations of Brahm, just like the way Durga is a manifestation of Brahm?
yeah, Durga is the power of Brahma. But when we talk about three Murti, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiv, those three are the manifestations at the time of different times and cycles of
So they
Doesn't
are
creation.
matter
not the
when the
power.
time. I'm not talking about the time. If they are the manifestations, if Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva are manifestations
Yeah.
of Brahm, and also Durga is a manifestation of Brahm, am I right?
Yes.
Listen, I am saying Durga is the primordial Prakriti, means when this
Bro, you just
universe
said she
becomes.
was a manifestation of Brahm
of
earlier.
Brahman.
Now
He-
you're backtracking.
I'm not backtracking. I'm saying that she is manifestation in the form of Prakriti, means this creation, means
Yeah,
whatever
whatever it
we
is,
are seeing.
if she's a manifestation and so is Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, then you
Yeah.
got 4 manifestations of Brahm. Am I right?
Yes, you can say in that way, but I cleared in the another
You
sense
agree or
that
disagree? That's the question.
I agree in the sense that Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva are the manifestation of at different cycles, but Durga is the
No, I'm not
power
asking
of
about the
that
time
Brahma.
period. As long as they are manifestation in any time period, then we can agree that they are manifestations of
Yeah,
Brahm, just
yes,
like
on that
Durga
I
is a
can agree.
manifestation of Brahm.
Yes,
So we
I
got
can
4
agree on that.
manifestations of Brahm. Am I right?
Yes, I can say that if look, it's not that simple. What I'm thinking, it's not for
You're
manifestation.
not
I'm
even
saying that
agreeing with what you just said. I find that difficult to digest,
I'm
Why would you say something you don't agree with anyway?
I am no. Let me clarify in easier way. I am saying that Durga, whatever you are seeing around you, world, the physical material world, this is the power of Brahma, and it is defined as the Durga in the Atharva
Are Brahma,
Shirsham.
Vishnu, Mahesh not the power of Brahma?
Yeah.
Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh are the you can say the devatas which appears
No,
and
they are not
So
disappears at the.
Devatas is not
Bro, they
power?
are not devtas, they are Ishwar.
No, they are no Ishwar. You are again giving me two
Okay,
terms. When I
even if we
say
take
the Brahma,
hypothetically Devta,
These
Ajay,
are the
even if
terms
we
Hindus
take,
use.
yeah, even if
no,
we
no.
take, okay, because everybody brings a different term. So if we take your term of Devata, is
I can
Devata
give
not
reference.
equal
I
to,
don't know about
if,
others.
I know, but I'm just saying, if they is Devata not equal to power? Because you're making a distinction here. You're saying that Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh are the manifestations of Brahma, and then you
at
had
different
said that
times.
different times, okay, and you are saying that Durga is the power of. What is
Power.
the difference between power and manifestation? Does the
Okay.
manifestation doesn't have power?
Look,
Is
look,
the
manifest.
manifestation bereft of power?
Yeah, now let me clarify. When we talk about, let's say, Vishnu or Shiv, okay, these appear at the time and different times of creation and destruction, and they disappear. But this power Durga, it is the everlasting existing power with Brahm, which will remain with him forever. Means this is the primordial Prakriti. Are you getting my point?
You haven't yet made the differentiation between power and the Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh. And also, you are saying the name of this power you are saying is Durga. But if you see
Yeah.
the 9 days which are there of
Hmm.
Navratri,
Yes. Hello.
I think she's probably having some net problems.
probably.
Are
Are
you
you
there?
there? Can you hear us?
Yeah, now
Can
we
you
can
hear
hear
No,
you.
us?
no, your voice is breaking.
We
Can you
lost
hear
you for
now?
a second. Yeah, we lost you for a second.
Can you hear now?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
He cannot, I think.
No, he can as well. Carry on.
Carry on.
Yes.
Ajay, can you hear?
Yeah, go on.
Okay. So I'm just saying all these 9 days and and we have for each.
We lost you again.
But your
Sorry.
voice is, yeah, your voice is not.
I think it's an
So,
internet issue. That's fine.
will she come on next stream on next
I don't
Thursday?
know. I don't know.
Even she doesn't know, so I can't answer that.
Okay. So let.
All I'm saying is, Ajay, what are those? What are those? The shell putri, the Brahma.
No, look,
She's asking
I'm
about
not getting your.
she's asking about the 9 different
Yeah, 9
avatars
different. Okay.
Yeah.
avatars of
Nine
Durga.
different. Yeah. Nine. What she is talking about, nine different goddesses. These
Yeah.
are mentioned in the Puran, and they are giving some attributes. I mean, when you go to the Purans, they are not as exactly in literal sense. They are just some stories or some teachings which are associated in the simpler way, so that we can grasp the higher concept of Upanishad.
So do you mean to
When we
say
say
that Shailaputri doesn't have an existence like that? It's just a
no,
kind of a
what I'm saying, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Shell Putri or these kinds of whatever images you see, these images are made by these are just the visualization, but they doesn't exist because Puranas are written in such way that we can grasp the higher concept of Upanishad. And even I don't have reference with me, but I will give you where the Puranas itself says that Puranas are written in such way that even a simple person can understand it, and then they can go to the higher concept of Upanishad. This is why our Gurukuls first teaches Puranas, so that a person get familiar with the concept, and then they
So what
move to
are
the higher
these then?
concept.
What are these the nine names
These
which are
Are they
associated?
literal or these are just
no,
metaphorical?
they are not literal. They are just you can say the visualization
So they are
given to the
symbolic. Is that what you're
different.
saying?
Yes,
Are they just symbolic?
different symbolic things given to, like, if we look at the Kali is given the symbolic to the fierceness, okay, and the high means the power of the destruction. When we look at the different kind of devis, they are just the symbolic nature and the qualities given to that particular devi in the Puranas. So, but the main
But
purpose is that
how?
we understand.
But again, I'm just
Mm,
saying, for example, Chandraghanta, okay,
mm,
or Brahmacharini, all of
yeah,
them, you are saying you had begun with power. You had said Brahman's power is
yeah.
what this is all about. Then all of this is, how is this now related with Brahman's power? Chandraghanta,
look
Katyayani.
like looks like you haven't got my point. I am saying, like, if you talk about the brahmacharani, okay, what she denotes, defines that the person should be pure in her thoughts, actions and such, and follows the celibacy path, and doesn't look around with a bad intention to the woman and this kind of thing. So this brahmacharani day is associated with the poorness. So certain devis are given the symbolic meanings, and we have to learn something from them in the Puranas, so that at the end of the day we can grasp the higher concept of Upanishad, which is the Brahma at the end.
So these are like you mean to say these are
Yeah,
like the
these are,
attributes of power? You want to say this?
you are not getting my point. These are just when I'm saying Durga, you can't imagine what is the power of. Okay, so when then I will say that there is Brahmacharini Devi in the form of Durga. You will get to know in the simpler way that I am talking about the pureness and these kind of things. Then on the first day
So
we
it means
worship.
an attribute, no? It means an attribute,
It is
a particular
no
attribute of
attribute
Durga,
is
you
not
mean
the
to say?
attribute needs not the correct term. We can give some qualities to them so that we can learn and put it in the practice. So Puranas are written in this simpler way so that we can grasp the higher level of concept of Upanishad. This is the basic thing which we teach or our gurukuls have
Now
taught
one
us from
thing,
the
now
starting.
one thing I want to understand. You're saying, for example, pureness or something like that, which
Hmm.
is also then associated with sattva, rajas, and tamas element, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, which is associated with, for example, Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh.
Hmm.
Correct? So then,
Yeah.
when it is already there, like a manifestation of the Brahman, then what is the need to bring this extra manifested attributes now? Weren't those
Yeah.
three already enough for the
The,
human beings to be able to understand?
yeah, your question is good, but question is that when we started from Vedas and Upanishads. Now, these what are you talking about? These are the sects which came on later. Like when there are some regions where people used to teach the higher concept of Upanishads in the way what they want.
No,
So
if you
they
know
make
what,
the
they are
Puranas.
not related with sect. You know why, Ajay? Because when you
Why?
talk about sattva or rajas or tamas,
Hmm.
you mean to say that these sattva is associated with a sect, tamas is
No,
associated with
no,
a sect? Aren't they
no.
the
I am not.
attributes or the manifestation of the
Look,
Brahman?
look. Sattva, Rajas, Tamas, Gunas are the three gunas. I am not talking about the.
And these
I'm
three
not associating
gunas
them
are
with
devoted.
sects.
Yeah, but these three gunas are depicted through Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh, right?
Even no, even if you go through Upanishads, it says that all are sattva, even Brahma, Vishnu, Shiv. But when we go to the Puranas, then they describe some distinction between these three gunas. So what I'm trying to say is that when you read the stories of Puranas and these kind of things, you have to just grasp the meaning, and then you should read the Upanishads so that
So
it
you mean
can
to
be
say that there
correlated.
is no tamas? You mean to say there is no tamas at
The,
all as per
no, no,
Upanishad?
there is tamas in human and in nature because there are three modes of nature. What
No,
I'm
I'm
saying
talking
is,
about the Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh. I'm talking about the manifestation of Brahman.
if you go through the Shiv Puran, it says that Shiv is pure sattva. So, but when we go through the same Puran, it associates some qualities with Shiv, which is tamas and rajas. So you have to see the context and you have to grasp the what the Puran is trying to say, and then correlate it with Upanishad. This is the point. So this is
So
the
then,
even the Puran mentions
All
that
right,
you have
guys,
to
let's come back to
yeah,
the topic. So, with
yeah.
regards to Navratri, what is
yeah
your view about these 9 goddesses or the 9 forms of
yeah.
Durga?
My view
I
is
am
that
assuming.
He's saying
these
those are
nine
the attributes of Durga.
Okay, so these
yeah
are
these are the
symbolic for you, yeah?
these are the symbolic 9 days which we have to we given to
Okay.
different
You
devis
know
and given some
when you have this this picture of Durga killing an Ashura,
Mahishasura.
yeah, is that did that happen or is that also symbolic?
It comes in Purans, but you have to just assume, just grasp what is the Puran is trying to say, and then
No,
you
but
have to
that's a
relate
question
it.
of is it
Hmm.
symbolic or is it actually happening?
It actually happened in the heavenic stories in the Puranas, but when we go through the
No, but
Upanishad, it doesn't
stories,
mention
look,
like that.
stories can be fictional. Stories can
The
be
stories,
just
no, no,
stories
Puranas.
to give a symbolic understanding of the
That's what I'm saying.
of the
That's what I'm
morals,
saying. The
maybe.
Puranas itself says that the whatever mentioned in Puranas is just giving you some
Okay, so it didn't
similar
happen in
easier concept.
history. Shall we lock it there?
It is heavenly event, not in the historical in the sense. What are you talking?
Okay, when you say heavenly story, I don't know. I'm trying to understand. Did it happen in history or not? Were they in heaven or on
History
earth?
on like history means on earth on or what sense you're talking about?
History could be any history, be it on earth or
Anything in
on
the past,
heavens.
man.
Yeah.
It's simple. Whether in the heavens or the
According
earth, did it actually happen? That's the question.
according to what we say, the Devi Bhagavatam, it happened, and in the Durga also is described as the force of God which killed the demons.
Okay, so
So
according
according
to
to
you,
Quran,
did
it
it
happened.
happen
According to
literally, or
according
was it again just a metaphoric story?
according to me, it doesn't happen because it Puranas describe the stories in a way so that we can
Okay.
grasp the
No,
high
that's
level
fine. Look,
concept.
if you think it didn't happen,
Hmm.
then just that's all I wanted to hear.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what
But
I'm
many Hindus
telling
take
you.
this literally. What would you say to them?
No, Hindus, when we read the Purana, the same Purana says that these kind of things are heavenly. Some of them, then
No, they
these
take
things
it
are
literally,
happened.
bro. They take it literally.
No,
So they
okay,
actually believe there was this a
let
demon
me
who was
make it
killed
simpler.
by this goddess.
Let me
So they actually
let
believe it to be happening
let
in
me
reality
clarify,
and not just
make it simpler.
allegorical.
Yeah.
Let me make it simpler. In the Mahabharata, we have itihas. So whatever is mentioned is itihas in Mahabharata. It happened, and whatever it doesn't mention, it doesn't happen. This is as simple as that.
But so you're saying everything in Mahabharata happened?
Yeah, whatever is mentioned in Mahabharata, it happened, and whatever it
And
doesn't
Mahabharata is
mention,
about earthly realm or heavenly realm?
both.
It's about heaven and earth both.
Yeah,
So that
both.
means everything in Hinduism from heaven to earth is something which Mahabharata has, and anything which
because
Mahabharata
that
doesn't has, and anything which
yeah, that was
Mahabharata
the
doesn't
purpose.
have, it's not. It never
Hmm.
happened within Sanatan Dharma. That's your take.
Yeah, that is the that's was the purpose of Mahabharata making. This
Okay.
is why
But
Vedas
then
composed it.
give the reference for that. That means anything which happened in Ramayana. Would you call that to be something
Ramayana is
which is a
also
part of
mentioned.
his?
No. Listen, Ramayana is also mentioned in Mahabharata in
Anything
Rama
which
Tantra.
mentioned in Puranas, the entire sagas which are mentioned in Puranas, are they not part of history then?
You are not getting my.
Because
I'm
see,
saying
you know
Mahabharata.
what, Moksh, with all of this, then and every story which is associated with each of these devis is not mentioned in Mahabharata. So that means then you will
Some are
say that this
mentioned,
is
some are
not
not.
this is not
No.
part and parcel of the
You got me
history
wrong.
of
You got me
heavens or
wrong.
earth.
Some are.
Yeah, good question. Yeah.
Some are mentioned in Mahabharata. Some are mentioned in Mahabharata, and some are not.
No, but this
When
No,
entire
I'm saying the
Navratri
Mahabharata
thing,
is the
no,
look,
history.
yeah,
the entire
Navratri is not
Navratri
mentioned.
thing
What?
is not mentioned in Mahabharata.
It's not mentioned.
It is mentioned. It is
Where is
mentioned.
it
Where are the
mentioned?
Mentioned
where are the
in
9
Mahabharata.
goddesses? Where in Mahabharata?
Shailputri, Chandraghanta, where are they
None of them are
mentioned?
mentioned.
If you have told me to give me reference, then I can come with that. But I have read that
But
all
but
Devis are
uh,
also
but
mentioned,
but
and
think about
Mahishas is
it,
also
Ajay.
mentioned
Think
in
about it,
Mahabharata.
Ajay. The entire topic is about
What?
Navratri. And if you are saying
Hmm.
the entire topic is about Navratri, and if your foundation lies on this principle that everything that is mentioned in Mahabharata is about heavenly and earthly history in Sanatan Dharma, then you should be prepared to get first of all the reference to say that all these things which are mentioned in Navratri is all mentioned in Mahabharata, and these are the references, and or is
Yeah.
mentioned in
Yeah.
Ramayana, and these are the references.
If I would have known that you will ask reference for
But this is
that,
the
I
basic
can
no, because
show you.
you
But
only
this
said that everything which is, if you want to see the
okay, I
historicity,
will. Let's do
then
one
it's
thing.
only Ramayana and Mahabharata.
Whenever
I'm just taking
yeah,
your word.
no,
Where, in fact, where is it written? Where is it written that historicity is
just
only limited to Ramayana and Mahabharata?
I
In,
Everything in
I will give you
Puranas,
reference.
everything in
in fact,
Vedas.
they wouldn't have any
No,
festivals
listen,
without the
listen.
Puranas.
Yeah.
All your
What?
mantras and
No,
everything
that's not.
in the festivals are from the Puranas, aren't they?
Where are you wrong? The Mahabharata mentions the festivals which we celebrate in detail. So I can give you different festivals and their references for Mahabharata when you will give me some time, or I will
Okay,
come to next time.
let's see if this is symbolic, or Bharat, who is the
Bharat?
who is the father of the Pandavas and the who are the other guys?
Kauravas.
Kauravas. Was Bharat
Kauravas?
there? Was he their father or
Bharat,
something?
you are talking about Bharat, Raja Bharat.
Yes, King
Yes.
Bharat. Yes.
He was the king.
No, but was he there? Was he their father? The Kauravas and
Who
the
father?
Pandavas.
Oh, that you are talking about some lineage. The Bharat started that lineage, and then
Okay, was he their
kept
forefather? Let's
going.
put it that way. Was he their
Yeah,
forefather?
you can say that forefather.
Okay, and who was Bharat's father?
Who was?
Bharat's father.
No, if you there is mentioned in the chapter in the Mahabharata which mentions the complete lineage. So Bharat's father is you can say I forgot the name, but there is mention of Bharat's father and mother too.
Okay.
It
Everything is
usually
mentioned in
starts
that.
with Bharat and then goes down to Dushyant and
No,
then
no.
further.
Do you remember? Do you
Before Bharat,
remember?
it was.
Do you
It
remember
is the
this
father.
saint
Yeah,
called
I remember. I remember her mother name was his mother name was Shakuntala,
Shakuntala?
and
Yeah.
her,
Who
his
was
father name
Shakuntala's
was
husband?
Dushyant.
yeah, Dushyant. Yeah, Dushyant. Right,
Okay, so
Dushyant.
King Dushyant and Shakuntala, you know, they actually were in the forest or something,
Yeah, I know the story.
and
What are you talking about?
the king was going hunting. Am I right?
King was going hunting.
Yeah. So this hunting, which appears many times in the Mahabharata, you know, and also with regards to Ram and Lakshman going hunting, why do many Hindus come here and tell us that they are vegetarian or vegan and they don't believe in killing animals? But this is actually in your scriptures.
No, the what are you talking about? These are the rajas. What we used to do the
Yeah, they were
hunting.
hunters.
But our
They used to
scripture,
hunt for.
no,
They used to hunt animals. Yeah.
you talked about vegetarianism. So our scripture mentioned about vegetarians and not to eat meat. So I have references with
So
the
why were they
Bhagavad
hunting
Gita,
if they were not eating meat? What was that for?
No,
Why are they
that's
killing deers?
the kings used to do. That's not the scripture saying that you should do hunting. That's the point.
You didn't
So the
understand what
kings
I'm
were
saying.
going against
The
scriptures.
kings are literally going hunting, yes,
Can't go
including
against
Ram and
scripture.
Lakshman, and you're
No, Ram
saying
and
you're
no,
vegetarian.
Ram.
Doesn't make
The
sense.
verses which you are talking about, Ram and Lakshmans, are not found in critical edition Ramayana. So we can say that those verses are interpolated, but Dushyant did hunting, and which is not prescribed as according to scripture, because it is against the killing of innocent animals.
Sorry, they were killing of what was he hunting then?
He was hunting Dushyant, and that's not prescribed by our scriptures. That's what I'm
No.
saying.
Dushyant, what was he hunting?
What was he hunting? I don't know the exact story, but I've read that.
Obviously, animals. What else can you hunt, man? Human beings?
So that's no.
No, of
I know
course,
animals.
it's animals. Yeah.
Yeah.
It has
So
to be
what's your
animals.
point?
What else can you hunt? Okay. Anyway, I think we probably will
Yeah,
take.
so maybe maybe next time or whatever,
Yeah.
Moksha, you get the reference, or because you, as per
Okay.
you,
Yeah, I have.
Mahabharata and Ramayan, these are, as per
Yeah.
you, this is what is the entire historicity all about. So get the
Yeah, I
reference
will give you.
where
Okay.
all these 9 devis are mentioned in
Before leaving,
Mahabharata.
before leaving, I can ask you something. Are you on Insta or any other social media
No, I'm
platform?
not there on any of the social media platforms. None.
So
Out of it all.
So if I have to contact you on something, there's
Come here
nothing.
only DawahWise. Someday, somewhere, maybe you'll find me here.
But
Inshallah.
there is no
Yeah, even we don't know
there's no
when
guarantee
Sister
that you.
Swati will present her
Yeah,
with
but
her
there's no
presence.
guarantee that you will come next time or not.
Yeah.
All
So
right,
let's see. I will come
Moksha,
to
I'll
next
see you
time.
next time. Yeah, you take care,
Yeah.
mate.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks.
Hi.
Right. How did you recognize his voice, man? I wouldn't have recognized it. He came after a long time.
Yeah, he came after a very long time.
I think he probably heard your voice and came.
No, the Navratri is the striking point.
Yeah. Right. At me, you're next. You need to unmute yourself. We can't hear you. Man, he's been crying to add him, and he's now gone.
I think
mute.
it's there. But the mic is muted.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we can hear.
Hello, are you there?
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Hello?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can hear you. Yeah.
I can hear. Assalamu alaikum. Walaikum salam.
How are you doing, bro?
I'm good, bro. I just wanted to say that they just start to spread the hate towards Muslims in India.
That's not new. Tell me something new, bro.
They just want to spread, and they just talk shit about back. Sorry for the language, but I get just frustrated about listening all to this. That girl Swati also. Sorry about my bad English. Not good at English.
Yeah, sorry, what did they destroy? I didn't get that.
They just talk bad about us in India.
Oh, they
I just
talk bad
get
about you.
frustrated
Yeah,
about
bro.
just
Look,
listening to them.
we know there are lots of Hindus
Yeah.
who are Islamophobic, So this is nothing new. It is like I said,
There's a new trend for them just to talk bad about us.
Yeah,
I
it's not a
don't
new
get why
trend.
they
It's
are
been there
always
for a
talk
while.
bad about us.
It's
I
been there
just
for a
talk.
while. Yeah.
But by the way, I'm a big fan of you.
Okay,
I
Barakallah.
listen to your all the. Thank you. Allah Hafiz.
Okay, take care, brother. Assalamu alaikum. Right. Are there any Hindus in the back studio? Can you type in the private chat if you're a Hindu? Right. If there are any Muslims out there, we are giving them a chance to join now, inshallah. So yeah, the Muslims can join now.
Oh, so we didn't get to know then about the Navratri. I was so eager to learn about it.
Yeah, because the thing is, most of them don't want to discuss much about than what is already known, I guess.
And this was a new thing which had come up, which was brought forth, that only what is mentioned in Mahabharata and Ramayana is part of historical, historicity of Sanatan Dharma, heavens and earth. Everything else, that means what is mentioned in Vedas, whatever is there in Upanishads, whatever is in Puranas, all of that is not part and parcel of history.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That's something new.
Okay, we got Shahid here. Oh, he left as well. Why is everyone leaving? I should tell them to join. Right. If there are any Muslims who want to join the stream, you can do so now, inshallah. Right. You're next.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Right. Are you a
Is it
Sanatani?
Q&A video? No, I am a Christian.
You're a Christian. Okay, no problem. Today we are discussing Navratri. I wonder what a Christian needs to add to this topic.
Oh, sorry, I leave.
No, it's fine. It's fine. You're here now. Is there something you wanted to ask or discuss?
Yes, I want to talk about a hadith.
Not Hadith, brother. It's about Navratri.
Yeah. By the way, why are you a Christian?
Because my parents. Because of my parents.
So have you actually investigated it yourself, or is it just you're following your parents?
Yes.
You investigated yourself. Okay, so
Yes.
would you consider Jesus Christ to be God?
Yes.
Did he ever claim to be God?
Yes, in John, Mark, Matthew,
What did he say?
he said that me and the Father are one. And so many verses are available in the scripture also.
He also said, I and the disciples are one with the Father in John 17:22. Does that make all the disciples, sorry, actually it's all the believers, not just the disciples. Does it make 1 billion people God now?
No.
Have you read John 17? Have you read
You
John
should read the full
17:22?
verse about.
Yeah, read the full verse
No,
for me and tell me why it is not the same thing as Jesus saying, I and the Father are one. Read John 17:22 and you tell me.
Okay.
What does it say? Which Bible do you read, by the way? King James?
King James is authentic version of the
Read it from King James, no
authentic.
problem. What does it say in King James? Shall I read it for you? Are you still there? Hello, Mr. Christian. Has he left? What happened?
Yeah, he's not here.
He's not here, brother. We can take some next guest, perhaps.
Okay, no problem. Right. Del, you're next.
Hello.
Hi, Del. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Yeah. Are you Sanatani?
Yes, I'm a Hindu.
Okay. Where are you calling from?
India.
Okay, good. Did you come earlier, by the way? You joined us earlier, didn't you?
Yes, you kicked me out.
Yeah. Because
I
you were
was
just
very respectful, by the way.
you were just waffling, that's why.
No, I was trying to explain something. You kicked me out without letting me complete.
Okay. Do you want to discuss on the topic, Navratri?
Yes, sure.
Okay. So what do you achieve by celebrating this festival of Navratri? Why do you celebrate divine feminism?
Okay. So, Hindus in general celebrate this divine feminism, first of all, because it's mentioned in Vedas, the femininity, the divine feminism. So, in order to respect that and celebrate that, we celebrate these Navratris.
What does
Where
it say about
exactly?
what does it say about feminism in the Vedas?
Not feminism, divine femininity, the feminine energy.
What
It's
does
not
it say about the
feminism.
divine feminine energy, whatever it is? What exactly does it say? Can you elaborate on that?
Or give us the proper reference of that.
So it's in Devi Sukta of Rig Veda,
Yeah.
where which refers to divine feminine as the cosmic force that like created this world or animated this world. So
No. What does it
so
say? What does the text actually say?
I just said it. I'm not
There,
saying verbatim, but I'm saying like
there must be
it
some
refer.
Sanskrit. There must be some Sanskrit mantra or something, no? There.
You
Yeah.
want me to read Sanskrit mantras?
So
You, if you know that.
I thought Brahma
I'm
was a
not really
creator.
good at Sanskrit. Sorry.
I thought Brahma was a creator.
Yeah.
So you know that Hinduism has multiple schools of thought. Different schools of thought have never agreed on one another. You probably know that more than me.
Yeah.
So it depends on whom you ask in Hinduism, which school of thought they follow. So the answer will change according to that.
What school of thought do you follow?
So this is where you kicked me off last time. So I'll try to be very quick in that. Two schools of thought. First is Bhakti, which I'm right now following, but I'm also looking at Gita. I'm reading at Gita, and I agree with a lot of stuff in Gita. So I'm trying to reconcile few things which doesn't match with what I follow right now. So I'm trying to reconcile them.
Okay.
But what are the two schools of thoughts? One is, you're saying one is bhakti, and the second one is?
So
Oh yeah, I remember
Gita,
now. I remember
yeah,
why I
yeah, yeah.
kicked you now. So you were
Phew,
saying you follow
I'm glad.
bhakti, but when I asked you, do you worship Krishna, and you wouldn't answer
Yeah.
that question.
So I said I worship formless Lord, and you said like you can't worship formless Lord, and we can worship formless Lord
Who
in Bhakti
worships a
movement.
formless God in India?
So there is a lot of saints who have worshipped formless Lord. For example,
Give me
Saint.
one temple that is dedicated to a formless God.
So formless Lord is not worshipped via temple because that will be contradictory. Because if you give it a form, that's a problem. So you don't worship it via temple. So I can give you example of a lot of saints who have
No, no,
worshipped
no, no.
formless Lord.
Wait a sec, Dil.
Yeah.
You're going too fast.
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
There is
sorry.
no. I don't think there should be a contradiction in that, because a lot of people would say that the Sakar, which is Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, this is all basically a manifestation of that formless. So there
So
is.
that's different school of thought, right? I'm talking about the school of thought where, for example, you wouldn't find someone who follows Advait following Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh. Do you agree with that?
Tell me first, which two schools of thoughts
Actually,
are there?
they
Are
would.
you?
They would. I'll
They
give you an
would.
example
Advait.
of that. I will actually give you an example of that. This guy who came on our stream. What was his name? Remind me, Swati. That Pandit who is popular on Quora.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
Rami Sivan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He actually is following this philosophy at Advait, but he also worships the three gods. In fact, as
Okay.
idols even.
Okay, so I'll tell you what's with that. So again,
Yeah.
I told you Hinduism has
Rami
multiple
Sivan,
schools
yeah,
of
that's the
thought.
guy. Yeah.
When people say they are seeker, just like he's the same case as me. So he follows Advait, but in his mind he's following the school of thought which like Vaishnavism or Shaivism as well. So he needs to pick one and stick with it,
In
just
his
like
mind,
everyone
meaning
else.
But you are not like him. You said you don't follow. In fact, you said that nobody follows these three if they follow Advait. That's what you just said a minute ago.
yeah.
Yeah, what's the
Now,
I'm
but now
saying
you're
what's the
saying
contradiction? Sorry.
the contradiction is this guy Rami Sivan. He actually follows Advait, but then he also worships the Trimurti.
Yeah, he's following two schools of thought then, not only one,
Is
because they are
that
two
something?
different schools of thought.
So can you actually follow two schools of thought which are contradictory?
No,
What
you
that?
should pick one
So
because then
he's
it's
wrong. He's
contradictory.
on a wrong path then.
Yeah, he should pick one.
Is he on a wrong path if he follows both of them?
I think I wouldn't say him wrong. He's seeking. I hope he gets his answer.
Okay. Are
But
you
yeah, he
seeking?
should pick one. I'm seeking as well. That's what I wanted to say you last time. I'm seeking as well. Like, so I agree a lot of stuff with Gita, but
Right.
I worship formless Lord as well. So, but in Gita, God has been given a form, which is Krishna.
You know
So I need.
when you say formless God, you're talking about Parabrahman. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. Can the Parabrahman do anything at all?
Yes, sure. Yeah.
What can he do?
Can. So he's the one who is a creator. He's the one who is destroyer. Everything which is attributed to every other Devi Devta.
Does he?
Par Brahman is the sovereign.
Does he
And
have?
what about
Does
the
he have
divine
attributes?
feminine energy? Also, what about the divine feminine energy creating everything then?
Again,
Are there two, supremes creating the
don't
world?
mix. Okay, so don't mix two schools of thought. I said you will get different answer if you pick different school of thought. If you pick
No, you
Devi
hold on.
Pura,
You actually you did
You
that
have to,
yourself.
yeah. And also
You
because,
said
yeah,
Parabrahman creates. Am I right?
yeah,
And
he
then
said
Brahma
that.
also creates. So who
in
actually creates?
Advait. So Brahman, Devi, they are not in Advait. I'm talking from a perspective of Advait person. Par Brahman, which is the entity in
Okay.
Advait,
You
he
know what?
is
Then
so.
Advait would not believe in Gita also then. You can't
Yes,
have
that
your cake and eat it too. It can't
Absolutely
be.
right.
that's what I'm saying. Don't mix two schools
But
of thought. Pick
you're doing
one.
that yourself. Do you not
Yes.
realize it?
Exactly. That's why I say I'm a seeker. I'm trying to see which one fits me. Which one I'm
Okay.
trying to learn
Hold
all
on. Hold on.
three.
Let's step back.
You,
Let's step back for a minute. Is someone who follows two schools of thought which are contradictory to each other, are they wrong?
I've already told you multiple times. They need to pick one. They can't
Yes.
go with
But
two.
until
At
they pick
some
one,
point,
are they wrong?
the person is wrong or the schools of thought are wrong. Which one you're
The
asking?
person, obviously, because the person is picking.
Okay.
So
Yeah, it wouldn't.
until he
Yeah,
picks one,
exactly. It's yeah.
is he wrong or not?
Yes, and he needs to understand both to
Okay.
pick one. Yes, he
So
will
do
be
you
wrong.
acknowledge
Yes.
you're wrong?
Yes. That's what I'm
That's
saying.
all
I'm a
we wanted to
seeker.
hear. Because
But
look,
wrong
if
is
you
the
hold on.
okay.
If you yourself acknowledge that what you're doing is wrong, how long does it take you to correct it?
Wrong is a part of seeking, right? That's why we say
Okay,
we are
because the thing is,
seekers.
do you have any criteria what you're seeking for?
But actually, I wanted to ask you something because you said, I don't mean to interrupt the train of thought,
It's all right, yeah.
Brother Hashim. It's more so when you say it doesn't fit me. What do you mean by that? Like, shouldn't your criteria be objective? Like, it doesn't fit the truth. Like, when you say it doesn't fit me, what comes to mind? Because I've noticed that there's a pattern when you say that these people are seekers and they're on their own path and that's his truth. So tell me a
That's
little
the
bit
reason
about
I asked for the criteria, because it looks like he doesn't know what the criteria is.
Wait. So, like Muris said, like, what do you mean by when you say doesn't fit me? For example, it's the same thing as saying I can't understand this perspective of this scripture. For example, if I talk about myself personally, I can't reconcile giving form to Par Brahman in Gita. The form is Krishna, right? So I can't reconcile that. So it doesn't fits me right now.
It will
But
never
I'm reading
reconcile. That's the thing. It will never reconcile.
for
And
some people who
you know that
follow
already. You already have.
for
There's no need to seek something which is basically already known to you. It defeats the purpose, actually.
The thing is, if I begin with like it's known to me, I would never know it. If I begin with this statement, isn't it?
You have to, because you already know what Bhagavad Gita teaches, right? That Krishna has a form.
Yeah, I'm talking about the nature of God, whether it's like
No.
Bhagavad
Hold
Gita.
on. You
like
said you
whether
cannot reconcile Bhagavad Gita because of this form thing.
I didn't say I can't reconcile Bhagavad Gita.
Okay,
I
can
didn't
you
say
reconcile someone who's formless with form? Can you reconcile that?
I can't reconcile what I believe in with Bhagavad Gita. So I don't know whether Advait, like worshipping the formless one, or Gita, where formless one is given the form, which one is correct for me. So I
And
can't reconcile
what
my
is your
thoughts. Yeah.
criteria for picking which is the correct one? That's the key question you need to answer.
So what my criteria is to picking which is the correct one.
Yeah.
So I would need guidance in that. My criteria would be one that makes me a better person every day and brings me closer to God, and is basically like takes me away from the six vices which have been mentioned in our scripture. So that's my criteria.
Okay, so can Parabrahman do that? Can he communicate to you?
Depends on which way of communication you're asking. So
Well, if he's
Parabrahman
formless,
definitely created everything. He can communicate. He's
if
within
he is
us.
formless and without attributes, because speech is an attribute, since
Okay,
Parabrahman
so he
doesn't have any
doesn't
attributes,
need
he's
speech to
nirguna,
communicate with
isn't he?
us.
And speech is an attribute. You should know that.
So when I think there is a lot of miscommunication, even in Hindus, when they say God is Nirgun. So Nirgun means he's beyond, he's not binded by Sattva gun, Rajagun, and Tamas gun. These three gun are the guns. It doesn't mean like God can't
Because
do
it's
anything.
also called Nirakar. Along with Nirgun,
Yeah.
it's also Nirakar. So Akar
Without
means
form and without attributes.
Yeah. Akar is
Nirakar
form.
doesn't mean Nirakar doesn't mean any attribute.
What is the
Nirakar
meaning of
means he
Akar?
doesn't.
What is the meaning of Akar?
Nirakar means without form.
Form,
Yes,
yeah.
so
Akar means form. Nirakar means it doesn't have a physical form which you can limit in some way.
Okay, so
That
do
would be a
you take that
contradiction.
literally? He has no form. Do you take it literally?
Yes. Why wouldn't it be metaphor?
No, I'm telling you, because the thing is, if you take that literally, and you don't need to seek the answer to this because you already know this answer. Am I right?
Something which is Nirakar
You're
and
already
Nirgun.
certain about this, that he has no form. Am I right so far?
As a person who is looking into Advait, yes. But as a person who is reading Gita as well, it contradicts. That's what I begin with. I'm reconciling
So
like
you
which
see,
one is correct.
you have no direction in which to go. You're like a rudderless boat, you know.
And moreover,
That's why I asked you, do you have any criteria? It looks like you don't actually have any criteria.
And moreover, God cannot have that contradiction. It cannot be that one God has contradiction. No matter how many schools of thoughts that are there, they're all within the ambit of Hinduism. They're not different religions that you're talking about, because the first thing which you said when you came was that there are different schools of thoughts, everything, they all believe in different things, but they're all within the ambit of Hinduism. So there has to be some commonality there, some point to which everybody agrees.
There is commonality. So I'll get on that.
Which is
Wait, so first of all,
which is about the Brahman, right?
No, even that, because the guy who came earlier, remember? Sailesh, what was his name? He said Brahman is not worshipped as God.
Yes.
So it's not common.
At least the existence, perhaps.
In fact, there are no temples dedicated to Brahman, which this guy Dil said is because he's not someone who has form. So you can't really have a temple dedicated to him.
Yeah.
The question is, if you can worship someone without form,
yeah.
yes, then why can't you have a temple?
Because that
why can't you have a temple that has no images or idols? What's wrong with that?
What's the point of that if it's this empty building?
Well, have you ever seen a masjid?
From inside, no.
Maybe you should go and visit, because we don't have forms or pictures of Allah in there. but we worship Allah,
So
and we actually call it Baitullah. You know, many of the masajids, this is what the term is, but we don't actually say that. Okay, the Allah is like literally there or anything like that.
yes,
But
sure.
it's
Some school,
we can worship. We can have a place of worship
sure.
where
That's
we
I appreciate that.
show devotion to Almighty God, even
Yeah,
though we don't know His form.
yeah, I appreciate that. The thing is, some schools are more popular, some are not that popular. So
Okay.
in Hinduism, we don't have any restriction like that. Like it's
Yeah,
blasphemy
that's
if you do
why
that.
it's
So
full of
some schools,
contradictions. Do you not realize that?
if you
The
know how to
reason
set,
you have
no,
so many schools of thought is do not
no.
even agree upon who the supreme God is.
No, if you know how to separate them, if you understand them, no, this is separate, this is
You
separate.
yourself had
Then
said,
you
Dil, that there is a contradiction between Gita, where it's talking about the form, and about
Yeah.
the Brahman Advait, which is talking about formless, and
because they are different.
so
I
that's
know
why.
they are different. We
So
need to
they are
pick
different,
one.
but they are within. They are
They are
different, but
they
they
are
are within.
contradictory.
They are within Hinduism. No, they are
What does
different, but they are
different?
within Hinduism.
It's not just different,
You
they are
have
contradictory. One is form, one is formless.
okay.
You cannot
So
reconcile contradictions.
exactly, that's why you need to pick one school of thought. I have like repeated many
Yes, but
times. These are
what
different
I'm
school of.
saying
I'm
what
not
I'm
saying
saying
they're
is that
same
truth.
school of
Look,
thought.
if Hinduism have many different schools of thought, they have the different philosophies, different traditions. That means there can only be one truth. Am I right?
Right. Because you yourself
Okay.
had said that other you can't. You have to pick one. Other you
Exactly.
can't pick
Yes.
everything else
Okay.
because the others
Let
So
are
me.
wrong.
you will have to negate
You
all the
have to pick.
others
Yeah.
and choose only one path from all the
Yeah.
different schools of thought in Hinduism.
Yes, that's correct. You have to
Which
pick
will mean
one. Now,
once you pick one, you will have to acknowledge all the others are wrong. Am I right?
so let me answer that.
Yeah.
So these paths are relative. They are not absolute, right? Truth is absolute, path are not. So there is one absolute truth,
There's a difference
but these
between relative and wrong. Dil. Relative is different,
Exactly. Yeah.
and something which is
you have
wrong
to
is
prove it
wrong.
wrong first. No, you
You
can't just
yourself
claim
have
it's
proved
wrong.
it.
You
You
said you have to
yourself.
choose one. You
I said that
you stated your criteria already. You can't now back out.
you have to choose one path which is relatively different from other part, but that doesn't
No,
mean
which
it's
is the
wrong.
truth.
It
You
can
said which is
work.
the truth. You said
No,
which is
it
the
cannot
truth.
be. You said you have to
I
choose
said
one path. You
absolute
said it
truth.
several times now. Don't backtrack.
One person has to choose one path, yes, so
Okay.
that they all
You know,
can
this is the
sit on
reason I
that path.
kicked him out because it's full of contradictions.
You're not
Look,
understanding the difference, how to
my
separate
friend,
these
you keep
paths.
saying you don't understand. I'll tell you what, go home and watch this
Wait,
video.
let me
See how
ask
many
this
times
one
you
question.
contradicted yourself. If you keep
Let me ask this
saying we
question.
have to choose one, otherwise you're wrong, then all the other parts are wrong except that one you have
You
chosen.
don't, it looks like you don't understand relativity in this sense.
Goodbye.
How
He
did
doesn't
brother?
understand difference between contradiction and the truth here.
And there's a
It's
clear
got
cut.
nothing to do with relativism.
Absolutely. Relativism is a different thing.
Yes.
Wrongness is a different thing. He doesn't understand the vocabulary of it. He
He doesn't
himself said.
understand what a contradiction is. In fact, I asked him very clearly, if you got two paths, then you have to choose only one, otherwise you're wrong. And he agreed with that. Okay, let's take Aka next. Are you there? AKA.
Hello.
Hi there.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
Yeah,
Where are you calling from?
I'm from India.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, what brings you here today?
No, I'm Muslim, and this situation in India is very, very high, very dangerous.
Are you the same guy who came earlier?
Yeah.
Why did you come with a different name?
No,
Because you thought we won't let you in.
it's the same name, but profile are different.
Oh, I see. Okay, why did you join with a different profile?
Because the last profile is not good, but this
No good.
profile is good.
It worked the last time.
time.
Okay. Anyway, what's on your mind? Is there something you want to share with us?
Yeah, I want to say to you that you are going to good job. My English is not good, so please understand.
No problem.
You are going to
May
good job.
Allah, may Allah accept from us all. Barakallah fiqh, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Assalamu
we do know that a lot of Hindus are Islamophobic, but you
Yes.
also have to understand that India is a huge place, is a big place, got
Yeah.
more than 1 billion people there. and we shouldn't paint all Hindus with the same brush. Okay, there are lots of good Hindus. Like we had some good ones today. You know, we have was that guy named who came earlier? What is his name?
Prasunna.
Well, Prasoon, and then we had the guy with the SH.
The other guy with the
Shall-
D.
Shailesh.
No, with D.
Oh, Dil?
Not Dil.
No, not Dil.
His name starts with D, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a regular. The friendly Hindu. Okay, so anyway, look, we shouldn't, even though they might be Hindus, there are lots of good Hindus out there as well, and we don't deny that at all. Unfortunately, there's this environment which has been created by some of these hate mongers, you know, and especially them being in political power doesn't help either. And this Hindutva mindset which has been created, you know, it's quite dangerous. It's an extremist mindset, and I can assure you that the majority of Hindus are not like that. Okay, in fact, they know about their daily life. They don't care about these politics and different religions and different sects within the religions either. So, in fact, many of these guys are actually they are the victims of the oppression by these extremist Hindus, who see them as lower class and untouchables and Dalits and whatnot. You know, so the Muslims are not the only victims. There are many other victims, and they are not in a minority. These Dalits and Shudras, they are actually in a majority, but even then, they are still oppressed by a minority of these extremists. So yeah, may Allah, you know, give them hidayah. May Allah give them guidance, and that's all we can do. But yeah, at the same time, we have to obviously actively speak out against them, and that includes both the Muslims and the Hindus. India being a secular country, you know, where where every religion has the right to practice and preach and you know, go about their daily life unprovoked, without hindrance. This is the right given to them by the Constitution of India. And it is a secular constitution, which means it is not devised in a way where one particular religion gets the benefits or gets the upper hand. Unfortunately, the current BJP government, which has been there for more than 10 years, they have made it a thing about religion. Like, yes, it's either Hindus or nothing. So this is against the Constitution of India. And India wouldn't be successful if it was a Hindutva nation where there was a Hindu Rashtra. You know, I don't think anybody would want to invest in such an extremist regime. So anyway, like I said, you know, may Allah give them hidayah. All right, brother, you take care, inshallah, yeah?
Thank you. Assalamu
Assalamu
Right, so we got just one more person. Blue guy in the background, your microphone is disconnected. Yeah, okay. Hello, blue guy. You all right?
Hi. Yep.
Yeah.
How are you?
Very well. Where are you joining from?
Canada.
Okay. Are you the Krishna guy who comes regularly?
I come regularly, but you don't really take me on to the streams.
No, we do. You're the Krishna guy, aren't you?
Krish Neymar.
Yes, exactly. Why did you
But
change your
yeah,
name today? You thought
I
we
have
won't let
two
you in?
accounts. No, I have two accounts. I have two Google accounts.
Yeah, to what? Google it out.
Yep.
No, he has two Google accounts.
Oh, yes, different profiles.
Yep.
Okay, no problem. Krish Neymar, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, very well. So, I don't know, have you listened to the stream today?
I just joined like 2 minutes ago.
Okay, so you're not aware of what we had
What's
discussed
the
today.
topic for today?
The topic is on the screen. Do you see it? The scrolling text. It's about
the hidden truth.
it's about
Navratri.
Navratri. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. What's your thought about Navratri?
The 9 days you have to be. You don't eat non-vegetarian food. For the Hindus who do consume non-vegetarian food, you're not allowed to eat garlic or onion.
Okay.
And then you're allowed to do I mean you're supposed to do arti, and you're supposed to pray to goddesses, for the 9 goddesses, for the 9 days.
Right. So only sattvic food, yeah?
Yeah, only sattvic food. You got it.
Are you fasting?
I broke my fast. It's like 2:30 over here, so I broke my fast now.
Oh, when do you guys break your fast? I thought it was after sunset.
No, it's not like Ramadan. I mean, I don't really practice Navratri fasting. I
Why
just
is that?
generally fast for health. I don't.
Why don't you celebrate Navratri? I thought you were a Krishna Bhakt.
No, I as a Krishna Bhakt, I don't eat. I'm I'm supposed to eat
Eat.
only sattvic food only. So
Okay. No, but
there's a
why do you not
fasting,
celebrate Navratri?
I'm over in Canada. When I used to be in India,
I'm sure
yes,
they
with my
they
family.
got events where they celebrate Navratri in Canada.
But I like came in as a student here, so I don't
I
really
see.
have a
Okay.
family and all that. So I'm
Also,
just alone
it's
here.
very interesting. One thing which he mentioned here, the blue guy, that you said that being the Krishna Bhakt, you only eat sattvic food. I was just wondering, Krishna being avatar of Vishnu, and Vishnu being a symbol of Rajasic element or Rajasic
Yep.
gun, would it's not depicting Sattvic. Sattvic is for Brahma, and Rajasic is for Vishnu and for Krishna. So that would include
Okay.
all of those Rajasic items, which are
Um.
all the sweets and everything, or very grand, grandeur food will come within that Rajasic element. So how do you associate Sattvic then with Krishna?
So
Krishna being the avatar of Vishnu.
Sattvic is not just limited to foods. First of all, Krishna is Parabrahma. So he's a supreme god. He's not of the he is an avatar of Vishnu, but Vishnu comes from Krishna, and Krishna then again comes from Vishnu as an
That's the
avatar.
that's
But
yeah
in
that's
his original form, Mahavishnu comes from Krishna, and Krishna has no gun.
But that's the
Krishna
Vaishnav
is
take, no? That's the Vaishnav sect
so
would
I am
say
a
that Krishna.
Vaishnav.
Yeah, but what would you say to
That
the
is the
Shaiv? What would you say to the
what
Shaiv?
would I
Are they
say to the
wrong?
chefs? No,
Yeah, are
Shiv,
are they wrong
because
then in saying it's an
they are
incarnation of
they
Vishnu?
are they are because Shiv prays to Krishna. There have been many leelas to prove that. Shiv Mohini Leela, as they've been discussing it, this shows that Shiva is not the supreme god. Shiva can fall in Vishnu's Maya, only Vishnu's Maya, but no else Maya. So this is just to prove that Shiva is not the supreme being.
So
And
that
Shiva
means even
himself sits in meditation. He's meditating on Ram all the time. So
so
that's
that
why it's
means
believed Vishnu is the supreme.
that means even the nine goddesses referred to as goddesses, even they are not the supreme.
They're not the supreme. They're goddesses are prayed by Shakti upasaks, the Shakti devotees.
So who are they
And
then?
who are they? So Krishna is known as a Shakti man, who's the holder of Shakti, and then Radha is known as Radha, who's his consort, is known as a Shakti, and all the nine goddesses come from Radha.
All the 9 goddesses come from Radha,
Like
not from Durga.
What about
all
Durga
the
then? Because
Shakti comes from Radha.
a particular guest had come and said that this is
Yeah, what
about
about Durga?
All come from the Shakti.
Yeah, but Shakti
Shakti
is
and
Durga.
Radha is Shakti. Radha is Shakti. And Radha is
Radha
Shakti.
was Radha the wife of Krishna?
Consort of Krishna. Yes, wife and consort. Yes.
You can't be wife and consort. It's either.
What does
Which one
consort
is
mean?
it? Which one is it?
She was married to him as well.
Yeah, why are you calling her a consort then?
Because I read it somewhere. Consort means wife, husband, and companion, in particular spouse
No, 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 no.
of a reigning monarch.
It's like a
Partner. If you Google
it's like a
consort, it
it's like
says
a milkmaid. Okay, it's like
the
a sorry.
definition of
It's like
consort
a
is a
maid
wife,
servant,
husband,
not
a
milkmaid.
partner.
Sorry,
I
it's a
just
it's
read
a maid.
online.
It's a maid servant. Do you know that?
Literally it's in front of me. Consort, a wife slash husband or companion, in particular the spouse of a reigning monarch, partner, like a
Yeah,
king, like a queen of a king.
yeah. But in this
She
case,
may be depicted because the Krishna
in
used to be ruler
in
of
the
God.
case in the case of the Gita, she is actually a maid servant.
That's the way to say it because if, so this is
What do you
what
mean
the
way to say
problem
it?
is. Let me explain this point very quickly, very briefly. So in this bhakti means devotion. In devotion, when you respect somebody, you say, I'll be your servant, I'll be your maid. That's how they refer themselves to
No,
as.
no, no,
So
no. You do not refer
yes,
to your wife as a maid. I don't know about you.
In
Even in
India,
India, I don't
wives are
think the
supposed to
Indians will.
no. In
The
Hinduism,
Indians
wives
do
are
not
supposed
call their
to
wife bai,
consider their husband
okay,
as
as a
gods.
maid.
No. That's the way of saying it because so
That's the
see
way to
this is
say
your
it.
interpretation of it. That's your
No, but
interpretation of it.
seriously, come on. With all due respect, would you ever call your wife a maid?
In Brahma Samhita, it is mentioned that Brahma, the creator, married Krishna and Radha. So she is his wife. That's
Which
just another
shlok
word
is
of
it
using
from
it.
that?
Yeah,
Which
which look?
shlok is it?
I
Why
can
did you
pull
not?
up the
By the way,
shlok.
why
I
did you
don't know
not
the
bring it from the
exact.
Gita? Why did you went to? Why did you go to another
There are many
scripture?
books. No, but there are many books. Why should I refer to only one?
Okay, so did Krishna ever commit adultery?
That's your way of seeing it again. This is
I'm
called
asking
Leela.
you. It's
You
a
have to
question.
be.
It's not a.
You have to
It's not
be.
a
I know what
statement.
you're
It's a
referring
question.
to. Krishna
Did
never committed.
Krishna? Hold on. Listen to the question.
Krishna has no lust.
Did
He cannot
Krishna
commit
ever commit
adultery.
adultery?
Krishna is free from lust. His actions are free from lust. He cannot commit adultery. That's
What?
a human
What?
perspective
What?
of seeing it. Somebody who has lust will see Krishna as lusty because he has lust.
I didn't ask you about
We
lust. I
don't.
said, did he commit adultery?
Yes, I said he doesn't commit adultery because he's free from lust.
Okay. Do you know what is adultery?
What is adultery?
Seriously? You're answering a question
What?
of the word. You don't have a clue. Google it
Okay.
like the way you Google consort. Can
Voluntary
you read?
sexual intercourse between a married person and a person who is not his or her spouse.
Okay. Answer the question now. Did he commit
He,
adultery?
same answer. I know what adultery means.
Did he commit adultery? Yes or no?
I said no. I said no
Okay.
before as well.
That's fine. What about Kubja?
What about her?
Did he sleep with her?
He did not.
Are you
It's
sure?
mentioned.
Where
Are
is
you
it
sure?
mentioned?
Shall I show you?
Show me,
It
please.
isn't.
If
Okay.
anything,
This
it's a
is.
wrong translation.
He
Wrong
already made
It's
up his mind. Okay, hold on. Do you read Sanskrit, by the way, blue guy?
No, no.
How do you know it's the wrong translation without even seeing it?
Where in a culture, like for the first 25 years of your life, you're supposed to remain a brahmachari. Brahmachari means free from any sexual, um,
But you don't
intercourse or
even read
any
That's
sexual
not what
Sanskrit.
I'm
How
behavior.
can you
asking. I'm
call it
asking.
No,
wrong?
Have
look,
you?
look.
By the way, have you actually
I'm not
heard
a
about
scholar, and
Kubja?
I've not been a celibate for 25 years. But this is what our culture teaches us. So I highly
But
doubt that if this is either a mistranslation or anything. Please show me
okay. Do you
the
know who's
verse
Kubja, by the
first.
way? Do you know who's Kubja?
Kubja is the one with the hunchback, I think,
Yes, yes. Why did Krishna visit her?
because she had a hunchback, and I don't know. She prayed to him to fix her,
To fix her.
like fix her
How
hunchback.
did he fix her? By sex?
No,
Okay, let's look at the story to show you that I'm not making it up. And because you're saying it's the wrong translation, I'm assuming you know Sanskrit.
I don't know. I don't know Sanskrit. I said it
Okay, so
before.
until you know Sanskrit, there's no way
No,
you can identify if the
I'll
translation is right or wrong.
search. No, 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 no. I'll search the text up. I'll get back to you. I mean, I
Y-
can take a note of it for next time.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Because
Okay,
many
so
of your
let's.
texts are many of your streams I see all most of them are mistranslated. The Rama eating meat was mistranslated. A lot of them are mistranslated. So please
No,
go ahead
it's
and
all. I think
So
blue
so
guy.
wait, wait,
It's
wait, wait. Are you saying Ram never killed?
I learn from the scholars who are Vaishnavs who read the text who know what they're
Okay,
talking about, and you are
blue guy,
mistranslating those.
blue guy, calm down. Are you saying Ram never killed a deer?
Ram killed a deer, but he never ate the meat of the
Okay,
deer.
is it right or wrong to kill a deer?
Depends. For self protection, you can kill somebody. If I
Oh,
what
told
is
the
you to kill
deer.
me, would you kill
He
me or
was
self-protection?
not?
doing it for self-defense, was it? Killing a deer.
Was the deer
Or did
attacking
or
him?
did Sita tell him to go and kill
So
the deer?
Sita, let me explain what the story was. Sita, that deer was actually a demon in disguise,
Yeah.
and huh?
Go on, I'm listening.
Yeah, that deer was actually a demon in disguise, and Sita, he looked kind of good. He was a golden year, so
Uh-huh.
Sita was kind of like
What did
confused.
Sita instruct him? What did Sita tell him?
Sita instructed him, I need that deer either dead or alive.
Thank you.
If he's dead, if he's alive,
And
I will
wait,
use this
wait, wait,
skin
wait. So Sita knew it
as a
was a deer.
royalty.
Sita knew it was a deer. Ram knew it was a deer. Ram intended to kill the deer, dead or alive, as Sita said. Yes.
Yep.
So you tell me, if Ram is this really ideal person who doesn't harm anyone, why does he want to kill a deer?
Okay, let me tell you another thing. It is
No, don't
believed, it
change the
is said.
topic. Answer the
No,
question.
no, I'll stick to the topic. I'll stick to the topic. Let me
Okay, go
explain.
on.
It is said, no, it is actually true that if you are killed by God, any avatar like of Vishnu, you attain their God. You attain their humble abode. So if Ram kills a deer, he will appear. He will go to
Oh
where
my God, you
Saket
guys are
Dham.
proper
Yeah.
jalebi spinners, aren't you? You
What
will you
jalebi
will do
spinners?
anything.
What
You
jalebi
you
spinners?
will you will bend over
So that
backwards
means no,
If
no,
for
no,
if
blue
that
guy.
God
That
kills
Ram.
means
somebody,
blue guy.
you
That
attain
means even
salvation.
Ravan, blue guy. That means even Ravan has attained
Yes.
the heavenly
You know
abode,
who
right?
Ravan was? You know who Ravan
Yeah,
was?
yeah,
You know
yeah,
you know
yeah.
who Ravan was? You know who
Yeah,
Ravan
Yes,
was?
Yes.
He was a Brahmin, right?
No, Ravan was a Brahmin, but in his you know
You
how
said no.
Ravan came to be? The avatar of Ravan came to be. Ravan was one of the um, gatekeepers of Vaikuntha Dham,
Vishnu.
the humble abode of
Vishnu.
God.
Vishnu.
Ravan was one of the
Gatekeeper
gate.
of Vishnu. Vishnu,
Yeah,
right?
no. Vaikuntha Dham, not Vishnu
Who's
particularly. Vaikuntha is Krishna's humble abode. So he was a gatekeeper of
so then
Vaikuntha,
why
and
is
he
it
was cursed. He was cursed to take birth as a demon for 2 lifetimes. He was given two curses actually. He was given two options. You can either take 7 births as normal person, or you can take 2 births as demon and come back to Godhead again.
So hold on. Are you saying when Ram killed the deer, that was a good thing? Is that what you're saying?
Ram knew who he was. This is
No, he
called
did not.
Leela.
He did not
No,
know
this
who
is
the
called.
deer was.
See, this is why you have to be a devotee to be able to understand this. If you're
Yeah.
not a
So
devotee, you
this
won't
is what I
understand
call
this. This
whitewashing
is
the sins of
okay?
Ram.
this is not.
Yes,
No,
and
no, no, no.
also
We
blue
know
guy.
our
No, no,
scriptures
no,
better
no.
than you
Okay,
guys. I'm
okay,
You
okay.
sorry, but
Blue
don't
we know
guy.
our
actually. You
scriptures
don't.
better than you guys.
You
Blue
don't.
guy. Blue
We
guy.
do.
If we just
Please.
take it on face value, what you're saying is true.
No,
Then
you. Mhm.
why is it that Dashera is celebrated as triumph of good over evil? Then, if
Exactly. Yeah.
ultimately Ravan has got the heavenly
This
abode
is.
and he was
Yep.
sinless, and it was not a fault of his. In fact, he
Mhm.
had done this all to get the heavenly abode. Then what is the point of good
To
and
deliver
evil in this?
humanity. To deliver humanity.
why
Let
why is
people
it
know.
celebrated as why is it celebrated then, the Dashera festival, which will come on the 10th day? Why is
Mhm.
it called that it's a triumph of good over evil then? why
Because it
why
is.
Ravan is depicted as evil then? If ultimately
Because he
evil
was
is also
cursed.
going to the heavenly abode, then what about the good? Good and evil,
Okay.
everything is going to the heavenly abode. Then there is no differentiation.
No,
That
no, no,
means,
no, no. There is a differentiation. There
then
is a
why is it
differentiation.
called
Let me
triumph of
explain
good
that.
if then why is it called a triumph of good over evil? Why is it called evil then? Why is it referred to as evil? They could just celebrate like that, but they
No,
purposely,
Ravana
you
was
have seen.
cursed, right? Ravana did bad. He was cursed. He used to be in
Yes.
humble abode of God. He left the
What
abode.
about
He was
what about Ram? Did he get cursed?
Ram or Krishna. They don't get cursed. They use the curse
Okay.
as
So
a
when he
Yes.
killed,
part of
wait,
the
wait.
leelas.
When he killed the deer in his next avatar of Krishna,
Mm-hmm.
okay, did he not get killed by a hunter?
He did.
Okay. So was that his karma?
Also, Krishna
That
Wait,
was
wait.
the
disappeared
Was
in.
that
that
his
was
karma?
Okay,
yes.
let me
Was
Yes.
that
explain
his
that. Let me
karma?
explain that. Let
Yes.
No,
me
no.
His
Answer
explain
the
previous
that. Let me
question.
birth.
Yeah.
explain that. I
Yes,
am
Yeah.
his
Go
getting
on.
to the
previous
answer.
birth.
Let me explain that as
Yeah. Go
well.
on. Answer that. Explain
You
it.
know, when Krishna died, he disappeared in a blink of a second,
That
like
wasn't my question. I'm
two.
asking.
No, 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 no,
No,
no.
no. Before you
I'm
talk
coming
about
to your
Krishna
answer. I'm
dying,
coming to your answer. He did.
wait a minute. Before you go to Krishna dying, answer this question. Did Krishna get killed because of Ram's karma?
Yes.
Yes or no? And then you can
Yes.
proceed.
It was previous birth's curse that because
Yes.
of
No,
which
no.
he had
I
got.
want the
Yes.
answer from this blue guy
Mm-hmm.
whose name is Krishna Neymar.
Yes.
No, it's not Krishna Neymar. It's Krish Neymar. Okay.
Well,
Let
your
me answer
previous
you.
name that we know you by.
It's Krish Neymar. It's not
Okay,
Krishna
Krish
Neymar.
Neymar. So answer the
Okay,
question.
just
Did
answer the question.
did
Answer the
did did Krishna get did Krishna get killed by a hunter because of what Ram did in his previous life?
Okay. That
Yes or
It
is
is
no?
a.
true, but there is an
It is true.
explanation for
Wait,
that.
wait. Did
If
I
you
hear
are
that?
No, no,
willing
no.
to
Did I hear
Wait,
listen to
that?
wait,
that.
Yes.
wait. Yes.
So Ram did get cursed.
Yes. And just
Okay.
a minute back, you had said
You
Okay.
that
know,
Do
Ram
you
and
earlier he
need
said
Krishna
he
do you
knows
need an
better than
explanation
us.
now?
We
No,
have
do
to
you need an
educate this guy
explanation now?
from his own books.
But do you agree, blue
Do
guy,
you
that
need an explanation or no? Or
just a
just
minute
gonna
ago you had
go
said
ahead?
just a minute ago you had said that Ram and Krishna can never get cursed, and now
Yes.
you yourself are saying right from
Uh-huh.
the
You're
scriptures
making
Do you
a
need
big
that
an
U-turn
yes,
now.
explanation? No, do you need an explanation or are you just gonna keep saying you keep speaking now?
Well,
it's not about
you need
speaking.
to acknowledge.
The very premise is wrong. Are you
Yes.
understanding? You are giving an explanation of a premise which is faulty.
For that, no, you have to understand the underlying premise to understand the whole context of the situation. What this is, when God comes to earth, what he does is his pastime. He doesn't even need to come to the earth to do anything. He can control everything
Doesn't matter. You got
sitting
cursed, man. Come
upstairs.
on. You have to admit
No, no,
it.
no,
You
no,
got
no, no.
cursed.
So you have to understand, you have to listen first and then you will understand. So what this is
Listen what?
happening is called Leela. It's called divine play.
Yeah, I knew
It's to
it.
show humanity.
I knew it. Leela.
You were asking in the beginning, why does God have to kill Ravana?
Okay.
And why does good triumph over evil? God
Does
doesn't need to do
does your
anything. He
God
can.
do does your God do adharma in his Leela?
You
Lot
want
of
me to
things
answer
are
the first two
done.
questions or no? Because I
Well, I'm
haven't
asked
even.
because you now brought it to Leela. I'm asking you, does your God Vishnu, when he comes in the form of a man like Ram, does Ram commit adharma?
No.
Okay.
He comes to
Killing
establish dharma.
wait a minute. Killing a deer is not adharma.
No. If
Okay.
God kills
Any
somebody, they are
wait a minute.
they receive
Any
salvation.
Hindu who kills deers is not adharma, yeah?
Any
Or
Hindu is not God.
is it
God
just
is
special
God.
pleading for Ram?
No. God is God. What God does is divine. Any human is not divine.
Okay, so when God kills a human being, it's divine, right?
If I kill somebody, they don't achieve humble
I didn't
abode.
ask
If
you about
God
you.
kills
I said
somebody,
your God. If your God kills someone who is innocent, that is not a crime. That
but
is not a sin.
it is also said that God resides in heart of everyone. So Grama already knew inside of
Don't
his
go to
heart that
10
deer was
different
a
points.
demon.
Just answer the question.
Because everything is connected, you have to mix all the points.
Exactly. Because it is connected, that's the reason Krishna got shot at and died because of Ram's adharma.
And Krishna also disappeared in a blink of a second. No
It doesn't matter if he
ordinary human being,
disappeared. The
no
question
ordinary
is,
human
he
being can
got
do that.
punished for Ram's sin.
And the
Krishna
curse
takes
stands
curse
still.
as a part of his leela. He doesn't. If he wishes, he would not have
Yet
taken
the
it. But to show
curse
ordinary
stands
human beings
still.
that he is God, he does it.
Yet
Oh
the
dear.
curse stands still, even on God's then.
He uses the curses in his as a part of his leela.
Okay,
He
so
doesn't even have to come to the
how can a
earth.
God
He
get
can
cursed?
convert.
That's a question. How can a God get cursed?
He uses so. It is also believed that God is merciful enough to accommodate requests of even the demons. So even
Request
if a
of a
demon,
demon. What do
yeah.
you mean
So even if
request
a
of a
demon
demon?
says, if a demon in ignorance says, "I hate you. I wish you die," God will say,
So
"Okay,
God will die. So God will
He
die
doesn't
to
die. He
honor.
appears to be dying. He
So
appears
God,
to be
He's
dying.
getting
He
some
I have
bad
an
appears.
words
answer.
for you.
You know
He
what?
appears to be
Sheikh, I
dying.
was
He
gonna
appears to
ask.
be
I was gonna ask.
disappearing.
Can a demon pray to become God? Like,
Yes.
can he be elevated to godly status? And then that's the boon. And if the God doesn't give it to him, then he's not fair, right?
No,
Like he's not
no,
neutral.
but like
Actually,
Shiva running
Jalandhar did
away,
do that actually.
from a demon. Shiva
Yeah,
running
yeah,
away.
yeah.
Why? Like, okay, I had another question for him. How does someone become a demon? Like, where did the demons come from?
So demons are somebody they do a lot of penance to achieve spiritual powers, and they end up using in personal ways, like in
No, he's
selfish ways
asking
to destroy
how
the
do the
world.
demons come into being? That's the
Yeah,
question.
how do they come into being?
What do you mean? I
How are
mean,
they birthed?
How did a demon
How they
come to
get?
be a demon?
How
Like,
are they born? How are
every
they
yeah, how are they
born?
everyone is
born? How are they created?
everyone born in this planet is a demon if they don't worship God. If you're not worshiping
Which
God, you
God?
are a
Which
demon.
God? Which God? Which God?
Bro,
Because there are lots of gods. Which
Yeah,
one?
which god of Hinduism
Krishna
they
is the
have to
supreme
worship?
God. Krishna is the supreme God.
Okay,
Others are
That
so
means
those who
demigods.
do
blue
not
guy.
Wait,
worship,
Krishna. Ganesh is the one that needs to be. Is the one that. What
no,
about
no,
Ganesh?
And
What
what
about
about
him?
Shiva and
guys,
One at a
guys,
Shakti?
time,
one
please.
at a
One at a
time,
time, please. One at a time,
Okay,
please.
so blue
Yes.
guy, let me ask you this: if anyone who does not worship Krishna, then they are demons. Is that what you're saying?
All the worships are indirectly heard by Krishna. It's mentioned in the Gita.
No, that wasn't my question. Listen to the question.
Hmm.
If someone who does not worship Krishna, are they demons?
Not necessarily.
You
Why
just
didn't you
said
say it
that.
earlier?
Because all the
Why did you
prayers
say
are.
that earlier then?
You just
I
said
said
that.
if you don't praise to God, I
You're
didn't say
full of
Krishna
contradiction. You're
only.
full of contradiction.
If you're not willing to
Krishna is the
listen,
supreme God. Didn't you
no.
say Krishna is the
If you
supreme
can
God?
make, if you know critical thinking, you said it before.
I
Okay,
don't think
no
you
all
you
the
critical
know the
prayers,
meaning of
thinker.
it.
all the prayers are indirectly gone to Krishna. So
How
even if
is
you pray
this
to
at
a
all supposed to
demigod,
be a
they're all
guidance
gone
for
to Krishna.
mankind, man? How is this supposed to be a guidance for mankind? Like you, every single one of you guys that come up here, you have something new to add, and there's
Okay,
no
I'm gonna tell you
foundation.
this. Krishna is the supreme God. That's it. That's the end of the story.
Okay, if Krishna is the supreme God, what about those people who worship Shiva?
And Vishnu.
Shiva is known to be the guru. Shiva is known to be a guru. Shiva is a Vaishnav himself. He prays to Ram. He prays to Krishna. So
Did you even
if you pray to
understand the
Shiva,
question I asked you? I asked
huh?
you if those people who worship Shiva as supreme God are they demons according to you?
No, they're not.
Okay, so
I
you
say
can
God.
pray to other than Krishna then.
Yeah,
There you
as long
go.
as you're.
Does he not understand his own contradiction? This guy.
Honestly, it's all over the place.
Yeah, he's Krishna. How old are you, by the way?
No, wait. I said
No,
all the
no, I want
prayers
to
are
know how old
indirectly
you
gone
are.
to Krishna.
Because
I'm
if you're
24.
a teenager, I'll excuse you for your age. But if you're a grown man
You don't need
making
to
these
excuse me.
contradictions,
You don't
then
need to
there's no
say.
excuse for you.
You need to use critical thinking here. All the
I
prayers are
don't think you
submitted to
know the meaning of
Krishna.
the term critical
All
thinking.
the prayers are submitted to Krishna. It's
Okay,
mentioned
which
in the Gita.
prayers to
Even
whom?
if you pray to all the prayers to any god are
Okay,
submitted indirectly gone to Krishna So
Okay,
does
so let
that
me
make
get
sense
this
to
right.
you? Even if you pray
Wait,
to
wait.
Shiva, it goes to Krishna first. It goes to
But
Krishna at
but
the end. It goes to
but
Krishna.
you said Shiva is not Krishna.
Yeah, but Krishna resides in the heart of everybody. Everybody.
Does Krishna reside in the heart of demons?
Yes, he does.
Okay, so anyone who worships, for
Demons
example,
are
whoever
worshipping
worships.
Krishna.
Yes,
Wait, sister.
indirectly, the act of worshipping means you
Blue
put
guy,
somebody above the
hold on. I'm
pedestal.
still asking a question. Hold on. You said Krishna resides in everybody's hearts. He also
Yes.
resides in the hearts of demons.
Yes, he does.
So if you worship Ravan,
demon.
then you're actually praying to Krishna. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
So then
So you're a
why the
Ravan
triumph?
worshipper.
So then why, then why the
No, I'm a
triumph of
Krishna
good over
worshipper.
evil?
OMG. You're a
Rama,
How
Ravan
can you
look,
worshipper.
determine right from wrong then, bro? Like,
Then
if
so
By
why?
the way,
look,
why did Ram
look,
kill
look.
Ravan if he was worthy of worship?
Yes, and then why the
No, I
triumph
didn't
of
say
good over
he's
evil
worthy
then?
of worship. I didn't say his actions were
But
worthy
you
of
said
worship.
if anybody worships
No.
Ravan,
You're
they're
getting it
actually
all
praying to
wrong. You're
Krishna.
getting it all wrong. You're getting it all
You
wrong. The
agreed
act
to it.
of
We are all
You're not
witnesses here.
getting it. You're not getting it. The
I
act
don't
of
think
worshipping. The
I don't
act
think
of
you even
worshipping
understand what you're
itself.
saying.
No. You're not willing to listen. That's the
You
problem.
lack
You're
critical
not willing
thinking,
to.
like you said.
You do. I guess you do. You're not willing to listen at this.
Blue
I
guy,
can't
you
even.
just said that in the heart of everybody is Krishna, even in the heart of
Mhm.
Ravan is Krishna. Then what was the need to kill the Ravan? And even if it was killed because of he
What I
being the
meant was
doorkeeper or so, and
what
he
I meant
wanted
to
a
say was
moksha or something or heavenly
what I
abode,
meant to
then
say was what I
then
meant to
why is
say
it
was.
called
Mhm.
triumph of good over evil then?
What I
If it
meant
is
Yeah.
to say was
if the
not.
demon or if the
Okay.
And
evil
they
is,
burn the effigy of Ravan every Dashera.
yes, because if the evil is also going to heavenly abode, the good is also going to heavenly abode, then there is no
The god
distinction
is
which is there.
cursed. If he does a mistake like killing a deer in his next life. Think of it, man. You're the one
You're
lacking
not.
critical thinking.
You
You don't understand
but
what is a
you
contradiction.
can't
You lack
connect
logic.
the dots. You
You
can't
lack
really connect the
everything
dots.
that is in tune with rationality.
Okay, you can't connect the gods. God is above rationality, of course.
Okay.
God is above
So
human rationality, of course.
did Krishna actually exist in history? Did he
He
walk
did.
on earth?
He did. Yes.
Your voice has got down, blue guy. Your voice is very low right now. Just
Maybe turn up your volume.
Okay,
my
so
volume is same. My
blue
volume
guy,
is
did Krishna exist in history?
He did.
Okay, which time did he exist in?
In
How
Dwapara
long
Yuga.
ago?
In Dwapara Yuga.
When was Dwapar Yuga?
This was around 5 to 7,000 years ago.
Okay, and who wrote about it 5 to 7,000? Who wrote the Gita? When was it written?
It was Mahabharata and Gita. Yep.
Yeah, when was it written?
So I know that about the recent translation from our guru.
I didn't ask you for the translation. I asked you when was
No, I
the
didn't.
Mahabharata written.
The Mahabharata happened 5 to 7,000 years
I
ago.
didn't
So
ask you when it happened. When was it written? Third time I'm asking you.
Obviously after Mahabharata.
Okay, so you're saying it was written 7,000 years ago.
Yep. So it happened
Okay.
between 5 to 7,000
Do you
years
know
ago.
how
That's all
old
I
is
remember.
Sanskrit?
I'm not sure. Not sure.
It's only from 1500 BC. Can't be before that. Okay, so that is roughly 3,500 years ago. So what language was Mahabharata written in then?
Okay, I'll check for you 1 second.
Okay, were you going to Google it again?
Yep.
Yeah, just Google it. This is their motto. Yeah, go
Where do you
find
get
out how old is.
where do you see the Sanskrit is only 1500
Google it.
years ago?
That is your source, so Google it.
Okay, did you Google it?
I found out from a
Listen,
scripture. Sorry, from a
Which
Hindu
scripture?
scholar.
Which
No,
scripture? Which scholar?
Hashim.
Yes.
He needs to
Who
stop
told you
being
that?
like childish.
Well,
Just
maybe he's a teenager, so he has to behave
I'm
his age.
24.
We haven't got kindergarten in here,
I know. So
World's
hold on.
oldest language,
If
5,000 years ago.
so, blue guy, if he existed 7,000 years ago, and Sanskrit is like, let's say, I'll give you for the benefit of doubt. Sorry, I'll be generous, and even if it was 4,000 years old, Sanskrit, you would still have a gap of three.
Well, now you're making assumptions.
No, I'm not. I'm saying I'm being generous.
No,
It's not an assumption.
where have you, how
You
can you
said,
prove,
wait. You said
Sanskrit is only
Dwapar Yuga
4,000
is
years ago?
7,000 years. Can you prove to
Yep.
me it was 7,000 years ago?
How can you prove the Sanskrit is only 4,000 years old?
I asked you
Just because you
first with
heard a
regard to
scholar.
the age.
Just because
You gave me the
you
age,
heard a
Dwapar
scholar.
Yuga. Where is your source for that?
No, where is your source of Sanskrit?
Because I asked you about the age first, so you
Yeah.
answer first, and then I'll
I
tell
gave
you
There
about
about
is no
85 to
source for
7,000 years
Dwapar Yug.
ago.
There is no source also for the Mahabharata when it was
exactly.
written.
Yes.
Okay.
Which language
Okay.
was it written
So
in?
Okay.
Krishna. Mhm.
When did Ramayana? When was Ramayana written?
Treta Yuga.
And when was that?
Treta Yuga. I'm not sure. Let me check 1 second.
Yeah,
It was
Google it for
before
me.
Dwapar Yug.
Of course it
Of
was
course,
there,
it
but
was
how
before
long
Dwapara.
ago?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 10, 100,000, 1296,000 years ago.
How many years?
Yep.
You don't even know how to read numbers.
12,96,000 years ago.
What's that in
You don't need
English?
to have to listen.
You're in Canada. Speak English, man.
1.2 million.
Okay, 1.2 million years ago.
Lakhs is also English. Lakhs is not Hindi word.
1.2 million years ago, which Homo sapiens existed?
What do you mean Homo sapiens existed?
You don't know what's a Homo sapien? Seriously? Have you gone to school?
Human beings existed 1.2 million years ago.
Where does it say that? 1.2 billion. Did he say billion or million?
Billion, he said.
I said million.
Okay,
Million.
you're saying Homo sapiens existed 1.2 million years ago. Based on which science?
Based on scriptures.
Which scriptures?
Yep.
So you don't believe, you actually have evidence of Homo sapiens existing 1.2 million years ago?
Scriptures are the evidence.
No,
God
but your
exists.
scriptures, you don't even have the date for the scriptures. I asked you
I
when
told
was
you
Ramayana
1.2
written.
million.
So
1.2
you're saying
million.
Ramayana was written 1.2 million years ago. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, goodbye, my friend. You know, you humiliated yourself enough. I don't think you can.
You don't
I don't think
even
I have the
listen.
heart
What's
to.
the point of arguing with you? One at a time. You don't listen.
You
What's the
know,
point of
one
debating
thing.
with
Let
you?
me ask you one final question. Are you a Hindutva?
No.
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 Say it loudly. It wasn't very confident.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Are you a Hindutva? Do you
not.
want India to be a Hindu Rashtra?
Nope.
No. He's Krishna Bhakt basically from the ISKCON side.
Yes, because he actually is a Hindutva in hiding.
And I can say you're a terrorist in hiding.
Okay.
What does this say for you?
But
What does it
do you
say
have
for
any
you?
proof? Do you have any
Do you
proof?
have any proof? No. Do you have any proof that I'm a Hindutva?
Yes, I do.
What? Tell
Okay.
me.
If I expose you, will you admit that you are a liar?
Okay, try and expose me.
Okay, let's see if you stand your promise.
Don't expose yourself, though.
No, you
Don't
lost,
end up
mate.
exposing yourself.
Blue guy, you've lost.
Okay. All right, sir.
Yeah, it is.
Mm-hmm.
No, you lost.
Okay. You pulled up my comment. Nice.
Why? Is that not proof enough?
Let me read the comment first.
Okay. Actually, hold on. That's not the right one. Let me bring the right one for you.
See?
See what?
Wait, don't get so.
Don't run away yet. Stay there.
You don't run away. It's
Stay
as
there.
if
We
you're
like
running away.
exposing Hindutwas here.
Okay.
Okay.
Take your time.
Don't be nervous. We're
Don't
getting
take
there.
forever.
The calm before the storm, you know?
Yeah.
I know who's nervous.
I know he's already shaking in his boots.
Yeah.
Okay. Speak for yourself, please.
Okay. There you go. Can you read it? Is this part here?
Yes.
What does it say?
You and your ancestors are the reason why we want Hindutva.
Are you a Hindutva now? Have I
No.
proved you right?
We want Hindutva, but we are not Hindutva.
If you want Hindutva,
Keep saying
you are a
we.
Hindutva.
You got like a mouse in your pocket, bro. Like, you
Okay, go on.
understand?
Apologize. I'm waiting for that apology you promised.
I'm not gonna apologize to you.
There
You
you
know
go.
you apologize.
We caught you out as a liar.
Do you even know? Do you know?
No wonder you
even
changed
know
your
what
name when
Hindutva
you came.
means?
Goodbye. You see, this is how you expose the Hindutva. Because the
I
thing is,
think-
they are number one liars.
I think he's-
liars.
I think
Anyone who
he's
tells
really-
me that humans existed 1.2 million years ago has no idea about history or even about common sense, let alone critical thinking. This Hindu guy here, blue guy who came with a changed name, he is actually Krish Neymar, and I exposed him very clearly from his own statements. All right, Hindutva guy, bye-bye. Get an education next time, a proper one.
He said the scriptures
MashaAllah.
are science. You asked him what science do you have? He's
You
like,
thought I wouldn't have proof.
Hashim, if I was a betting person, I'll bet on you every time.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay.
فبهت
So,
الذي كفر.
you know, the thing is, it's very easy now to search on YouTube with regards to the names that they come with in the comments on our channel. And because I recognize him, he keeps, every time he says, I'm from Canada. No one in Canada uses lakhs. No one. Not even the Hindus. They'll use million. He's from India.
Yes.
He's ashamed of his country, ashamed to say the truth that he's a Hindutva. Yes. The only thing he stuck to was Krishna. And even that, when I asked him about Kubja, he actually didn't even have a clue, like as if he didn't. Of course, he read about it. Of course, he heard it.
And there was no reference which was presented to substantiate his claims. So it didn't make sense. I think he was misguided a lot.
No problem.
Yes.
Right. Ashok, you're next. No, he ran away. Okay, he's saying, I don't know what Hindutva means. Go on, blue guy, tell us what is Hindutva. Hello? Are you going to curse and run away like a little teenager? He went out. I didn't kick him out. I actually brought him in. Because in the private chat, he says, you don't know what Hindutva mean. Okay?
Let
Why don't we
him
use this
go.
method?
You know
Let's
what,
ask
brother?
Google.
I think he's been misguided a lot, and he's conditioned into it that he himself is not realizing that.
No,
He
look,
thinks,
one thing, look, sister, with all due respect, if someone deliberately lies, it's very easy to catch them.
Yes.
Yeah, because if not today, tomorrow they'll get caught. And I do
Right.
not like people who lie deliberately just to deceive people here. Okay? Many things, look, if I can say something wrong on the stream, which might be a mistake, but it is not a lie. But when you actually know you're a Hindutva, and when I ask you clearly if you're a Hindutva, and he says, no, I'm not, and then I show him the evidence from his own comment on our channel. Yes, he got exposed, and he had no legs to stand on, yet his arrogance is such that he wouldn't even say, I'm sorry, I lied. Okay? So goodbye, Mr. Hindutva. If you come back next time, unless you apologize, you're not welcome here. Right. So who's this guy? Ting Ting. In the back studio. Hello, Ting Ting. You're muted. All right. I guess not. No problem. So yeah, if there are any Muslims out there who want to join and ask any questions, you guys are welcome, inshallah. If not, we are going to close very soon because that was our last guest.
Yes.
Right, Sister Swati, mashallah, long time. It's always a pleasure to have you here.
Alhamdulillah, brother. It was a pleasure, unexpected one as usual. Not at all having decided to be there, but yeah, the girl, that Anjali who came, and then there was a lot of, the way she was depicting, the side of it. So I just thought maybe just to ask about it. And that's why I just, even written the tagline to learn about, maybe something which probably they can help us to understand. Maybe, we are misguided about it. So it was with very open minds that I had come to understand and to seek and to know about it. But every caller who came, the guest who came, they had very different answers to it. And it just left the entire thing to be even more, confusing, contradicting, and there was no references to substantiate the points. And of all of it, again, there was no, one consensus on the point of who that ultimate supreme is. Again, there were different, responses which were given, and the very basic question of the stream, to be able to understand, that's why it was written the hidden truth, because we wanted to really understand why is it, who is it that is being prayed by the Sanatanis during the 9 days, what is the relation of that to the almighty divine or the god, and then what is the, what is the purpose of it, what is learned from it. So that was something where there was no common answer, which was no common response which was received from different Sanatanis who came. So again, it didn't leave, the matters resolved. It only created further controversy and confusions with regard to this one particular festival. Everybody does it because of their own understanding. the scriptures, there's no backing of that with respect to this particular festival. Or even if there is, none of the guests could bring that here to substantiate why is it being done. I think the next after the 9 days, the Shera which is celebrated, how that is related with the nine whatever goddesses or the avatars or the energy. How is it that even that was not able to be clarified by any of the guests? So it just left everybody even more confused. And and and, and that's what is the sign that the truth is something which won't leave you confused, which won't just leave you hanging like that. So therefore that's a hint in itself to see where exactly the truth lies.
Right. Yeah. Alhamdulillah. Brother Muris, I know you didn't get a chance to speak a lot today. We always benefit from your wisdom. MashaAllah.
Yeah, alhamdulillah, it's a learning session. And basically what I'm doing in the background is when you guys are saying terms like Leela, Maya, Adharma, like I'm studying up on what that stuff is, because there's a disconnect of how quickly the guests are speaking and incorporating these terms. But the tough part really is not just the definition of the term, but the meaning as to what they're trying to extract from it. So it's it's a lot, right? And again, from somebody that's looking from the outside, none of this stuff adds up. Like literally none of it adds up. That there's, I mean, look at what some of the guests were saying. Hey, the whole thing is just meaningless in a sense where you want to come to a point of absolute neutrality and that you have no impact on the world, but yet you're taking from the world. You're eating the food. You're taking a resource and you're not building anything back. You're not putting anything back of like significance. You're just out in the forest doing your own thing and not caring about whether or not there's sickness in the world, if people are suffering, where you could help, what kind of intellect you can contribute, if you can invent something. To me, this is just a terrible, terrible waste of what it means to be a human being.
Absolutely.
And it's awful. It's really, really awful. Why would anyone want that? He was talking about he's got family and he's got a job and all this stuff. Why? You didn't want any of that. You want pure isolation. And all of a sudden you went in the polar opposite direction for what? So I
think the worst guy today was the guy who said that he would eat his feces, seriously.
That guy
He sounded like an educated guy. It wasn't like some noob or little.
He said that God. That's why I asked him straight away, and he says yes.
Exactly. Yeah, and this is what happens because you have to, somehow justify to yourself all the wrongs that the gods have done. They have to bend over backwards to justify all the atrocities, all the immorality, all the things which you and I wouldn't even think about that their gods have done. So they have to justify it somehow, and this is somehow their way of trying to convince themselves that it is the truth. And that's the reason the haqq is clear from the batil, and the batil is something which always gets destroyed.
Absolutely.
No wonder Hinduism hasn't flourished much outside of India. Yes, and even Buddhism had to leave from there because they couldn't tolerate these Hindus, and it became more popular in China and places like Japan and so on. Why? Even though it originated in India, yes, many of their temples were destroyed. Many of the stupas of the Buddhists were destroyed, and they were actually literally hounded out of the country, and they had to migrate elsewhere and they flourish elsewhere. Yes, today the only other country which actually has Hindu as I don't know if it's a formal religion, is Nepal, the neighboring country to India, and that is one of the poorest countries in the world.
Yes.
Yeah? They keep comparing Pakistan, Bangladesh and all, but they forget to look at their other neighbor, which is Nepal, and they completely ignore China, which is much richer than them and more advanced in everything that they wish that they were themselves. So yeah, anyway, there are some guys in the back studio you guys want to take, or shall we bring them next time?
Next time, brother.
Inshallah. Okay. What about you, Muris?
There's one. Yeah, I'm fair game for whatever you guys want. I mean, it's as long as you guys are not tired. If they're genuine people,
I think the
I'm
Sheikh is
always
tired
happy.
now. It's 10 o'clock
Yeah.
already. We want him to take rest, and Sister Swati also is quite late. So, guys in the back studio, sorry, we'll take you next time. I know it is something which.
You can always email us too, guys, if you want to email us, or you
And
can
we have
send us
these
messages.
streams every Thursday, so you know where to find us.
And anyway, the questions they can get, because I've seen all questions, they can leave them for next Thursday when we have Q&A, inshallah.
And so next Thursday, the usual time, which is 5 p.m. The reason we do this actually at 2:30 p.m. UK time is because so that we can get more Hindus on board. Because I know it's quite late by the time we finish. So it's for the benefit of the Hindus. You know, we are actually going beyond the call here and doing you guys a favor so that you won't be inconvenienced based on our time here in the UK. You know, so it's not to demean you or to make fun of your religion, but when we see Hindutva guys like this blue guy come here and expose himself blatantly that he's a liar, you know, we can't trust them. What's the point of discussing things with someone who is disingenuous, someone who is insincere?
But you know, Hashim, brother, the highlight of today is Shalish.
Yeah, that guy was. But the thing is, I actually appreciated his knowledge on Hinduism, and he did call out that girl Anjali for spewing rubbish, and she was spewing rubbish. She kept saying she's a Brahmin based on Varna. When I asked her, "What's your Varna? What's your profession?" and she wouldn't answer. I asked her, "Are you a teacher? Are you a priest?" And she wouldn't answer. And then she admitted it's because of the forefathers, which means it's based on your
heritage,
your descent. Yeah, it's a heritage. It's something which is based on your birth. Nothing to you inherited it.
Exactly. And then what to feel pride about when you start abusing people on the channel like that. That's why I wanted to ask her that, you know, if you are really, you know, because in the last stream she was feeling very proud about the fact that, oh, you don't know, I'm a Brahmin, what about that? And then
she had this superiority complex like many Brahmins.
Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you.
Up here is all empty.
Was she the one? Because I could have sworn I saw a video because I was trying to learn more.
Yeah, she's the one.
Well, she's on that. I'm Brahmin, bro.
Yes,
Was that the one? Oh, okay.
She wasn't happy about that clip, even though it is what she said.
She said that exactly.
So if you're embarrassed by your own self when you watch your video, you know that speaks volumes. You know, get a grip of yourself.
And then, as per the Varnas, if they're supposed to be the knowledgeable ones, and then if knowledgeable ones are abusing there on a public platform, it speaks a lot about, you know, what is actually the practice and the behavior then. So,
yeah, exactly. Yes.
It was very disappointing.
Yeah. So this brother here wants us to do 2 streams of Hinduism per week. Bro, we got other things to do, man. But I appreciate your motivation there. Alhamdulillah. Jazakallah khair, everyone. Barakallah feek, Sheikh. If you got anything to say before we leave, faddal, or until next time, inshallah.
May Allah guide all of them to the right path. Subhanallah. That's all. You know, when I see things like that and I hear things like that, I always say, Alhamdulillah ala ni'mat al-Islam. It's a blessing to be a Muslim. Wallahi, a blessing that you do not know until you see others and you hear others.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, it's a learning thing for all of us, isn't it? We all
yes.
Like they say in English, every day is a school day. So every time we get these streams, you know, we learn ourselves a lot, and that's one of the reasons we do the streams, because there's a lot of confusion out there, especially with regards to Hinduism. It's not an easy religion, as you know. Alhamdulillah, you know, Allah has given us this ni'mah, this blessing of Islam, which is so clear, so pure, so straightforward that even children, if you explain to them, you understand. Here we have in Hinduism and Christianity, they got these PhDs, and yet they cannot articulate regards to their God with confidence. There's always some sort of discrepancy, contradiction, and they got so many different traditions. They can't even decide who the supreme God is.
That's the trick of shaitan. That's why
it is, absolutely, yeah. Because he wants to confuse you, you know. He wants to make you believe that yes, it's okay to worship idols. It's okay to worship God without idols, you know. Like, this is the confusion it has caused within Hinduism, and that's the reason we see so many contradictions. But yeah, Jazakallah khair to the panel, Brother Muris, Sheikh Ibn Hazm, Sister Swati, Barakallah Feek. And thank you very much to all the viewers as well, and especially to our moderators, Sister Layla, Sister Iram. I don't know if Brother Aurangzeb was here today, but Gambit and Amin, mashallah, all these guys. Absolutely an honor to have you guys on board every time we do streams. You guys do a tremendous job, and may Allah bless you. If you guys have enjoyed this stream and other streams and videos, do like, share, and comment. And yes, just keep us in your du'as, inshallah. Until next time, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
وعليكم السلام. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك نشهد أن لا